Okay, guys, we're gonna start in about a minute. We're gonna start the live stream, and then we're gonna. Is Hunky we're gonna have Hunky right away, or are we gonna wait for a little bit? Okay. Okay, folks, very excited to be here for the 2022 Alaska primary. Our coverage, analysis, and results. I'm extremely excited to be joined here by Charisse Millett, former representative Charisse Millett,
Hi.
majority leader, minority leader.
Yeah, both.
So you were there 10 years?
I was there 10 years.
It's one of those nights where you used to be running and it's like,
I'm
oh
just
my
calm
gosh.
now. I'm here having a old-fashioned with you, and it's nice.
I love that.
Yes.
And Ivan Moore, pollster. How you doing, Ivan?
I'm doing good, Jeff.
You've been around a long time. You've seen a lot of these.
Way too long. I am also very relaxed.
The first thing I want to say is this new open single primary top four with this ranked choice general. One of the observations I've had is it does not feel like a primary. There's really not a lot of energy because there's 59 legislative races, only one of which has more than four candidates. And even the big races, we kind of know who the top three are going to be.
It's more interesting than that. But we'll go into that later. Don't you think? I mean, I'm going to come out with this right now. Okay, so here's the thing that's interesting, is that for 25 years now, or however long it's been, we've had separate ballots in the primary. So you never really got a feel for how the general would play out. Tonight we do. So races, for example, like Matt Clayman going up and challenging Mia Costello for the Senate, where it's basically Mia is the Republican, Matt is the Democrat. Tonight's like a dress rehearsal because everyone's voting on it and they're not on separate ballots, right?
No, Charisse, turnout's going to be lower than the general. But so far I've talked to people from different polling places and they said the turnout's actually been quite high.
I imagine it would be high because everybody's curious about what it looks like, what the ballot looks like. They want to be, they're either mad, so they're going to go check it out and, be angry about it, or they're excited because ranked choice is something they wanted. So I think voter turnout's going to be a little higher than everybody anticipates, just because it's a new way of voting. It's been so controversial.
Now, in the past, this has come up mostly in the rural Alaska, but even in other parts of Alaska where somebody like Ivan said they wanted to vote for somebody, they were a Republican, or they were a Democrat and they wanted to grab the Republican ballot and they couldn't.
Right.
Because anybody could take a Democratic ballot.
Yeah, you couldn't mix and match. And now you can.
Yeah, now you can there's only one ballot, so everybody gets a choice to vote for whoever they wish.
Why is this controversial? I mean, you just said it's controversial. It's not controversial,
I think
it's just different. Different is different.
I think in the sense that the standard Republican Party, the hardcore Republican Party didn't like it.
They think it's controversial because their Republican primary has gone away.
I think so. I think it was a way to protect the Republican primary where you didn't have that opportunity to get the Republican ballot if you were a Democrat. And so I think that's where the rub and the controversy lies.
Right.
And I think people were uncomfortable. People didn't know how to vote.
Back last month, we asked on a poll, do you think ranked choice voting is a good thing or a bad thing? And it was pretty even, good thing, bad thing. But conservatives were 6-1 bad thing.
Yeah.
Progressives were 6-1 good thing.
Well, I think we're
mean,
seeing
it's-
that we're seeing that play out in this. So there's the regular primary, but then we have the special ranked choice general for the House race with the top 3. It should be 4, but Al Gross dropped out, and there was a timing issue with the statute. So it's 3, but 2 Republicans: Sarah Palin, Nick Begich, and Mary Peltola. So Mary's going to get the most votes.
Yep.
Straight out, because she's going to get all the left of center votes. Palin and Begich are going to split. Now the question is, because they've been going after each other, and a lot of the ranked choice proponents were saying, oh, people are going to work together and they're going to no more negative
1 and
campaigning.
2, yeah.
And we've seen a lot of negative campaigning between Palin and Begich in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think there's candidates out there saying don't rank anything but 1, right? And that's the failure of ranked choice voting. If only someone just votes 1, you don't get your second vote counted. And I think that's the messaging that other candidates have been really good at. Fill in all the ovals.
I mean, you got like on the radio, Mike Porcaro, he's saying rank the red. That's one of the messages some Republicans are pushing. But then people call up and they get really mad.
I'm only going to
And
do
they're
1.
for either Sarah Palin or Nick Begich.
Yeah.
And the other thing with this new ranked choice, and I want to make sure the viewers know this, they aren't going to do the retabulation, which is the third place finishers' votes aren't going to get recycled for 2 weeks. They're going to wait till every single ballot comes in.
Of course.
So we're only going to see the first round results
Right.
from now until August 30th. Now, Ivan, is that going to confuse people, voters, and the public?
It will annoy people because they just have an expectation that it's all going to be over by 11 o'clock tonight and we'll know who wins. And the idea that it's going to drag on until all the ballots are in is going to infuriate some people. But I don't care.
Well, it's going to be so.
It
I think
makes
the
it more
candidates
interesting
care.
For longer.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a big night. I want to first thank our sponsors. We have GCI, who's been one of our kind of key sponsors for making the studio and this operation possible. IBW 1547, and then ConocoPhillips has also been very supportive. So I want to thank ConocoPhillips, and then I want to thank our team. We have a big team of Alaskans here who are running the cameras and directing and producing. It's not just me; it's a whole team of people behind the scenes here, and we're going to talk about them later. And we have them in all the credits, but I really want to thank everybody for helping out and to get our sponsors, GCI, the IBW 1547, and ConocoPhillips. And I just saw today Conoco got that's actually Oil Search. Willow's going with Conoco. They're trying to get that moving, but I saw the Oil Search with a Pika. That looks like it got some advancement there. There's been a bunch of press releases. I haven't read all of them, but everybody's very excited about that Pika field. So
That's
not exactly
exciting.
election related, but it is kind of
It's
oil and
news.
gas related.
Yeah.
So the polls close at 8, and then we're not going to start getting results till about 8:45 to 9 is what the division's saying, and they're going to provide the early and absentee votes that have been received up to 4 or 5 days ago, and then today's votes, and they're going to do a couple refreshes as far as precincts coming in. So we'll have kind of an idea, and we'll talk more about some of these races with 2 and 3 people. It's not going to matter,
No.
but we're going to have a little bit maybe of an idea of how things might play out in the general.
I think so. I think it will, like Ivan said, it's going to be an indication of how the general is going to go. And that campaign from the end of August to November will be really telling on how people either go negative or spend a lot of money or get donated to a lot of money. It is just going to be very different. I don't know how
You know what? I'm comfortable with change. Some people aren't, but I think ranked choice voting is awesome.
My dad, when I was a kid, my
I'm
dad
going
used to
on-
always
I'm going
say,
on record because I'm not scared about doing things differently. Some people are like terrified by it, and I don't know, whatever. I think some people probably do the analysis by thinking about whether it's good for them or not good for them. The irony about Republicans not liking it is that the whole point of ranked choice voting is to stop vote splitting, kind of like is going on, for example, in the three-way between Begich and Palin, right?
Yeah.
They're splitting the vote. If that had been a race, Mary Peltola would win, right?
Right.
The last time a race got split of magnitude was back in '94 when Tony Knowles beat Jim Campbell for the governor when Jack Coghill got 13% of the vote. And there would have been a Republican governor for 8 years if there had been ranked choice
it happened
voting.
in '98 too, right, with that Lindauer guy and then the
Well, Linda
Yeah.
was just a
mafia
nutcase and got blown out
connection,
of the
and there was
water.
Robin, but Knowles won again
Yeah,
for that
he
three-way
won, but he got
plurality.
more than 50% of the vote.
so it provides a better spoiler.
I think
You can have a spoiler
because,
in there.
Because Alaska is a strong Republican state, I think there are more Republican candidates, and therefore Republican candidates are more likely to be the ones that split.
Wait, we have some, they're going to pull up some flyers here on the don't rank they want to show us.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Don't
okay,
vote
so
I
we
was
got-
getting
Yeah.
like one of these every day.
Yeah.
I've got so many, I mean, this reminds me of 2014 Dan Sullivan race where Mark Begich, where every day I got like 2 or 3 mailers.
Yeah, in the garbage.
So this is Republican Party, I think, on the right, don't rank.
Don't rank. Only vote one. I think you heard the candidate Kelly Chewbacca talk about don't rank.
Did
don't
you say
vote for-
Chewbacca?
She calls her, in her confirmations hearing, she says
I
Chewbacca
think
like the
you
Star
said
Wars
that.
character Chewbacca.
Did I?
She says that.
I apologize if I mispronounced her name.
She refers to herself as Chewbacca. I mean,
We'll have
some
to-
people
we'll
call her
have-
Chewie.
We'll have to play that one back.
Okay. I might have pronounced it wrong. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
okay.
very confusing to pronounce
Yeah.
her name.
Wh-
I've
which
heard
is-
it pronounced all sorts of different
Yeah.
ways.
Which is the other big race, this
Yep.
Senate race. There's 19 candidates. I think it's pretty safe to say that Murkowski, Chewbacca, not Chewbacca, Chewie, Chewbacca.
Can we just refer to her as Chewbacca?
I think she referred to herself as that in the confirmation hearings.
Okay.
And then
Right.
Pat Chesbrough, the kind of the main
Pat
Democrat.
Chesbrough, yeah.
And then we have 16 others,
Well, I've got
one of whom is here who's going to be entertaining us in a little while. And, we know pretty much who the 3 are going to be. But this
Who's the fourth?
That's a great question. And then how are they going to, Charisse, you've never run in this ranked choice thing, but if you were in a top 4 and you had this 4th person who might be getting not very many votes, but then in the general, you want to kind of maybe appeal to
Yeah.
their people.
I don't know. It's tough. Like, how do you do that? How do you pull from the 4th candidate? How do you get their voters to vote for you? And if it's a someone who's partisan, they're obviously the different party than you are. They're not going to vote for you, right? So again, it goes back to that kind of spoiler aspect of having 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat in it. The Democrat's going to prevail because.
We're going to go real quick. I think he's on here. We got Steve Menard, who's is he not there? Okay, so we're going to bring him on in 1 second. But he's running in House District 28 with 3 other Republicans. And I guess, did you hear he ran into a little issue where he went to go vote in his polling place and he went into the polling place he was supposed to go to, but they didn't have his name on the ballot. They had the other ballot. So I'm kind of curious. We'll bring him up in a second and talk to Steve about, because some of these polling places have changed from like your old polling place with this redistricting.
Right.
That your new polling place might be your old one, but it might be a new one.
someone, yeah.
Mine's the same, Taco Elementary, but is yours? Did you vote in person, Charisse?
Well, I voted at the airport when we came up from Kodiak today, but my polling place used to be
The airport.
Well, it used to be the church on Elmore, and then I got switched to Service High School.
But the airport's like a
Vote. Anybody can vote. You just bring in your ID, if you have your
like the Division of Elections.
division. Yep, it was well staffed. We got in, we voted. We were out of there in probably 8 minutes. Had our, I got my ballot for my district, my new District 12. Yeah, it was great.
Ivan, did you vote today or?
No, they don't let me.
Oh, you're still a permanent resident. I
Oh,
forgot.
yeah.
Oh, geez.
He's not from
I'm
here.
proud to be one.
I think you're eligible for.
No. Funny thing is that I have not been a resident of my home country in the UK since 1987. And after 15 years being gone, I'm not allowed to vote there either. So I am not eligible to vote anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're like
I am truly disenfranchised.
You are the definition of disenfranchised. You have no home,
It's not fair.
no home to vote.
like a stateless person.
I am.
Sorry about that. Maybe one day we can resolve that, but not tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got somebody. I'm hearing we have somebody on, but maybe not yet. So, Steve Menard, there you are. Steve
he
Menard,
is.
how you doing?
What's up, Jeff?
Tell us. Now you're running in District 28. You're a Republican. There's 3 other Republicans in that race. But tell me what happened when you went to your polling place. You went to vote, but you couldn't vote for yourself, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, so the bottom line is we're having a little confusion out here in the valley with the Division of Elections and mailing out the wrong voting with redistricting and everything, the wrong district and the wrong precinct. So election card comes in the mail, I'm obviously 28, go to my usual polling place and go to the registrar and she says, I can't find your name. And I go, okay, it's a new cycle, where do I vote? They scan that little barcode that they have at the election office, and they go, well, you're over at a different location, the Armory. So I race over to the Armory, and send my voter ID. They say you're not on the registrar here either. So they call the Division of Elections, who says you're on the registrar over at Larson Elementary. Ran over to Larson Elementary.
So
on that register
that was your polling. What was your old polling location?
was Tenina Elementary.
But before you voted somewhere else?
Correct.
Okay, so did
So
this affect your whole district or your whole precinct?
that's what I'm assuming. Well, I know my people. I call them my people, my clan, my neighborhood around the Rock Road Memory Lake. My strong area. That's my concern. So we all went to Larson Elementary, and of course I didn't look at the top of the ballot, and I get in the ballot booth and I start doing my circles, and I drop down to State House, and my name isn't there. And immediately I yelled out in front of everybody at Larson Elementary, wait a minute, something is wrong here. I've got the wrong ballot.
Well, Steve, we got some other folks.
I'm a candidate in 28 and I'm voting in 29.
Well, I hear you. We're gonna look into that and see what kind of happened there, and we'll find out more. But you're running in 28 with 3 other folks, so you're gonna congratulations. You're gonna make it to the top 4. There's 4 of you. So. Good job.
No, that is true, Jeff. But like I told is everybody with this new voting cycle is treating this primary as a poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Accurate.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're going to be able to raise money.
And Ivan, you know this very well because you've been in the business so long, is the money and support.
Absolutely.
Will
We'll go flooding to the first place person.
So I know that in the big scheme of things, everybody's moving on to the general, but it does have a direct reflect as a candidate on how you are ranked for future support and donations.
If you're third, you're not going to get a lot of money. Right?
And if my core area is voting in the wrong precinct and wrong district, not only are they voting fraudulently because they're voting for candidates that they aren't technically supposed to vote for in 29, but on my end, they're not voting in the right precinct that counts for me.
So, Steve, did you find yourself?
Don't get me on a rant here, Jeff. I've been fired up all day.
I can see that, Steve.
Did you find yourself in the end?
So I've gone all the way. I called Kevin, called Gail, talked to them both, and they tried to brush it off like it was just the Menard homestead. And my one street, and I go, oh, okay, but again, I might have accepted that, and hey, we're human, we make errors, but I literally had, when I was waving signs today, people pull off the street and show me their voter ID number, and they are my neighbors, and I know they're in my district because I door knocked, and I have the district map. So they were giving a wrong voter ID number and sent to what's called Kings Lake out here, precinct 29. And I know for a fact they are 28 voters. So they casted ballots that are fraudulent and wrong in 29 that should not be counted.
Steve, we're definitely gonna look into this, and we're all gonna figure out what happened. I'm sure the Division of Elections is gonna provide some information on that very soon too. But
I appreciate the time, everyone. Thank you very much.
Wish you the best, and congratulations on making it to the top 4.
Thanks, buddy.
4 of you. So.
Congratulations.
I'm counting on that donation check from you, Jeff.
Okay, there it is.
$20.
If he's in the top 2, you'll donate.
So I've run before, never successfully, but it's always been in the freaking primary. Well, last time I went independent, petition, and then there was so sometimes that third person can make it very complicated, but it must be nice when you're in a primary and you're guaranteed
Just
to
one
move on.
Republican and one Democrat. In a
You know,
primary.
sometimes you're by yourself
Yeah.
before, so you kind of knew, but other times, you know, you had these very competitive, and those
But
races
what he
oftentimes determine the whole outcome of the
But
of
what
the
he said
race.
is super important, that the order of who comes in all these races tonight is super important from the point of view of people appearing credible and contributors thinking they're going to win, and so
Now, speaking of primaries and candidates, we have somebody in studio here. We're gonna bring up, and we're gonna have her chat with us a little bit. You wanna come on up now? Representative Sarah Rasmussen. There she is.
hello.
Coming in hot.
Coming
How you
in
doing?
I am great. I haven't been out door knocking or worrying about a campaign, so
So you got paired in this one with redistricting. You're not running, but you have run the last 2 times, and you've won both of them.
Yep.
What do you think if you were running with this new? What are your thoughts about this new deal? I mean, it's very different feeling right now from the previous primaries.
yeah, I feel like the primary has a lot less excitement kind of circling around at this point. And I had a very competitive primary in my first race, and I had no primary in the second, but it seems like there's always been an element of a primary in the races that I've run in prior years. So it doesn't feel, you don't have the same excitement around the primary, I feel like, this time around.
Less anxiety about the primary, except hoping you're in the top 2 so you get donors and you get attention.
Also less excitement, I would
Yeah.
say. You don't have the same enthusiasm, the same, volunteer turnout. You're not hearing about
You're not watching the
same
election
level of
results.
event.
I'm gonna talk for 1 second. We're gonna move your mic a little bit so you're off the camera. But yeah, it's so interesting how many candidates there are, because there's so many, and we talk about that later. I mean, how many new people are running?
Right.
I mean, there's so many. Like Sarah's not running. A bunch of legislators aren't running. Some got paired. Some got redistricted. Some are running for higher office. But I mean, the legislature next year, and Charisse, when you were there, there was turnover. I guess towards the end there was more, but before, when you were first there was a pretty small amount of turnover.
Yeah, when my
10%.
Yeah, my 2009, 2011, there just wasn't a lot of turnover. Maybe 3 or 4 people in the House, maybe 2 in the Senate. So you had that continuity of people there. You had the swamp growing, right, as we say. But yeah, it was very, very little turnover. People weren't as eager to challenge an incumbent. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was really kind of a status quo with just a little bit of new blood in there.
now it's kind of a sucky job. not like it used to be.
Yeah.
So
It's actual work, and you can't win whichever way you go, kind of thing.
It's a lot of rhetoric
tough
more than
decisions
work.
to be made.
Sarah, you mentioned you're not running. You got paired with Clayman, who ended up running for the Senate, but then that double paired district now has kind of 4 people. So it's kind of a jammed up. There's this Armstrong, there's Vasquez, who's been around, and 2 other kind of. So it's a whole different kind of. When you go vote, I'm sure you voted. I'm not going to ask you to vote. You can tell me if you want, but I mean, you get to pick one, and there's 4, very different people. Two are kind of known and been around, and then here we go. We got District 16. There it is. So.
Oh yeah.
And in fact, folks, most people we have pictures of, but in several cases we weren't able to find photographs because they had no website or little to no online presence.
You're dooming their campaign.
I feel bad, but we got Jenny Armstrong, they're Democrat, Liz Vasquez, Republican, who's was on legislature for 1 term, and then we had Joel McKinney and the other guy there, Constitution Party. But it's just such a different mentality, when you're going and you get that ballot and you're like, who are these people?
Yeah, if they're not someone that you've known or haven't been in the community council or haven't been on the assembly,
Right.
it's kind of this unknown. And I don't know, are they door knocking in your district?
Yeah, Liz came by and door knocked. I haven't seen any of the other candidates at my house, but everybody targets what houses they're hitting, and I'm pretty sure most candidates already kind of have decided on the Republican, Democrat, and I'm a registered Republican, so.
Well, and even though there's 4, in this case there's really 2.
Right.
Real,
Right.
kind of, Armstrong and
Liz.
Vasquez, and there's 2 others we can't even find. They have no website. There's a couple of silhouettes you'll see throughout the night in some of
Shadow candidates?
these. Well, I mean, there's no information. There's no website. So Rick Becks, he's AKC. That's Alaska Constitution.
Oh,
Yeah.
I feel like I had met Joel
Yeah,
at
the-
an event.
the name
Recently.
rang a bell to me too. I'm not sure.
He's a prolific commenter on our YouTube channel.
Well, he's involved then.
Yeah.
He's definitely
I
watching.
mean, if they're
I'm sure he's watching
watching,
right now.
yeah, he's watching. I haven't had anybody else door knock aside from Liz, and Mia has door knocked at my house as well.
So going, way forward past November, this last 2 times the House couldn't organize for a month. You were there both times. The second time you kind of did this no caucus, which was pretty clever because you still got on the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
But with all these new people and all these new, and I'll ask you this too, Charisse, like, is there going to be another situation where they can't organize for a month?
Yeah.
I mean, I could definitely see that. You're going to have my 2 terms in office. Both times we had massive turnover in the House. I feel like 12 or 13 or so members of the House in both. So a third of the House turns over. And then on the Republican side, we have, really on both sides, I guess, but you have such lack of depth on experience. I mean, a couple people have 4 or 5 terms, and then most people now have, I was a sophomore, and I was kind of one of the more experienced people this last year. So I think the lack of experience and people coming in and not really knowing the legislative process and how important organization is and the committee chairs, and I feel like people kind of focus on the wrong things as far as what matters in organization, and it ends up in a gridlock, and I definitely could see that happening again.
Charisse, when you were there, when you first got elected, there was a lot of people who had kind of been there for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I had. If you
Well,
think.
it used to be a good job. You were just handing out money, getting elected every 2 years.
That's not true.
No,
We
the
got-
money's back.
That
The
was
money's
this
back
year,
now.
though.
The money's
Yeah,
back.
the money's
Yeah.
Did it
in.
come back? It's all the big $1 billion.
So I had
capital
it both
budget.
ways. My first 5 years, we had money, and the second 5 years, we didn't have money. So I was there both times, and I was both in the majority and the minority, which, was interesting for me because I'd been in the majority the whole time I was in there, right? And we had the Bush Caucus join with us. So it was very structured. You went in as a freshman. Someone told you, basically sit down, listen, don't make any decisions.
Really? Did they do
Learn.
that?
They did. I
They
am not
sit
kidding you.
you
It's
down
funny how
and
like
they
Bryce
say-
Edgman and Neil
Yes.
Foster, and they used to be with you,
Yeah.
with your caucus
They did.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
And now it's like so many Republican, Bryce and Louis, and this whole like
Yeah.
some of the Republicans, and it's like, could this ever happen? Could the rural caucus, could the rural Democrats ever come back with? Would they even welcome them in?
We started to see it at the end of the session this year. I mean, if you look at the votes with Neil Foster and Josiah, they voted with the Republicans. We had a lot of 2020 or 2019, 21-19 votes, and I definitely could see that happen again.
I think so too. I think that there's some internal organization problems probably with the Republicans that would keep them from coming in. But I mean, elections are just for that, right? There could be this great turnover, and they could join back up. It was so beneficial when the Bush Caucus was with the Republicans. I mean, we really did have a statewide view of everything, and when it came to the capital budget, when we had a capital budget, we really made sure that the money was spread across the state in a more equitable fashion.
Spreading
I think.
spreading that money around.
There you go,
Well,
you see?
folks, we're going to go to a quick break. Sarah, I want to thank you for coming on. I know you got a big night and you're doing things, but thank you for making an
you.
appearance here. You've been on the last several times, so we always appreciate you.
Thank
coming
you,
on.
and I guess I would just love to say good luck to all the candidates. Thank
There you
you
go.
for everyone who's running, because it's definitely not an easy thing to put your name out there and run for office.
So many of these ledge candidates are, except one district, they're all guaranteed to move on. So.
That's exciting. I love it. They get to do the whole race.
Well, folks, we're going to go to a quick
Thanks.
break. We got Cliff Groh here in studio from District 18. We're going to have, I think Governor Dunleavy's on. He's going to be on soon. We're going to have him on via Zoom. So, again, Charisse Millett, I want to thank you for being on the panel, and Ivan Moore. We're going to have a great coverage tonight. Results are coming in around 8:45. We're hoping to pull some tapes right after the polls close, and we'll get some early results. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We're going to take you to see Joe.
He knows what to do with people like you.
Wichita and Waco? You're kidding. No, I don't know you well enough to kid you. But to top it off, the hotel I got into, they gave me this for an air conditioner. All because I went for a cheap seat.
Well, so did I, but I went direct, all the way from Anchorage.
With who?
With said travel. I just told them where I wanted to go and when I wanted to get there, and they took care of everything. In fact, they even got me the jacuzzi I asked for. Next time you better go to Witset.
What's it?
No, Witset Travel Service.
Come on, Vince.
Wimp.
You gonna go cry to mommy? Wah.
Vincent, listen. To become different from what you are, you first must become aware of who you are. Do you understand? The Tiger and Dragon Club. Gain the confidence needed to face the challenges of life.
Do the little things on your airline work as well as they should? Before you get on an Alaska Airlines plane, we make sure everything is shipshape, inside and out.
This is Jim. Jim just bought a new telescope from Anchorage House of Hobbies. Now he's exploring the boundless galactic frontier. But wait, what strange new world has Jim discovered? For the finest selection of telescopes on this planet, see the folks at Anchorage House of Hobbies.
Wild, wild about Anchorage, nothing can change my mind. Wild, wild about Anchorage, it's a marvelous find. There's no place anywhere else that you could want to be. We're all together here singing in harmony. Oh, wild, wild. Wild, wild about Anchorage, wild about Anchorage.
Where are you taking me?
To the Dungeon of Doom.
At the Alaska State Fair.
All right, folks, we're back. I hope you enjoyed the retro commercials we found from the YouTube. Charisse, you were familiar with Ivan, you remember these? Wild Anchor. I was not here when that was a thing. But
Yeah, no, I'm an
Western
old timer by
Airlines.
now. I remembered most of those.
Yeah.
Well, I want to just real quick say we got a U.S. Senate candidate, Hunky Lee, in here, who's previously run for the U.S. Or the state Senate in 2020, and you're very active on the social media, Instagram and Twitter, and you're big into karaoke.
Yes, sir.
And
Is microphone on?
They're gonna turn it on for you. So we're gonna go ahead and you're kind of one of your campaign tactics has been calling in the talk radio and singing karaoke, and you've been on our show before, in fact, doing karaoke. So you have a song prepared?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Is Hunky's mic on? Okay, go ahead, buddy. We're ready to have you.
Hello, kind and just ladies and gentlemen in Alaska. My name is Hunky Lee. I'm running for U.S. Senate as an independent Alaskan this 2022, and this song is for you and me. Looking in your eyes, I see a paradise. This world that I find is too good to be true. Standing here beside you, want so much to give you. This love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let us say you're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, I don't ever look back. Let the world around us, just for the pie. Baby, you can make me hard to hide. And we can build this trip together, say this song together. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world around us, we see each other. Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Woo. I'm so glad I found you. I'm not gonna lose you. Whatever it takes, I will stay here with you. Take you to the good times. See you through the bad times. Whatever it takes is what I'm gonna do. Thank you.
Hunky. That was really good, man.
Great job.
Thank you for that.
Now it feels like election night.
Now there it is. So Hunky, thank you for coming in and appreciate that. Now you're on the ballot tonight for the U.S. Senate, and there's 4 spots. How do you feel about you getting grabbing one of those spots?
Only God knows, but I believe in paradigm shift. So it's like zero panic campaign, one bank campaign, idea campaign. My friends are sending us in the social media all the campaign posters, campaign movies. So I'm just posting them in the Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and so we are advocates for paradigm shift, a campaign that does not depend on parties, that does not depend on money. Campaigns purely based on ideas. So this is a beginning of a movement, and I keep on running. So yeah, we'll do great things.
He's got my vote.
Thank you.
I think, Hunky, well, I appreciate you coming on. We really appreciate that, and best of luck tonight. Thank you for singing to us. That was
thank you. That was awesome.
Thanks, buddy.
That was a lot of energy.
Yeah,
thank you.
A lot of energy.
You can just set the mic down there on that table, and we really appreciate having you on. Thanks again.
That was
Hunky Lee, independent candidate for U.S. Senate.
Thank you.
Nice rendition. Nothing's going to stop us now. Nothing's going to stop him.
Nothing's going to stop him.
Nothing.
So we're next we have Cliff Grow, candidate in studio for district. I think it's 18. Pretty sure it's 18. Cliff, I think he's mic'd up.
Oh, he's mic'd
You
up.
don't need
No, he's going to sing.
You gonna sing, Cliff?
I don't think that's what you or the audience deserve.
I mean, whatever you want to do.
I think everyone who comes on should sing.
I think he set the standard.
I like the idea. So Cliff, you're running in District 18. Now you've run before, and was it 18?
It was 20 in a very different district.
In the Democratic primary before.
Correct.
And now the redistricting has changed a lot of the districts, and you're now in David Nelson's Republican Representative David Nelson's district.
Well, I would say it a little differently. I would say 2 things occurred. I moved and the lines moved dramatically.
Okay, you moved, right.
Right. I moved from South Addition to Government Hill and found myself in this new district. And then this new district is sometimes called Anchorage's headband. I didn't coin that term, but it runs across North Anchorage like a headband from Cook Inlet in the west out to the landfill in the east. It's pretty far north, and it's best described by neighborhoods. It's all of Government Hill, almost all of J. Bear, the military base, and it has parts of Fairview, downtown North Muldoon, and a sliver of voters in Mountain View.
Now you're in a race which is kind of opposite of this special, U.S. House race with 2 Republicans and a Democrat. You have 2 Democrats and a Republican.
Correct.
So talk about, it's still a primary. You're obviously going to make it through, but what's the dynamic in that situation where it's going to be 3 of you?
I have been thrown into a district where my 2 opponents live 7 miles east of me. I live near the Cook Inlet, and they live 7 miles east of me, a block and a half from each other in North Muldoon. And one of them I'm very much trying to knock out of the legislature. That'd be David Nelson. And then the Republican, I'm running hard on my record as a lifelong Alaskan, a former prosecutor, and someone who helped create the perma fund dividend.
Are you going door to door? Are you knocking on doors?
I've gone to more than 3,500 doors. I think it's close to 4,000 doors.
What's the response from the different ends of your district?
It's positive, and I started in January, and I just kept going, and I think it's a positive response. This is a new district; no one's represented it. I'm doing my best to be the first representative of it.
Nice.
And you've done pretty good with your fundraising. What do you?
I've raised over $110,000.
Yeah, you're one of the kind of top.
Right.
For everybody.
Actually, and about more than 100,000 from people who don't live with me. That would be me or my wife.
You didn't give to your own campaign.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're in the
individuals that trust you and support you and
I'm
are willing
proud to be also have the most number of donors, individual donors, and according to Matt Buxton, I have my campaign has the most individual number of donors of any state legislative campaign in Alaska, either House or Senate.
Wow, that's impressive.
Is there a strategy behind the facial hair?
I'm just a powerfully mustached person.
Powerfully mustached. You should put that on a campaign sign.
I just,
Excellent.
And in my 20s, I tried to grow a mustache and impress women. It didn't seem to work out that well.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was.
Well, when was that?
That was in my 20s. A gunfighter
in
mustache.
In the 70s?
Before that. Early 80s. I was trying to grow. It wasn't very good. Now I could finally grow a good one, and so
it's like an Easy Rider vibe.
Yeah, it is.
It looks great. It looks great. It looks great.
You say the sweetest things.
Have you gotten reception at the door? Has there been any commentary?
Oh, I think it's it's been
great.
fine,
It is.
and I also I'm sort of a different candidate in a number of ways. Just like I perhaps have the most, as I said, powerful mustache of any candidate. People sometimes say, do you have special skills? And I'd say, well, I made the exact same amount of money in stand-up comedy as I made in modeling. It's a round number. Gentlemen don't brag about these things.
I'm there too with you.
But you don't have that mustache.
I could do it. I don't, but I've done it before. We're got on the screen here. This is District 18. So there's Cliff and there's Lynn Franks, the other Democrat, and then David Nelson, who's the Republican. Now, Cliff, your race, there's several kind of races folks are watching, and this is one of them because if you were to knock out Nelson and some other people were to win or lose, then that could potentially have an impact on how how the House organizes.
Any of these races that have three, when there's 2 Democrats and 1 Republican, or 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, assuming that everyone is reasonably credible, right? You're going to have you and the other Democrat probably coming second and third, and one of them being bounced out, and then it's anyone's game, right?
We'll see. We never had ranked choice voting. We're having it obviously for the first time.
What do you think of it?
I think it's fine, and I think that obviously the voters of Alaska decided to do this 2020 and 2 years ago. I'm fine with it. I'm working with it. There's a lot of moving parts this year in Alaska's politics.
Right.
Both between reapportionment, the introduction of the unified primary and ranked choice voting, obviously the very grave, very substantial change in the election, the campaign contribution rules.
Campaign finance,
and then in addition, we had 2 elections in my neighborhood in June, right? I've lived in Alaska all my life. I think this is unique to have 2 elections in Alaska in June because we had both the U.S. House primary plus we had the special assembly race in North Anchorage.
Well, there's a lot going on this summer, and then obviously I'm going to congratulate you, Cliff, on making it through the primary.
Well,
congratulations.
I appreciate that.
It's like we're the congratulations committee.
Yeah, we're congratulating every candidate except 1 district. So we want to thank you for coming on, Cliff, and best of luck to you. And a lot of folks are going to be watching your race.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
What'd you call it? The band? Headband.
The headband district, and he's
okay,
the
thanks a lot, Cliff.
Appreciate it.
And I'm very excited. We're gonna get them mic'd up here, but we have Bill Walker and Heidi Dragus, candidate for governor, lieutenant governor, in studio. So we're gonna have them on in 1 second. Very excited for that.
But you were right about any of these races will shift the numbers in the House race, right? So the House race is literally up for.
Well, the last 2 years I think it was 23 Republicans 4 years ago, but it was like Stutes and was kind of
But you could have a pure R or D majority. And this is like the first time in a long time we've seen the races that will shift to. You could have a 23 majority on the Democrat side, right? Given the races, how they're structured and how the races
it could easily go like if Hensley wins or Josephson, that's another race, District 13. The Grow race is another one. There's several, the Featherly race, with this 2 Republicans. I mean, if Republicans, majority of those races win, or Democrats, then you could have, pretty easily a 23-24 Republican majority or a Democrat kind of independent majority.
Right. Should have a whiteboard so we could map it all out.
We were thinking of buying, and speaking of that, folks, if you want to buy an ad or donate or contribute. We're trying to, at some point, finance this huge kind of, it's called a smart board. That's what you're talking about. But
Right. Like they have in high school?
I think maybe they do, yeah. You can draw on them and you
Yeah, they're
can do these
amazing.
things. But this would be, I mean, Charisse, when you were running before, and I've run too, so you look at kind of who's where, and you kind of start to play with like people are in different categories, right? Like definitely Republican, definitely Democrat. Maybe could
Who
go
would
either.
caucus with the Republicans? Who would caucus with the Democrat, kind of thing.
So it's like a big board, right?
It's like
and
a
you're
big
moving
board,
people
and
around
you're moving if this person wins, and it is. It's fascinating. It's like you have a deck of cards with all the candidates, right? And then you put them out there, and you're trying to get to a majority of 21, but you don't want 21. You really want 25, right? You want to be able to have that.
Well, we see what happens with the
control.
20. And we got former Governor Bill Walker in here with his running mate Heidi Drygas, and you guys can come on. We're gonna have Bill, I think, here. Oh, hey, there
How
he
are you?
is.
Good to see you.
Twice
Bill,
a
Bill,
week. Good to
Bill,
see
next
you.
to Ivan, buddy, please. We're gonna have you next to Ivan.
Come and sit down.
Yeah, by Ivan.
Oh.
And then Heidi next to me.
I'll sit over there.
I'll have you over here. I'm taking
Oh.
directions here. I'm just.
You don't have a mic?
Oh.
There's only 4.
Oh.
Wait, where's Heidi's mic?
Good to
Wait,
see
we made a
you.
mistake here. We're just gonna keep getting this. Hey, there's a little.
Steady.
Hold on, we got the mic coming up here.
You gotta
There
be
it is.
tired.
There it is.
Yeah.
Governor Walker, former Governor Walker, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How
Sorry,
are you
we're kind of a lot going on here. But
hey, thanks for doing this.
I want to thank you for coming on, and we're talking a lot about some of these legislative races with less than 4 people.
Yeah.
But your race has 10 people.
10 people, yep.
But I think it's kind of, for most of us, we feel that you and Dunleavy and Guerra are going to go through, and then there's kind of a question about who the 4th would be. But how's this race different than 14? You kind of combined the unity ticket. Now we have this very different deal with this single primary. I mean, what's it been like?
Well, it's just different being in a primary, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You've never been.
This is, I've never been on this stage before, really. As far as so that's different being in the primaries. Before, the primary was getting signatures and whatnot. That was the primary. So this is different.
Now you've been in for over a year, and when you got in, you announced Heidi Drygas, your former labor commissioner, as your running mate pretty much right away.
I did.
I think it was almost
same
immediate.
time. Yeah.
Where some of the other candidates, they waited till, Dunleavy and Guerra waited till quite a bit longer.
What exactly were her qualities, Bill, that made you so certain?
We'll get you.
Well, I knew her well. I'd known her for a number of years, and she was a phenomenal commissioner of labor and workforce development. I emphasize workforce development because that's what it's all about in Alaska right now. It's all about jobs, all about training. I saw how she functioned when I cut her budget 38%. She didn't.
Ouch, that's a cut.
Yeah, that's a cut. That is a cut. And we remained friends after that. But she immediately went and got a grant from Washington, D.C. to sort of fill the gap that we had to reduce because of our $4.3 billion hole in the budget, as you'll recall. And so I watched her with people in the cabinet. I saw her leadership in so many areas, and she was just a natural, for me, a natural choice. So.
Heidi, it's been over a year since your first time running for office, right? So.
This is my first. I feel like I'm ready to sing karaoke.
Yeah.
Did you see?
So if you guys are ready.
Did you see Hunky earlier?
We're ready.
No.
Oh, we had Hunky Leon earlier. He sang.
Oh, did he?
Nothing's gonna
Yeah,
stop.
well,
me.
would not
maybe
be
I can
the
top
first
him.
tonight.
Charisse,
Well, they already have that. Let's think of something else.
I did actually enjoy
Something
it.
else.
It was a great, he did a great job.
Did he?
It felt like election night.
I am not going to sing for you guys.
So what's it been? It's statewide. You've been all over the state. What's your takeaway so far?
It's been pretty exciting, actually. I think the best part about it has been we've been everywhere. We've been so many places, and there were some places that I'd been to before, but I hadn't been in a long time, like Cordova, Bethel, which I love. But there were other places I'd never been before. I'd never been to Petersburg. I'd never been to Kodiak. I'd never been to Metlakatla. And it is a reminder of how big and diverse this state is. There are, from Ukqiavik down to Ketchikan, this is a huge state with a lot of really energized, compassionate, everyday Alaskans. And it's really been fun getting to meet people and meet them in their communities. We've gone to so many communities. It's nice to meet them right where they are. You get a better sense of the community and some of the current concerns that they have. And anyway, that's been, I think, the best part about campaigning.
So, Governor Walker, it's been kind of, I think, not a very exciting primary because most of these legislative races, almost all of them, and even the big races, we kind of know who's going to go forward. But once this happens, what do you think it's going to get really crazy and competitive going into the general?
Well, I think once you're in the final four from 10, I think it will get. It'll get sort of shift into a different gear, if you will. And it's only 2.5 months. We've been at this for over a year. And so only 2.5 months left to the general. So I think it'll get very active. I think it'll be very, very active.
You guys have been everywhere, so a political junkie like me, I'm always following all the candidates just to see what they're doing and where they are. But I was really impressed. I know I saw you on your way back from SICTA, I think, at the airport. But you guys have just been everywhere, so I commend you for that, because that is no easy task with weather, with finding a place to stay, just organizing. You must have a great team that is helping you, that is organizing in each one of the communities, and that's. I've never run a statewide race. It scares the heck out of me to think about what kind of organization you need, and reaching out and touching those people in the community that will help you organize. I'm coming to Juneau. Can we have a fundraiser?
We have a great team. We have a great team. We are very, very blessed with a team that has really stepped up and done above and beyond, and so we are very proud of the team that we have put together. So
Jeff keeps on saying how there's nothing to tonight, that it's everyone's going to go forward, so all doesn't mean anything. But this race particularly, there's going to be a huge amount of attention paid to who the overperformers are and who the underperformers are based on expectations, and that's going to drive momentum, it's going to drive money, it's going to drive future performance. So I don't buy this. Tonight doesn't mean anything.
Well, thank you. I think it does. I agree with you, Ivan. I think it is. We've been off a lot of work to get to this point, so it means a lot to us. We have put a tremendous amount of effort into this, and I think it does make a difference. And what's challenging for us is that not only is it our first primary, typically the turnout, as you way well know, the turnout's about 50% at a primary versus a general, and that typically those that don't show up are the non-party people, who are our people. So that's been a challenge as far as getting the vote out and making sure that they understand it's wide open this time. You don't have to decide which ballot you want to take, which ballot you don't want to take. I mean, it's wide open, and to get them to the polls.
Heidi, I've heard some of my friends who are kind of independent voters who have said, well, there's no point to vote. I'm going to vote in the general. But towards the end, it seemed like there was so much going on with this governor's race and the Senate race that people maybe became more aware there was, an election happening or a primary. Have you heard that? Have you heard people saying, well, it's not really?
We've heard some of that. We've worked really hard to tell people, how important it is to vote. And I'm going to be very curious to see what the voter turnout is. We've heard anecdotally in a couple of towns and villages that turnout is higher than normal. I'm not sure how people track that, but
I've heard it from some local precincts in Anchorage. The turnout's been higher than expected.
Well, and that could be too because the special general U.S. House race. I mean, that could be part of it, but it might just be that this is what I'm hoping is that because we have this new election system, maybe instead of people being kind of trepidatious about trying it out, maybe they're eager to see what it's about.
It's like a dry run.
And I think there's a silver lining to that, sort of a benefit to see, okay, this is the open primary where everybody's on one, and then you have that one race where that's the ranked, and so they can realize this is not so scary, it's not very complicated, it's actually pretty straightforward. And I thought the Division of Elections is doing a good job
I was
educating folks.
Like the comments that I saw today on the Facebook and the various other things was people saying that it went smoothly, and you put the thing out, Jeff, thinking that there were a lot of problems out there with people not understanding and what have you, but I think people like it. I think people will be more positively disposed to it after they go through this first process, and I think it's worked very smoothly. Kind of credit to the Division of Elections for making a complicated thing go pretty well.
I think the House race will bring people out. And I think the fact that this is the first time since statehood that we have not had representation in the House of Representatives since we became a state, the longest period of time. So I think that will perhaps be part of a bigger turnout than you normally would have, we hope anyway.
There was a really high turnout for the special primary, but that was everybody got mailed a ballot, which I think made it higher than it maybe would have been.
Right.
And now we're back to kind of the absentee if you want, or early in person. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the turnout is in this race compared to that special primary in June, which is a weird month for an election. But if you get a ballot in the mail, it makes it a little easier to vote.
Right.
I think people are curious, and I think people want to vote for the special House seat. But I think we're going to be genuinely surprised in the end that more people voted in the primary than previous years. You know, a lot of people just sit out the primary, like you were saying. They just, you know, it's like, I'm just going to wait till the candidates are picked, and I'm going to stay home. I'm going to, you know, it's August. People are fishing. People are getting ready to go hunting. They're just like, ah.
And that's interesting. It's your first primary because in 14 and 18 you ran with petition, where you got signatures. So you skip the primary.
Right. I mean, that's the primary. I mean, you can't get in the primary. That you have to show up with a certain number of signatures, and that's your.
Which has always been an argument. And I did that once, and I ended up dropping out. But you kind of miss that name recognition on the primary ballot.
Right.
So you kind of
have
take
a whole lot of
take
people that donated to you say,
excuse
me, I didn't see your name at the primary. You
that money.
Get on the track. We filled it up with fuel, and it didn't make it to the track. So yeah, it took some splaining, no question. Yeah, it was awkward. But we try to tell people beforehand, don't be concerned if you don't, you know, please donate, but we won't be we won't be showing up. So so this is better. This is better.
Have donations, so my question was, and to the House candidates too, I'll be asking, and do people hold off donating money until after this primary?
Well, we'll tell you that after the primary.
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious because there's so many candidates
you're right.
Right? Like who do I donate to? Like, I don't know these people, you know, you
Well,
get your core bunch of donors.
Candidates afterwards, but they'll be more focused, yes.
But you know, we did see that because early on we were the only ones out there.
Right.
And so being the only ones out there was a different discussion. And then all of a sudden there's, how many are running now in total? Hundreds? I mean, as far as...
Right, a lot of, there's a lot of people in the race.
Out there in the race, and they're all doing the same thing we are. So we definitely saw, you know, they have to think differently about donations. Sure, you're absolutely right about that.
Well, now there's with this ruling, this Ninth Circuit ruling, and then APOC, they overturned the kind of commissions. There was unlimited donations, and it was for a while 1,500, and then it became unlimited again. You received some larger donations. The governor received some larger. Even Lasguerra received. So now there's these kind of bigger ones that some folks are getting, and there was movement in the legislature to kind of curtail that and take it back, and that failed. So we're seeing a whole. I mean, you ran. There was 500.
It was 500, and
I mean, now people are giving 50,000.
And PACs were, I think, 1,000 when I ran. Maybe 2,000.
We started off. I mean, we started off at 500. When we filed, it was 500.
Oh, right. So you were through the change.
Then it moved from that to like 1,200.
1,500.
And we had one poor soul that said, "How much money do I have to give you so you don't call back anymore?" And we said, "Well, 3,000." and it was 3,000. So we donated
$1,500 each.
But then $1,500 each. But then the whole, you know, it sounded like a Ponzi scheme. Hey, you know, hey, we're back again.
You just kept calling. How deep is your bank account?
So, well, the people who I've talked to hated the most are the lobbyists, because if you can give to people running in the state house or state senate district you live in, or if it's statewide, you can give to them.
Yeah.
So some of these lobbyists are telling me they used to just do 500, no problem.
Yeah.
And now they're getting calls and saying, hey, we need 10,000.
Right.
They don't want to do that, but they also know the person's going to win probably. So
because all the financial information is public.
Right.
So you actually know you can kind of go along in a harvest who you want to think you need to
Well, they
harvest,
also want to donate to everybody just on the chance that somebody, because they don't want you to say like, oh, so you didn't donate to me, but you donated and I won, so now.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the polls are closing here in a few minutes, so I want to thank both of you guys, Bill Walker and Heidi Dreges, independent candidate for governor, lieutenant governor, for coming on. You guys, you were on our interview we did a few weeks ago, and I talked to you guys when you first filed a year ago, so I want to thank you guys for being so accessible and showing up here in person.
The Triple Crown event.
That's
we're
right.
the third time.
Now we're just going to start gambling if it's like a horse race. And we can
this is good. So it'll be interesting to see what we find out tonight, and I think we'll learn a lot from and the biggest thing is the turnout. What the turnout is, and how it's.
Well, polls are closing in a few minutes, and then we're going to start seeing results about 8:45 or 9.
Well, good to see you. Good to see you as always.
Thank you, Governor Walker.
Thanks for doing this.
Good to see you.
Heidi Dreges, former labor commissioner.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you.
Dropping that title.
Good to see you, Bill.
Drop that title.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
don't have one, so I'm just Jeff. Well, thanks a lot, you guys. Really appreciate you guys coming on. And
It's really good to see you.
we're on the. So here's the for the folks watching. Here's the race. You guys can. Thanks for coming on. We're on the full screen. So.
Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah.
All right.
So this is the race for you guys. You guys are good. You guys are done. Bye. So we've got Mike Dunleavy, the incumbent, and then Lester, who's actually online. We're going to have him on next.
Good to see you, Heidi.
Democratic challenger, and Bill Walker, the independent, with Heidi Dreges. And there's 7 more candidates in the race, 5 of whom have just raised no money and done nothing. But the interesting part is Christopher Kirka, the Republican, and then Charlie Pierce, the mayor of the Kenai Peninsula Borough. They're both Republicans, and I think it's going to be Kirka, the fourth one. But some people think it's going to be Pierce. So what do you think, Ivan? You're kind of pulling this stuff.
I would probably bet with you that it's Pierce.
Or bet?
I would bet Pierce too.
I'll bet you $20. Right?
All right.
Okay, $20 bet.
We're on.
Okay, so we have. They're going to bring him on. I think we have Les Guerra on Zoom via Zoom.
Oh,
there he is.
There he is.
How you doing, Les?
Hey guys.
We're covering the governor's race, and you're next. So how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Where are you? You doing a campaign event? What are you doing tonight? Are you at your house or it's like an office
we're
maybe?
over at campaign headquarters. We had volunteers over. Kelly's here. Jess's husband Ed is here, and daughter Sarah. So volunteers and family.
That's awesome.
So yeah. you were in legislature. Actually, you were in there with Charisse, weren't you?
Yeah,
Les and I
served
buddies.
together.
Yeah. Hey, Charisse, nice seeing you.
Nice to see
Hey,
you
Ivan.
too, Les. We were birthday buddies, so we always shared our February birthdays together.
Same day?
Yeah, most years we had a birthday drink when we were talking to each other.
We
except for a couple
did.
years.
It was always kind of fun.
It's kind of a rough deal so I go down to Juneau, and if your birthday, they tell you it's your, but like if you're born in like November or December or Feb, you don't get the deal, do you?
You don't get the deal, but the other thing is too.
We can look at them over here.
You're in Juneau and you're not with your family and friends, right? We're with your other family and your other friends and your Juneau family, and so.
You can look at Les right over here.
Yeah. We always we had a group of people that had February birthdays, I think, that we all celebrated kind of together with our little family.
So Les, what are your expectations tonight with this kind of open primary with 10 people, and you and your running mate are the only Democrats in the deal?
Yeah, we don't have any expectations. We see this sort of a pit stop towards November. We've been polling November and strategizing towards winning in November. The August primary, nobody knows whatever happens in August. Who's going to show up? Like Charisse said, people are out fishing, they're out hunting. What I always look at is like a Bill Wielechowski race or a Chris Tuck race, sort of Republican-leaning districts that Democrats win. And every year that Bill wins or Chris Tuck wins, they're behind like 2-1 on August primary day because their voters don't really show up in August. They show up in November. And so it's really hard to extrapolate from August to November. We know that a lot of our voters don't show up in August, but do show up in November. How to guess whether this year is any different than any other year is really impossible, I would say. That's why we haven't even polled August, we polled November, and November has us as the lead challenger against Mike Dunleavy, and we're working on winning.
Les, if you wouldn't mind real quick, if you could maybe just tilt your camera down a little bit, you're kind of cut off. If it's
camera down?
Yeah, so way better, much better. Thank you.
Is that better?
That's much better. You look great.
I feel like you're looking down at me right now.
No, we're not looking. No,
we would never look down on you, Les. It's better than the camera in the finance office.
I'm getting the producers are telling me to get the camera moved down.
That's.
So
about that one.
One of the issues in this race that's come up, nationwide is this Roe v. Wade situation. We saw in Kansas the kind of overwhelmingly voted against that amendment, repealing that amendment in a Republican state, and you guys have been very vocal about being kind of the pro-choice candidate. Even, Walker Drygas have said they're kind of pro-choice too, but you guys have really kind of hammered that down to how much do you think that's going to weigh in on this general election, this Roe v. Wade issue?
Well, let's be clear. We are the only pro-choice ticket. Heidi's pro-choice. Bill is not. And I respect people's differences on choice for sure. It's an issue I've never seen anybody change their minds on. I'm proudly pro-choice. Those are my beliefs. I don't get to tell you what to do with your body. I don't get to tell you who you get to marry. I don't get to tell you how you get to live your life. I don't tell you need to get a vaccine, right? These are all personal decisions. I think Alaskans have a independent streak to them. Frankly, I don't love the idea that because Roe versus Wade has been overturned. I mean, to me, that's an awful thing. So I don't love the idea that we're getting votes because people have lost their rights. It's not the way we wanted to run this election. But we are people who want the right to choose, who don't want people to tell them what they can do with their bodies, want a pro-choice governor in the state, because they now know that the state is the last line of defense at this point, if you care about choice.
Yeah, it's one of the most polarizing issues, I think, and there's a lot of voters out there that are one-issue voters, right? That are either on just one side of the abortion issue or not. And so I think you're right. I think that will drive a lot of people to vote on both sides.
Les, it's Ivan. Are you seeing anything like from people who you wouldn't expect to see it from? About changing views and maybe changing political preferences based on what's happened on the abortion issue? Put it this way, there was a Fox News poll that came out about a week ago which showed that dads nationwide had moved quite substantively towards the Democrat. Not just men, but specifically parents. And wondered if you'd seen any of that in Alaska, like as you've gone around campaigning, where people have brought up the issue, but like I said, not from the usual suspects, right? Like Democrats.
Yeah, so I think I get that, Ivan. I think in politics, people overstate who the usual suspects are. I've always had a lot of Republican support, people who, definitely Democratic support, but we've always had crossover voters who know that kids matter and choice matters and education matters. Those aren't Democratic issues. Those are issues that Democrats and Republicans hold. It may be in different proportions, but those are pretty basic issues. But I have had another number of Republicans come up to me and say they're voting for me. I mean, today, Orrin Siebert, said, use my name if you want. I love Orrin. Orrin is an aviation pioneer. I think we all who know Orrin love him. And actually, I honestly didn't know if he was supporting Bill or myself, because I think people were tugging him. I tried not to tug people on endorsements at all. But Orrin, emailed or texted me today to say, hey, I voted for you, and you can say that to anybody. So we've had a number of Republicans come up to us and say we're voting for you. I can't tell you if it's a sea change that is different than if Roe versus Wade didn't get overturned, but I've always had a lot of Republican support. And Charisse knows, like, you can't get anything through the legislature unless you can get it also through the other party. And so Charisse helped me on a lot of my foster care bills, and the last one I got passed in 2018 was through a 15-5 Republican-led Senate with Pete Kelly as president, pretty conservative guy. Yeah. But we got it passed, and I got called over to the Senate to watch it pass, because there's this arcane procedure in the Senate where, in order to co-sponsor a House member's bill, the person has to stand up and ask permission of the speaker to co-sponsor. And Pete knew that was going to happen. And I walked over there and I watched 15 Republicans and 5 Democrats stand up one by one and go, Mr. President, may I co-sponsor the legislation, and sat down. And he knew it would be emotional for me. He invited me over to watch it. You've got to figure out a way to work across party lines, or you're really a moron, frankly. I mean, politics it's just true. I mean, if you're there to represent your party, and I got to say, Mike Dunleavy said he's there to represent the people who voted for him. No, you're there to represent everybody. And if you can't represent Republicans as a Democrat, you can't represent Democrats as a Republican, and independents, of course, I don't think you have any business being in politics. Charisse knows that. Charisse knew how to reach across party lines, and that's what you have to do. I mean, people love to typecast you, but that's what we do. If you're effective as a legislator, you work across party lines.
Les, here's an interesting question. Have you softened any during your time in the legislature? Because I think it would be fair to say that when you first got there, you were kind of one of the more liberal members, a bit of a firebrand, kind of annoyed people on the other side, perhaps more than your average Democrat. I think I'm fair to say that. Have you softened as you've been there longer and longer and learned how to get on with people better, play nice?
So clearly, I know how to work across party lines. I helped build a bipartisan coalition in the House of Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. All the bills I ever passed had to go through a Republican Senate. I think you might overstate the sort of feistiness. I remember when I first started in the legislature, I went down there with a bunch of very moderate, middle-of-the-road bills, and I thought, these are moderate, middle-of-the-road bills. I'll get them passed because it's a Republican legislature, 27 Republicans, 13 Democrats. Yeah. I better go down there with middle of the road bills, consumer protection stuff. And I remember the rules chairman, I didn't even know what a rules chairman was at that time. That's the person who allows a bill to go on the floor or doesn't allow the bill to go on the floor. And I was told my first year that Democratic bills don't pass because he's not going to let them through. I had no idea. Like my first year, I had no idea. So if you saw me sort of standing up in my first couple of years, it was against that rule that said another party's bills don't pass, because I don't believe that. And when I went into the majority, I would routinely go into my caucus meetings and I say, we will never do that. We don't do that. Bills should pass based on their merits, not based on the party affiliation of who the bill is. I voted for David Eastman amendments sometimes. I was one of the few people who ever did. And if it made sense, I voted for it. I mean, I got to say, David is pretty extreme. A lot of his amendments are a little bit squirrely, but if it made sense, I voted for it, right? So it's what you do. It's what you should do.
Now, you were very good at supporting legislation that was just, was good policy. And I think that's the difference between a lot of legislators, right? You can vote for good policy and you don't let politics get in the way of good policy. And I can say that there was a lot of people in the House that did that, both sides, that, sometimes at their own political expense, right? And you on the Democrat side, me on the Republican side. I mean, there were times where I would get skewered for supporting a bill that was, the prime sponsor was a Democrat. I ended up just starting to sign on to them because I was just, the rhetoric just gets overwhelming sometimes. If it's good legislation, it's good legislation.
Yeah, no, sure, you saw things pretty similarly to the way I did, right? It's and if you can't work with people, you shouldn't really be a legislator if you're just there to throw bombs. But I'll tell you, I will fight those people who say only my party's bills pass. I mean, that's just crazy.
Well, thanks a lot for coming on, Les. Really appreciate it, and good luck tonight. The results are going to be out probably 35, 40 minutes, the first round. So we'll be watching that, and I want to thank you for coming on, and we'll be seeing you on the. I'm fairly confident you're going to be one of the ones to make it through. So I'm going to
congratulate him.
Preemptively congratulate you.
Congratulations.
On that,
I appreciate it. Thank you guys for doing this. Hopefully, none of us will just go into spin mode right afterwards and start talking about how the results were the most amazing thing in the world for us. None of us know who votes in August or why they voted in August, but we do know who votes in November. But I appreciate you. I appreciate the fact that people have gone out to vote, and if those people who missed the vote in August will appreciate your vote in November.
Thanks a lot, Les. Appreciate it.
Good to see you, Les.
Bye, Les.
Democratic candidate for governor, Les Garrett. I think if he's queued up, I think he's been waiting for a little bit. I feel bad, but one of your favorites, I think. Doug Massey.
Yes, I do. Colonel Massey.
He's queued up on the Zoom, and I'm told by the producers to make sure to look at I know it's a little move here. Luckily, these things move a little bit, so.
They do.
We're gonna get him on in a second. Doug Massey, he's running in District, I guess it's O, Senate O, against incumbent Senator Mike Shower. So this is one of those Republican on Republican, elections.
Yeah.
There's a couple downtown, Zach Fields and Harriet Drummond, Democrat on Democrat. This is two Republicans, and look at that great picture of Doug Massey. So he's, there he is with the flag background.
Oh, we can't hear him though.
You might maybe muted, Doug. Check your muting. He's looking into it.
I love that
How
background.
about now?
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that.
I got to just start by saying, if you remember, a couple of years ago, Big Island, we were at a restaurant, and you were there, and I couldn't tell at first who it was, and then you kind of walked up. Your kid was wearing this awesome sweater, and then I saw you, and then I said, "Oh my God, it's Colonel Massey!" And then I saw you at the airport too. You flew back. We were on the same plane. That was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So it was great.
Favorite island. Yeah,
it was great. So you're running in this kind of, now the rank choice doesn't apply to your race because you're both going to advance, you and Shower, and then because there's two of you, it's just whoever gets the majority. So you're not really having to think about this rank choice. You're one of there's several legislative races with two people, and you're one of them. So I guess
it's just us two, and I am thinking about it. I mean, I want to win the primary and I want to win the general, so I'm laser focused on here and now. In fact, I just was down waving signs on Kinnick Goose Bay Road by Reddington School about 30 minutes ago. I powered down a few pieces of pizza, and I'm here with you right now. So apologize I couldn't be there in person, but I was down to the wire today.
Well, we've all gotten pretty good at Zoom.
Zoom is amazing.
The last couple of
I will
years.
tell you, Doug is one of the hardest working people I know. So he was getting ready to retire, and then had a calling to run for the Senate. The day he retired on May 30th, and 31st, and filed for office on June 1st. So he has not had a day off from his job with the Alaska State Troopers, Wildlife Troopers. And so I'm always impressed with people that run for office. And I told you this when you filed. It's going to be the best and worst experience you have in your life. it's an emotional roller coaster. Every day is different, but I'm super happy for anybody that files, Republican, Democrat, Independent.
So you were a longtime trooper, but you were head of the wildlife trooper. So you were kind of right below the commissioner of public safety, right?
Yeah, I was a director. The rank is colonel in the troopers, and I was appointed by the Dunleavy administration back in 2018.
That must have been were you ever on the Trooper Show? I don't know if I ever saw you on there.
I was, yeah, I was an easy target because I was stationed here in the Valley, so the film crews used us a lot. There was a lot of stuff going on out here, so yes, I was on the show.
I love that show. I did a podcast with the Commissioner Cockrell in Juneau, and I said, what idiot canceled that show? It was so amazing. And he's like, I did. And I was like, oh my God.
And you did not.
Yeah, no, I did. I didn't say idiot, but I said, why would they cancel that show? It was the best show ever. Who would do such a thing? And he goes, I did. Apparently it caused a lot of, distractions. And but so why did you decide to, you've never run for office before, right? So this is your first.
No, I haven't. My folks, my parents have been operatives in the Republican Party for many years. My mom is past president of the Women's Republican Party or club out here. My dad, he was a district representative before he was killed a few years back.
He was district chair, wasn't he? He was district chair out there, right?
So I come from a long line of Republican pedigree. I registered as a Republican the day I turned 18. So I've always been involved in politics. Why I decided to run, a lot of time spent in Juneau as a director. So I was around legislators when I, worked labor relations prior to being a director, and then as a director. So I got a lot of face time with legislators down in Juneau. Did a lot of meetings, lobbied a lot for public safety employees, and I became very frustrated with the divisiveness here in the Valley. I see the Valley as a group of legislators that should be the powerhouse. And right now, we've got a select few that have created so much chaos and discontent that they have become combat ineffective. They literally can't get their own bills out of their own committees. And to me, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's not what we should be doing for our constituents. And I think I can do a much better job. I look back at my my leadership within the troopers, and I always led by collaboration. And I know I've been made fun of by my opponent for using that word like it's a bad word, but I get all my leadership into a room, we hash it out, we disagree, we concede a little, we make a few gains here, lose a little bit there, and at the end we come out and we make a decision. That's not happening right now with our Valley folks.
Now you kind of mentioned getting in the room and working it out, and I think that's used to how it was like that. But now I'd say mostly, maybe most notably your opponent, Senator Schauer, he's very vocal on radio and social media and on the Senate floor. So I was going to ask you about how he's very vocal, which means people kind of are familiar with him because of, but it's you're right, it's a very kind of, people either really like him or really don't like him. So what's what's the strategy?
I would just say people need to do their homework and look at what he's accomplished. Absolutely nothing in 4 years. I mean, I can say that with confidence. And look at how much he has been absent in the past 4 years. Like, he has missed very important votes. He has not been there. He has a job. He's a FedEx pilot, and I'm here. I'm going to show up for work if I'm fortunate enough to get elected. I'm going to represent the people of my district, not myself. A lot of these current folks, they're pushing their own agendas. They're 3-issue candidates. They're stuck on a couple of social issues where I want to get the people of Alaska's business done. That's my job. It's not about me. It's about them. So I think that I will be far more effective in working across. Working with my own my opponent can't even work with his own Republican peers, and that to me is
it's been pretty exciting.
Isn't the way it should be.
It's been pretty exciting in June. I've been down there, and it's great for me. Great. It's kind of guaranteed employment for me, but
Good
Great,
news,
great for
right?
reporters
Good
and
news.
newspapers.
it is kind of a
but-
mess. Well, Colonel Massey, I want to thank you for. Ivan, did you want to? Sorry, you didn't get it. Do you want to? Do you have anything?
I'm just along for the ride.
Appreciate that. Well,
Good to
Colonel
meet
Massey,
you.
thank you for coming on. You're a Republican candidate in District.
Thank you.
Senate District O against Senator Schauer. There's just two of you, so this is a race I think a lot of folks are going to be watching. So we'll be talking to you again, and then we'll see you. We'll see you in November.
And congratulations
Thanks
on
for having
making
me.
it through the primary.
Yeah, and congratulations on making it through the primary. He's the other one that made it through. Speaking of making it through the primary, we're now in studio, joined in studio by Donna Mears, Democratic candidate for District 21, East Anchorage.
Yep.
And I'll start off by congratulating you for making it to the primary.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And making it through the primary.
Yes.
Because let's face it, you're making it through.
So you're in an open seat. You were running for the Senate originally, right?
Yep.
The Senate seat. The
Gerrymandered seat with Eagle River.
Ooh, there. So this is the one that kept changing because of the redistricting, the
Right.
Eagle River. Then you decided to run for the House seat. So I guess tell us about yourself a little bit and why you went from the Senate to the House.
Sure. So I've been in Alaska 25 years, fell in love. Now I've had, a career in infrastructure, building Alaska. Had 2 kids, East Side schools, and been involved in community stuff for a long time. When the redistricting board came up with the pairing with East Anchorage with Eagle River in November, I got a little fired up. I mean, the Eagle River district is very different from South Muldoon and East Anchorage. There's very different needs, very different voters, very different infrastructure, very different, how our houses are, how our streets are. It's a very different environment. And it was not going to be an easy race. I knew that. The Eagle River District outvoted us last cycle by 2,000 votes.
Wow.
And at the very least, we needed somebody standing up for East Anchorage. At least being able to get our issues out there in the race and that. But we got paired with Bill Wielechowski eventually, and I'm like, I'm not running against Bill.
People do like Bill. He's well, actually, love him or hate him. Bill's kind of, he always gets in there.
So you're, hi Donna.
Hi.
So your district is the southern part of Muldoon, and it finishes at the fence. It isn't one of these. Okay. So, and it should be a pretty reliable Democrat seat out there. I mean, obviously represented for a long time by Wielechowski in the Senate.
Not so much. So this was Liz Snyder's seat. Liz won by 11 votes. So Bill coming back to us. Bill was our senator before the last redistricting. We've been paired with the Hillside. Roger Holland lives down in Golden View. It takes me 40 minutes to get down there. So
Right.
I mean, Bill's great. He's been a great East Side candidate. We've got North and South Muldoon together, but he hasn't been our senator in a decade.
So you mentioned Liz. So she was announced, I believe, right at the end. She wasn't going to run, and then you got in. So
I know a little longer than everyone else, but
I was going to say you probably knew before.
but not by a lot.
4:55 on June 1st.
Yeah, but not by a lot.
So this is like you said before. Liz beat Lance Pruitt. Now the district's changed a bit, but I think it was 11 votes, like you said, and Lance beat the ticket. So he had worked. He'd been there a long time, and Charisse worked with him. He was a pretty hard worker. But now it's an open seat. So there's Forrest Wolf, the Republican, and he's a former staffer. He's never run before. And then there's this Chirac, which I think he's, pull that up real quick. I think we have him maybe as a silhouette. He's one of the ones with no website or
another one
online presence.
Getting their career destroyed.
Well, I guess I'm giving.
There he is.
I guess I'm giving you breaking news. Ian's withdrawing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
He said he filed his paperwork last week.
So for the folks,
it's not like the justification can
general.
be that it's splitting the vote, because that doesn't matter anymore. That's
Right.
the thing I don't understand. Maybe he doesn't want to do it anymore. So the Forrest Wolf guy is a legislative aide. Is that what I remember?
Yeah,
He was.
He was a legislative aide, yeah.
and let me just real quick clarify. So there was a withdrawal deadline for the primary, which is passed, and then after the primary, there's a withdrawal deadline, which I believe is September 5th for the general. So people are going to, depending on performance, and some people might not do very well or whatever issue. So some people will withdraw, and if he withdraws, you become one of those other races where the ranked choice doesn't matter. Because with 2 people, with 3 and 4, it obviously makes it. Even with 3, some people might just win outright.
Right.
In some cases, but That's interesting. Because if he peeled off a few percent, that might have had an impact. But with two of you guys, wow, breaking news here on our show. You're sure he's
I'll give you a
growing.
scoop.
You're sure.
I had a conversation with him, so he said he filed the paperwork, but I don't know why it's up. Not
Actually, we got Bill. Would you mind if Bill came on? We got Bill Wilikowski on Zoom. You want to bring him on?
He's my senator.
I know. So you go ahead, guys. If you're
My upcoming
to our lovely
senator,
producers, if you want to bring Bill on, we normally I don't surprise people, but if they're friendlies, then
That's totally fine.
Like if when Walker was in, if I brought up Guerra, that could have got weird.
I'll take whatever you throw at me, Jeff.
There could be a lot. Let's see if we can pull up. Oh, hey, Bill Wilikowski.
Hello.
Senator Wilikowski. Can you see?
Hi.
We have Donna Mears here, so we were just talking
Yeah.
about you, and you're on the Zoom link, and there it is.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Donna. Hey, Ivan. Hey,
Hey.
Charisse.
She just told us
Hey,
Ian
Bill.
Chirac's withdrawing from the House race. Her
Yeah,
House
that's what I
race.
heard.
Nobody tells me these things. I find out.
Well, now you found out. You have breaking news. Breaking
Yeah,
right here.
so Bill, you're one of the longest serving now. You were there. You got elected when Palin was still governor, and
Yeah, I got elected.
The
I
senior
got elected the same year.
statesman.
no, that's Hoffman. Lyman Hoffman.
That is
That dude was elected in the 80s.
70s.
No, I think it was 80s.
It was
They
80s,
just, they just
82.
prop him up.
Yeah. What year did you get elected?
06.
2006.
2006.
That was the same year that Governor Palin got elected.
Oh, that's right.
He was actually a big. He'll tell you. You liked Palin, right? You guys were maybe not now. I don't know. Back then, you guys were kind of buddies, right?
Yeah, we had a good relationship in when I was in the legislature and she was governor, and I think we got quite a bit done.
So you're also in one of these. You have one opponent who's never run for office before. He hasn't raised much money yet, but we were talking earlier about a lot of these candidates. Congratulations, by the way, you're going to make it through. Really want to give you.
I feel like we need a banner.
I know.
We need to start holding up.
Congratulations on getting through the primary.
Thank you.
But
yeah,
you,
I just got a report from a staffer who's out at one of the locations in Muldoon, and the number of ballots that cast increased by about 30 to 35% over 4 years ago.
Oh,
so
wow.
Huge turnout, at least in that one Muldoon precinct.
So what I heard, a few people have told me they tried to pull the tapes, which means you go to if you're a candidate or media, they'll usually print off when the polls close the election tape, and it'll tell you the results. And several people, well, 2 people at least, told me they wouldn't, and they told me when I voted earlier, they would do it, and they aren't given the tape. So normally we have a little bit of a heads up
There's
on.
no tapes pulling.
The guy at my thing, Chad, told me he would do it, but
The election people aren't letting it happen, huh?
I guess not. So I mean, in the past you've probably gotten tapes, haven't you?
Yeah.
At some of the precincts.
You know, I didn't usually pull tapes, but like I said, they're you know, I got a staffer who's out there on his own time, and he's sitting there looking at the tapes, and so yeah, I don't know if he pulled it or what, but he got the number, and it was very much higher than it was 4 years ago.
So your race, I mean, isn't one of the ones, you know, that's gonna, a lot of folks I think assume you're probably gonna be successful. But we're looking at like the Costello race with Clayman, the Kawasaki race in Fairbanks with Matherly. If Clayman were to win and Kawasaki were to win and you were to win and everybody else, there'd be 9 Democrats. But even if Kawasaki or Clayman won, there'd be 8 Democrats. And then there's these moderate kind of, you know, Senator Stedman, Senator Stevens, Senator Bishop. You know, how likely do you think next year, because you used to be in a bipartisan coalition a long time ago, how likely do you think there'll be some kind of coalition in the Senate next time?
Yeah, I think the closer you get to, you know, obviously 10, the more likely it is. When I was first elected in 2006, we had nine Democrats and 11 Republicans, and the Republicans split, and then we formed a coalition, 15-5, all the Democrats and 6 Republicans. I think there's I'd say a pretty fair chance that there'll be a coalition in the Senate. You know, who knows? But there's been some interesting, you know, attacks going on and money endorsements that have been made against some of the Republican incumbents and money that's been given by the party against some of the incumbents. So, you know, there's some bad blood there for sure. And we'll see. You know, nothing's for sure until you get in the room all together and shake your hands and agree to form a group together. But I think there's a pretty good chance, I'd say.
Can you just real quick, just to briefly tell us the story? You're on the finance committee famously, Senator Stedman barricaded his door shut at the end of the session to prevent the security and the sergeant-at-arms getting into the room to prevent you guys from finishing the budget. What the hell was that?
Yeah, it was.
That was not to let you in.
No, I wasn't even aware of it. I would have been watching. I'd have been live streaming.
Probably one of the wildest
Just
scenes
checking.
that. Yeah, one of the wildest scenes that I've seen. You know, Senator Stedman. You give him something to do, and he just gets it done. And so what happened was we were racing against the clock. We had to get the budget done, and I got appointed to the conference committee. And yeah, we were in Senator Stedman's office, and somebody put a call on the Senate, which means we all had to leave and go down and debate this transgender bill, which would have taken hours and hours and hours, and it would have made it pretty much that we couldn't get a budget done on time. We would have timed out, and that would have caused all kinds of disastrous problems. And so yeah, Senator Stedman, he bolted up out of his chair, and they had these wooden door jams, door security jams that they put, and he jammed it up into the door there, and then and that security came with the sergeant at arms. They finally figured out we were up there about 10 minutes later, and it took them about 30 seconds to break it down.
Yeah, he's stubborn. He puts his mind to something, he's going to get it done, come hell or high water.
Bert is, he's a good guy. I don't think you would be the first person to call him stubborn. And then Jeff, you were in the room when.
Well, and then later he did it in the Senate Finance Committee room because there was a misunderstanding about another call, and they jammed the door shut, and I'm like, is anybody watching this? Like, literally jamming the door shut while Tom Begich was trying to get in, thinking, it was some kind of maneuver, and he's like, open the damn door, and it's like. This is Juneau, this is.
It's like the Bert Stedman uniform rules. It's like I can shut the door.
I think just about every reporter in Juneau was locked and barricaded in that room, and then
and Bert never skipped. He never skipped a friggin' beat. I mean, he just kept going. He just kept reading the sheets.
Yeah, and there was a new reporter for ADN who had just moved to Alaska, and I remember looking over and looking at her face, and when she realized it, her eyes just got real big, and she just couldn't believe what was happening.
Well, Bill, we got some other guests here, but I want to thank you and Donna Mears, the District 21.
Yep.
Which is going to be two of you.
Yep.
Ian Sharrock's withdrawing, you said, and then we got Bill Wilikowski, Senate District. Oh boy, is that I have to
K.
K. So he's got one opponent as well, and again, I want to congratulate you for making it through the primary.
Yeah, congratulations.
And we're gonna
First win.
give you one of those, and we'll be. You're one of the races the folks are watching, so this is going to be one we're going to be. So appreciate you having you on the show, and we'll catch you in the general. So,
absolutely, thank you.
Thanks
nice to meet you. Yeah.
And now we have on the line the big guy, the tall one.
Oh, Governor
Mike
Dunleavy.
Yeah. They're bringing him in here, so we're going to bring up. So we got three of the big ones on the gubernatorial race.
And we're on for another hour and a half.
And the results are going to start coming in, folks, at about 8:45 to 9 o'clock, and we're checking that, and we're going to start giving. And they're going to come in kind of waves, so we should be getting the first results probably in the next 15 to 20, maybe 30 minutes. And we're pulling up Governor Dunleavy. I wonder if it's just and Nancy Dahlstrom. There's both of you. Hello, folks. How you doing?
Hi.
You guys hear us okay?
You're muted.
I think you're mute.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
You might be muted. Oh no, I can kind of hear him. It's kind of. Oh, hello.
No. Can you hear us?
Not much better.
Now we can. Yeah. Hi guys.
So how are you guys doing? It's election night. Who won? We don't know yet. We're
Who won?
Tell us.
We won.
Tell Kevin Meyer to tell us when the results are.
Who won?
You're not gonna. Jeff has been congratulating every candidate that's been on for making it through the primary. So.
I can't quite congratulate you. I mean,
Jeff always does that.
Well, because all the House and Senate races except one, they only have less than 4 people, so they're making it through. Now you guys have 10 people in your race.
We have a different story.
You have 10, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call it right now. You guys are going to make it through, so congratulations.
Congratulations.
We're going to call it. We're going to call it here.
Thank you.
You heard it before the results even came in. Now, Governor, there's several other Republicans in the race, but you're the incumbent. Talk about kind of this new system with this open primary compared to you ran in 18. It was a kind of regular, old school primary. What's it like now with this open primary deal?
Well, we'll see in an hour or two, and then we'll be able to let you know. But one just campaigns, I think, in a manner that they always have, and that is just getting your message out, what you stand for, and making sure you reach as many people as possible, Jeff. The difference, obviously, is it's a jungle primary. So as you mentioned, four folks go to the general, and then some would say that's when the real campaigning begins, because obviously there's going to be debates and forums and so forth. But nonetheless, you got to be who you are. You can't change your stripes, and you just lay it out for the people, and hopefully what you're saying and what you stand for is what the majority of the people of Alaska want, and you just continue to have that discussion with the people.
Now, you.
I was going to say, congratulations on picking Nancy Dahlstrom. It's good to see her. I served with her in the legislature, and she's just such an asset. And so I'm glad to see you back in politics. I know you're Commissioner of Corrections, but it's good to see you running in a race again.
Thank you, Charisse.
Yeah.
It's really good to be working with the governor.
Yeah.
What's it been like, Nancy? You were in the legislature and in the House before, but now it's like statewide, so it's a lot bigger.
A statewide election is definitely different. I have the opportunity to get to know people all around the state, which anybody that's worked with me knows my number one thing. I love people. I love working with people, and always seeing what we can do to improve Alaska for not just us, but especially those that are going to come after us, our children and grandchildren. So, it was when the governor asked me if I would run with him, I was actually honored and excited to be able to say yes.
Now Governor, you ran 4 years ago, and you were kind of running for governor. Now you are governor and running for governor. What's it like being governor? Well, hey, that's a good question.
That's a very confusing.
A lot of running, Jeff.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say is, it's probably a lot easier to run for governor when you're not governor. I guess what I was, right? Because he's busy.
I know there's a lot of running.
Running for, did I say it wrong?
No, you were doing it. It's just running from a lot of things.
I thought it was a good question.
It was a great question.
What's the question, Jeff?
What's it like running for governor when you're governor instead of running for governor when you're not governor?
So you got a full-time job as governor. I mean, it's a 12, 15-hour day job, 7 days a week. So that actually, that sort of cuts into your campaign time. When you're not a governor, you can campaign 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. But again, I would say that it's double duty. It's a lot of work. You don't sleep a lot. You're all over the state. It's a big state. I mean, I talked to governors from other states. I can't imagine that the governor of Rhode Island is exhausted, to be perfectly honest with you. You could throw a rock across that state and hit Massachusetts. But here, we used to have 4 time zones. So if you're up in Kotzebue one day and you're in Metlakatla the next, and you're out at Adak the next, you get the picture. So it's different. Absolutely, it's different. You just got to put the time in, and you just hope that, once again, you can reach people and you get your message out.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot of running, Jeff.
Yeah, no, there's so much running. It's just
so much running.
We're all running here.
No, it's great. It's great that we have a lot of people running for office and on the ballot, and it's nice to see familiar faces, and it's got to be tough though. I understand, having a full-time job as a governor and running around the state trying to campaign both sides. It becomes difficult at times, and Nancy's probably helping you out quite a bit.
Well, there's a lot I can do to help as far as the campaign goes, but I got to tell you, I am amazed every day at the time that Mike puts into making this a better state for everybody. I mean, he is working nonstop around the clock. I know he takes. He didn't pay me to say all this stuff, but I will tell you that he takes.
Not a lot.
Not he phone calls.
If she wins, she starts to get a salary.
24/7, he's available, and is very committed to the people in the state of Alaska. He's a hard worker. I guess somebody could say they didn't like his tie or they didn't like his ear or something like that, but nobody can say he's not a hard worker and committed to the people of Alaska.
Last thing, unless Ivan has something I want to ask, do you guys have any thoughts about who might be the 4th? I mean, I think most of us assume it's going to be Gara, you, Walker, Ticket, and then there's a 4th. Do you want to provide a conjecture on that, or are you going to?
I'm going to wait for the votes, Jeff, because as you mentioned, there's a lot going on, and it'll be very interesting to see where the people land. It's always fascinating to watch a campaign. I'm sure Ivan will say the same thing. Polls can hone you in, but in the end, you really got to wait for the ultimate poll, which is this primary and where it falls. And so you got a number of different races, right? You've got the general for the special, you got the primary for the regular, and it's going to be interesting on how the congressional race falls out for the special, and what's going to happen for the primary for the general for the regular election.
The main challengers.
It's tough to say.
Well, do you have anything, Ivan? I didn't see there.
Governor, I'm going to ask you a tough question, so forgive me in advance. I think some observers might say that during the course of your first 4 years in office, that the first 2 years saw a different Mike Dunleavy from the most recent 2 years. Which one of those is closer to the way you really are?
Not exactly sure of the question, but I'll do the best I can answer, Ivan. I'm the same guy that came into office. When you're confronted with different circumstances, if you would have told me there'd be a virus or you'd be recovering from an earthquake or fires, etc., you have to react to those things differently. And you got to remember that those things are laid on top of your normal governance, putting budgets together, working with the legislature, and so forth. So I would say that we dealt with what was thrown our way, and we did the best we could to handle it. I would say, looking back, we came in under a deficit. We came in under an earthquake. We came in under some fiscal issues, and I think if you look at what we've accomplished, we put money into the bank. We have the highest PFD on record, even though it's not the full statutory that we've tried to get. We've done all this in the face of pandemic. Our crime rates are down. That's a fact. FBI statistics will tell you the crime rates are down. And so the real Mike Dunleavy is the guy that answers the call at 3 o'clock in the morning, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's crime, whether it's any issue that confronts Alaskans. So that's the same Mike Dunleavy people are going to get for the next 4 years.
And Ivan, you didn't ask me, but I'm going to say something here.
Okay.
I've been there from the beginning, serving with the governor. And I'm going to tell you, there was some stumbles in the first year. I mean, as a commissioner, I had some stumbles. Everybody that was new in those jobs did. He had certainly never been the governor before. And you can be as prepared as you think you're going to be, and you walk into that job. And then, as Mike just shared, I mean, the earthquake was 3 days basically before, we took over. There was a lot of stuff going on. We had the pandemic on top of it being a new job and a lot of people to serve and a lot of things going on. There were some stumbles, but I'll tell you, we don't want to have a new governor and have them go through some stumbles and things in the beginning. We need to take advantage of the expert that we have serving right now. And I mean, again, being there from the beginning, yeah, there were some stumbles, but boy, it's a world of difference. And I've seen, as the commissioners and the governor have gone through different circumstances, the growth of all of us, and there's real value to the governor serving a second term.
We're looking at the next 4 years, guys, and I think we're all wearing the same tie tonight. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, no, I don't.
The no tie.
Well, I want to thank you both for coming on, Governor Dunleavy and running mate Nancy Dahlstrom, incumbent Republican governor, and his running mate. And I'm gonna preemptively say you're gonna make it through. So, this is me.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks for all your hard work, you guys. Good luck.
All right. We'll see you in the general. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna bring on. I know somebody's been complaining about the tablecloth being. We're gonna fix that on a break. But we do want to bring up real quick the Speaker of the House.
I feel like we should.
How's that, Louise Stutes?
I feel like we should.
I think she's been waiting.
She has been
waiting.
waiting.
I feel bad about that. We did have the governor, so we gotta.
We gotta balance it.
Oh, you spelled her name wrong, look.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, that's Paxson. No, it's kind of my. I mean, it's one T, folks. It's one. We all make a mistake. There she is, and she has one opponent. Hello, Louise Stutes, Speaker of the House.
How are you?
Madam Speaker, how are you?
Fabulous. How are all of you?
You owe me a game of cribbage. I'm gonna Gonna play
Hey, you owe me a lot, you know.
We'll play next time.
One turn deserves another.
That's right. So Charisse, you were just in Kodiak today.
Actually, we just had dinner at her house, and we had the most fabulous dinner. We had king salmon, we had Dungeness crab, we had a salad, we had fresh sourdough bread, we had wild rice. It was literally the best dinner. I overate, and I was happy about it, not mad. It was just lovely. So thank you very much. Tell Stormy thank you for cooking. Aaron and I loved every second of it.
It was really fun to catch up.
It was
really
good to
fun.
catch up.
We really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I
So,
just got a tape
Louise,
here.
how's your race going? How's campaigning? It looked like when we were there, we saw a lot of campaign signs for you. It looks like that you have the district plastered. How are you feeling about your opponent?
I'm feeling fairly good. It's nice to have somebody young that's interested in running. He hasn't been here in Kodiak all that long, so I certainly have the advantage in people knowing me over not knowing him as well as they know me, and that really helps a lot. But who knows? I'm feeling fairly confident. I think that I've been pretty successful in representing my district, and I think that on the whole, most people are pretty satisfied with the job I've done.
How's the voter turnout in Kodiak? Do you see a lot? Are the polls pretty busy? Can you gauge what the voter turnout is in the new election format?
No, I talked to a gal that works at the polls downtown at the Harbor Masters building, and she was telling me that down there's about 1,800 or 1,900 people registered in the district that she works the polls on, and she said if we get 200 voters, we're pretty happy. Now, out by where I live at Bayside, and the Bayside Fire Department is where the polling area is. I think it's one of the top polling areas in Kodiak. People are pretty involved, and every time I've gone by there today, it's been pretty busy, so it'll be interesting to see.
Hey, Louise, it's Ivan. I was looking at all the maps of the new districts today, and it's like Kodiak is the redheaded stepchild that's kind of left out and doesn't have its own map, and I couldn't see who you're paired with. Usually you go with parts of the Kenai Peninsula. Is it Seward that you're in with?
I am paired in House District 5, yes, with Seward and Cordova are the two major communities.
Luis, I don't want to interrupt you. We're gonna Speaker Stute. Sorry, we're gonna when we get it up here, we have a tape actually. Somebody pulled a tape from a 16 West Anchorage precinct, and it's pretty unbelievable. Oh, there it is. Look at this. This is a tape from a West Anchorage precinct that they haven't put up results yet. Check out Lisa Murkowski, 416, to Kelly Chewbacca, 268. Now this is again a more progressive part of Anchorage. Go down the list here. This is my first time looking at this. Nick Begich. Now this again, folks, they have no official results yet, but somebody got us a tape. 258. This is West Anchorage. Nick Begich. Keep going down. Where's Palin and?
So Nick has
Peltola.
258.
Palin
Palin has 173, and Peltola has 309.
So this is a West Anchorage again. This is don't take this as like the whole, deal, but
Just
this is
one
precinct in West Anchorage, and this is the tape. Can we just go down a little bit to some of the special? Well, they're going to show the special probably just with the first round votes. Can we scroll down there? Thank you, Speaker Stutes. We're just going to check out this tape real quick.
Oh, no problem. We're all in.
Is that it? So that's all we got is they didn't pull the other races. So again.
Well, they have the U.S. representative. If you go down.
What's the fourth place person right now? 51 with Chesbro, and then it looks like.
So it looks like
Buzz Kelly.
Buzz Kelly. Yeah, it sure does.
And there's a dude called Ivan down at the bottom. Look.
So again,
He's
this
almost
is
in it.
District 16, West Anchorage. This is the tape of, Lisa Murkowski way ahead of Chewbacca, and this is one precinct of one district. So
Tell us where it is again.
West Anchorage.
West
What precinct is this? This is what does it say?
It's got to be West. Yeah, it's got to be a West Anchorage.
West Anchorage, yeah, 16. So this is, anyways, that's just one little update there. The results haven't come in yet. But back to Speaker Stutes. You're in one of those races with just two of you. So we've asked some folks
Correct.
before. You don't really have to deal with this ranked choice thing.
No, I don't. And I think it's going to be a new experience for all of us.
Are you going to congratulate her?
Oh, and I want to congratulate you on making it through the primary.
Thanks. I was feeling left out there for a moment, like Ivan said, kind of the red-headed, ugly stepchild.
No, Kodiak is.
No.
I was so impressed with our trip to Kodiak. It is just I love Kodiak. You represent a great place.
Last thing I'll ask, we're gonna go to a break, but last thing, you've been speaker the last 2 years in a pretty narrow majority, and you kind of they were able to hold it together. How tough has that been, and how do you attribute, 21 people? That's the bare minimum for a majority.
It was difficult, but it took all 21 of us, and there was give and take amongst us all, and that's how we held it together. We had a ultimate goal, and everybody participated. So it wasn't really me, it was all of us.
Yeah.
Well, Speaker Stutes, I want to again congratulate you on making it through the primary. There's two of you.
Thank you.
Well, you owe me a game of cribbage, and I'm gonna find you.
I'll look forward to it.
Okay. Hopefully, we'll see you back next year in Juneau. We can keep playing. Thanks again.
I'm hoping so.
Speaker Louise Stutes from Kodiak. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
See you all.
And we were gonna take a break, but we actually have Nick Begich in the Zoom call, so we're gonna bring in Nick Begich here, real quick. Yeah, we're gonna bring in Nick Begich, and then we're gonna take a little break, and hopefully these results are. They said 8:45 to 9, and
I was trying to look.
So far, we had that one tape of that West Anchorage precinct, and we have Nick Begich who's running in the regular primary for the House, and he's also running in the ranked choice general here. There he is, Nick Begich.
How you doing?
Now, we just saw, I don't know if you saw, we have a tape from one West Anchorage precinct, and you were in second in a progressive
That's
district.
great to hear.
So.
I haven't seen those tapes yet. So,
do you guys have any tapes?
I love it.
Do you guys have any tapes?
I'm sorry?
Did you guys get any tapes or no?
No, I haven't seen any tapes yet. We've got an event going on over here, and I'm just thanking all the people that have been such strong supporters of the campaign throughout the process. And you've got such a big turnout. You're almost hard for me to hear.
Yeah, you have a lot of volunteers. I will say that you have struck a chord with Republicans, so that is amazing. I've watched you since the very beginning of your campaign, and it has just gained momentum.
Thank you, Charisse. It's really been amazing to see the level of engagement from the community, from really all of Alaska. I've made this campaign about meeting as many people where they are in the state as I possibly could. Just in the last couple of weeks, I was in Valdez, I was in Ketchikan, I was in Kodiak, I was in Fairbanks, Willow, Palmer, Wasilla, Anchorage, Juneau, just in the last 2 weeks. And at the end of the day, this campaign's about Alaska. It's about our future. And the only way you're going to represent all of Alaska and all of our futures collectively is to really go out and meet people where they're at.
Are you going to change any of your campaign strategy after the primary? Is there any strategy change that you'll have when it narrows down to, just a couple of you?
No, I think this campaign has really been about taking the message to the people. It's a pro-growth, pro-development, pro-jobs message. And, that doesn't change whether it's October of last year when I first got in, today, or all the way into November. As I said from the very beginning, I'm just one person. I don't want to be 10 people to 10 different people. We just have one strategy, and that's to hear from Alaskans and to represent a positive, optimistic future for the state.
Hi, Nick. I would like to add that if I want to see Nick, I just go to the airport.
He's always there.
I just hang out in the boardroom, and eventually he'll walk in.
That's good to know.
You get a membership?
Is your uncle supporting your campaign yet?
Which one?
That was a good response.
That's a politician right there.
He's had that question before, I think.
Yeah, Mark, I believe, is supporting Mary Peltola. He held a fundraiser for her at his house.
Yeah.
So he certainly hasn't donated to my campaign.
Do you think he put you second?
I don't know if we have it. I'm going to see if Allison can find it, but I don't know if you saw earlier there was some national news organization, and they put the top 3 ranked choice, and they put Mark's picture for your name. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
I heard it was on CNN.
And
if we can pull that up, guys, I think we might have that. We need to put that on the big screen, because they said somebody posted and said you had one damn job to do.
I think I saw that on the Alaska Memes Facebook
We're gonna see if we can. Our lovely producers can pull that up. Here we go. We got it. I'm gonna send it over.
Yeah, it was pretty. Like, how can you do that, right? How can you?
You had one job.
One job. Do a little research.
Most trusted name in news, I guess.
Well, I mean, you can now say it's fake news, right?
Right.
I'm getting this to our producers here to get on the screen. Now this rate deal. This is, you know, a lot of people have before said, oh, people are going to be nice to each other and kind of they want to get the second. But you and Palin have, you know, kind of been going at each other.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts here? I think we're all kind of wondering what's going to happen here.
Well, you know, I think this campaign is like any other campaign we've seen in history of campaigns. It's about representing your vision for the future. It's about listening to constituents, and it's about making sure people are well educated when they go into the polls as to the candidates and their background and history. And I think that's never going to change. I think that's going to continue on into the future. And I think that's an important part of campaigning is to remember, you know, who are we voting for? That's important.
We're going to bring up that graphic real quick. Now I want to credit our producers. We don't make these mistakes, but we probably will at some point. Here it is. We can zoom in here. You had one job.
You had one job.
Now it's a little bit blurry, but there's Mark. There's your Uncle Mark. I mean, do you see that, Nick? Can you see that?
He is now supporting you.
I look a little younger than he does, but
is that CNN?
Campaign
Jesus.
do age you pretty rapidly.
How do they miss that? Well, anyways, Nick, we're going to take a quick break here. The results will be coming in pretty soon. So we're going to get an idea of, and I think it's going to be several rounds of updates from these different precincts around the state. But
you going to congratulate him?
And Nick, I bought a bunch of shares of you on Predict It, so keep going.
We bet $20 on something, right?
I can't remember what
Kirk
it is.
Pierce won, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Kirk Pierce, yeah.
And even though you have 22 people in your primary, I'm going to go ahead and, I've been congratulating all the House and Senate candidates because they only have less than, but I'm going to go ahead and say you're going to make it to the primary too. I'm just going to
Thank
call
you very much. Yeah,
I
I expect to make it into the final four of the regular election, and I'm very optimistic that will occur.
Okay, well, thanks again for coming on, Nick, and it sounds like you're having a good time over there, and we'll be watching your race pretty closely throughout the next few months.
Good to see you, Nick.
Good to see you, Charisse. Good to see you, Ivan. Good to see you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
I cannot believe they messed up. I think we have, guys, I think we have another tape. Before we take our break, let's take this other tape because there's still no results. I don't even know what district this is. It looks like I can't zoom here. We're taking a break, or are we gonna pull up this tape? We're gonna go to break. We're going to break. I'm told we're going to break.
That's great. You can fix the tablecloth.
We're gonna fix tablecloth, and we're gonna take a quick one. Be back in 5 minutes. I want to thank our sponsors, IBW 1547, GCI, and ConocoPhillips, Alaska's Oil Company.
Alaska's Oil Company.
That's what they call themselves. So, all right, guys, we'll be right back with more results and interviews with candidates. Thanks.
If you're in the market for an ATV, ask yourself this question. What has no gears, isn't red, and does not come from Japan? The answer, the Polaris ATV. It has a 5-gallon gas tank, McPherson strut suspension, and a fully automatic transmission. I could go on telling you what this machine will do, but I'd much rather show you.
Polaris ATVs at Polar Equipment in Anchorage and Salmon Sons in Eagle River.
By day, Quentin Finley studies myths and legends, but at night he becomes an elf. By day, Penelope Doubleday is a TV reporter, but at night she becomes the newspaper boy.
At the space station, the place in Anchorage where you can live out your fantasies playing challenging and fun video games. Test your abilities on innovative games of skill and strategy 7 days a week. Be whatever you want to be at the space station.
I think tonight I'll be a dragon slayer.
There's an epidemic in Anchorage. People all over are wearing hats, shocked and embarrassed by their haircuts they're hiding. Who can bring an end to this widespread cover-up?
Lonnie's Hair Salon.
If you're looking for more than just a haircut, Lonnie invites you to check your hat at her salon at 400 L Street, where she sculpts beautiful styles for today's active men and women. Styles so nice you wouldn't dare cover them up. So stop hiding and take your hats off to Lonnie. Lonnie's Salon for men and women, 400 L Street. Is your apartment so small that you live in the kitchen and share it with the neighbors and anyone else who happens to just walk in? Then step into the quiet, relaxing life at the Weldon Apartments. Attractive and spacious 1- and 2-bedroom units well equipped with modern appliances. You'll live comfortably in our fully secure building, located within walking distance of the universities and shopping centers. Everything you want in an apartment and more. The good life at a reasonable price at the Weldon Apartments, 4131 Florina, just off of Tudor Road.
Airport, please. I got a 9 a.m. flight.
No problem.
Good.
What airline?
Alaska.
Alaska. First time Alaska?
Yes, it is. But airlines never take off on time.
First time Alaska.
95 years on the road. Airlines never leave on time. I tell you, they never leave on time.
When Alaska Airlines says a flight will leave at 9 a.m., we do our best to make sure it does. So usually the only time you'll have to wait for a plane is when you miss one.
What's the world coming to?
Dennis pull out all your teeth.
And use needles this big.
She's gonna get you.
No, she's not. Mom said so. I'm done. That's all you're gonna do?
You did great. We still friends? Here he comes.
Did it hurt? I did great. Look what I got. Can I go next, please?
No, let me go next.
Dr. Sasha Bartolsky, a caring dentist the entire family will want to visit in the Independence Park Medical Center.
When you step into a comfortable Ketchum Air Service plane, the Alaska that millions only dream of awaits you. Ketch, Marguerite, and Craig have been treating thousands of sportsmen to the best fishing and hunting in Alaska since the mid-60s, and they do all they can to ensure you enjoy a safe and memorable wilderness adventure. Ketchum equips you with everything from hip boots to boats. Whether you fish, hunt for the day or a week in one of their fully equipped cabins, you will enjoy the Alaska you came here for.
The Silvers are in. Catch 'em with Ketchum Air Service at Lake Hood.
James playing the bass. And how about for Alan Wicks on the drums? And Mr. Steve Nelson on the keys playing for you. My name's Justin Smith, and we got Doc Washington in the house, all the way here from Phoenix to sing for you. And stick around, folks, because we're playing all night.
Okay, folks, we are back. I want to just start off by thanking our sponsors, IBW 1547, GCI, and ConocoPhillips. Also, I want to just start by saying I bought the tablecloth. I know it's not very popular. I thought it was the right size. Okay, we're going to get rid of it. The table's a little bit scratched. Anyways, like, we're getting
10
a lot
o'clock,
of.
the tablecloth goes.
We've been getting a lot of text. Ivan, stop that. Damn it, Ivan. We've been getting a lot of texts about the tablecloth. We're joined here in studio by Denny Wells, who's running in South Anchorage. But we have a bunch of tapes, and so far, Division of Elections has not put up any results. So we showed the tape earlier from 16 West Anchorage.
Oh,
which was,
something's happened.
Uh-oh.
Oh, do we have a result?
We might.
Let's check out these tapes real quick while we're doing this. Just what tape? Wait, what tape is this? Muldoon? Can somebody go back to the top of the tape? What are we looking at? South Anchorage. Ooh, South Anchorage. So Chesbro 51, Murkowski 558. This is way higher than that West Anchorage. What did Chewbacca get? Ooh, 459.
Murkowski's beating in South Anchorage?
Who got the fourth? Hold on, Begich 392.
So Mary, Nick,
Wow.
and then Sarah Palin.
This
in
is South Anchorage.
Yeah. So it's Mary, Nick, and Sarah on that.
What
on
district
that
is
tape.
this?
11. So it's Laddie Shaw's district.
Okay, so just keep going down a little bit. We got, okay, so then we got Begich beating Palin, Peltola. Oh, that's very neck and neck with Peltola
And Nick
Begich in
Begich,
South
yep.
Anchorage. Wow.
Yep. Very close. And then if you go down a little bit.
Keep going down, Governor. Okay, hold on, Governor
Dunleavy is beating everybody. He's
Wow, very close.
He's got as much as almost
very close between Walker and Lascara.
and Walker combined, a little bit less than that.
Let's see what we have for.
Ooh, Giesel. Ooh, Holland. Look at that.
Holland, Giesel, neck and neck.
And then Laddie's way up there above Schaff.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, this is we got a special.
Special. Nick Begich is beating Sarah Palin by double digits.
No,
Yeah. She's got 236
36.
and he's got 433.
Oh, okay.
But Petola and Nick are very close. They're only 13 votes apart on this tape.
Okay, we have a new tape here. What is this? 12. This is Southeast.
This is my district.
This is you.
This is me. But that says 12.
12 Southeast. Yeah, this is. I still don't see any results on the Division of Elections. This is. Oh, again, Murkowski. There's
Murkowski
Chesbro.
is 368.
Chewbacca.
So Murkowski's got 120 votes more
Wow.
than Murkowski. Keep going down.
How about the U.S.? This is a primary now. The primary.
So
Peltola,
Nick and Sarah
Nick.
Palin are pretty close in that district.
Sarah's beating him in that one by a few votes.
Few votes, and then but
9 votes.
Mary's beating both of them.
Who's got fourth? Denise Williams. Who the hell is that? 34 votes. Oh, that's Tara Sweeney. That's
Tara Sweeney's got 34 votes.
Yeah, okay.
And then Governor Dunleavy is leading by 100, well, almost
Again, he's got almost as
80,
many
80
votes as those two combined. I mean,
80 votes over Lascara.
Pierce Grunwald and then Kirka. Oh, I gotta pay. I have 20 bucks.
So Pierce is
Guys, this
29.
is again. You're looking at one precinct from one district, District 12.
So Pierce, you're right. Pearson in this district, Pierce and Grunwald are in
The lead.
Are in fourth.
But we got to look at those valley districts later that are going to
that are going to really skew the numbers. And then we've got James Kaufman.
Oh wow, James, that's interesting.
James
That's not
Kaufman
that much of
and
a
Janice
lead
Parks
over Park.
are 40 votes apart. And
Oh, there's Calvin Troggy. He's in studio.
Calvin.
We're going to have him up next.
Calvin,
you're winning this precinct by 50 votes.
50 votes.
Another tape coming up. Go back to the rank. Can we go back to that? The rank. Peltola, Begich, Palin again. Okay, let's go to the new tape. Now, folks, we have no results official yet. These are tapes that people have sent us because they love us, and we're just this is the value we provide for you, folks.
This is an on-the-spot
This is
recording.
what is this?
This
Region
is
11 voter tabula.
Wait.
Was this the whole region?
Go back up. No, I have to go back up.
Go back up. Sorry, guys. Go back up.
It's on the top.
Tabulator.
Voter region 2 voter
is that?
ID. So this is.
Have we seen this one? No, I don't think. Go down. Go down. I don't think we've seen this one yet.
Is this?
We have Matt Chuckrow in studio. Tell us what's going on, Matt. This is again Murkowski 558.
District 09 130.
This is 9. What's 9? South Anchorage again?
11 is Laddie Shaw's. 12 is
9
Kaufman.
is Upper Hill says Laddie
They changed all
Shaw,
these
yeah.
damn numbers. Oh, this is
Hillside, Girdwood, and Whittier.
This is another Laddie one, or is this one we saw before? This is
Mine?
Laddie Shaw District. This might be another.
Yeah, we've seen these.
We've seen all
We've
these?
seen these?
Okay, so this is, guys, I'd say the takeaway here is Murkowski's doing really well in Anchorage, and Begich is doing really well in Anchorage.
Yeah, and Mary Petola, as we predicted, would probably be up
And
ahead.
but this is a ranked
Yeah,
Rain
choice.
Shield. She's gonna.
So we're
She's gonna
still
be
looking
number
for
one.
some
Gonna be first.
Official results. We have the tapes. You saw it here first, folks, on the Alaska Landmine. Some early results. Now we have Denny Wells in studio, Democratic candidate, district. They changed. Hold on a second. It's 9. 15. They changed all the numbers. So you actually took pictures of my house when I almost sold it.
I did.
Before I went to Australia. I didn't sell it, which was great because it's gone up in value a lot.
Excellent.
I'm really happy about that. So you're running against Representative Tom McKay.
Yes.
Incumbent, and then there's another David Ibeck in there. If we can pull up that 15, I think he might have been one of the ones that didn't have another silhouette potentially because several folks didn't list a website or they don't have any online presence. So, anyways, tell us how it's been. You're kind of got in the race a little bit later, right? May or was it?
Yeah, I filed on the filing deadline, and it took a little while. I'm a first-time candidate, so it's taken a little while to get the ball rolling. But I've been out knocking on doors throughout the district and making a lot of contacts, and it's been really good so far.
Well, thank you for filing for office. It's a really difficult thing to do, and your life is not your own anymore when you file for office. But how do you feel about the race? Are people receptive at the door, been going door to door?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of going door to door, and yeah, it's been really good at the doors. I think my favorite interactions so far have been ones where people have ended up expressing idiosyncratic, like particular problems on their immediate street or in their immediate environment, and a couple of times now I've already been able to connect people with like their local assembly members and stuff to help actually solve immediate problems in their immediate environment, and it's just been a lot of fun to make connections like that.
I'm just going to say we
are always
we got
local.
like 6 more tapes, so
Okay.
Don't mean to interrupt, but we do have 6 more tapes from different southeast and downtown Anchorage, but we're going to get those queued up. But go ahead, Denny. Sorry about that.
But elections are local. It is. It's the pothole on your street. It's a stop sign that's torn down. I mean, it's always a issue that affects them on their day-to-day life. And you find out that sometimes it's not these big statewide issues that drive voters. It's not the permanent fund. It's, it's the main street coming into my neighborhood. It needs to be resurfaced or repaved, or there's a pothole, or we need a speed bump, whatever it is. But elections are so local, and I think people miss that, as a grander scale of things. It's my backyard.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't met Denny. What do you do professionally?
I am a freelance photographer.
You took pictures of my house.
I specialize.
And I didn't sell it, and it went up a lot. Like, thank God. I even went to Australia for a year, a long time ago, like I did. Anyways, I almost sold it, didn't sell it. Very happy I didn't sell it, but you did a great job with the pictures. I'm surprised I didn't sell it because the picture was so good.
Yeah.
He's a photographer, just in case you're wondering.
No, that's what I want.
Specialize in real estate photography. My wife and I also own a couple of rental properties in town.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Business is good right now. I can't imagine, like, the real estate market is still pretty hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prices are high. People are trying to.
Yeah. Both my photography business with real estate has been really busy, and also when we've had vacancies in the last year or so with our rentals, we've had a ton of people applying.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of people looking for housing right now.
I think we have that District 15 graphic if they want to pull it up with.
So, are you excited if you prevail? Do you have some initiatives that you want to make your platform down in Juneau, or is it?
There's real quick. There's Ibeck. We do have a picture of him. He's a hockey player, and then there's Denny. Look at that. Very very fit man. And then
with the two kids. I think one of the things that I want to make sure to be pushing for is robust funding for our education. We really need to be looking to our future, and it needs to be not only education at our elementary and secondary schools, but also the university and the trade schools, like the whole suite of having an educated population to have a robust workforce in the future is really important.
I like that you mentioned trade schools. I think that's something that people miss a lot, that not every child is going to go to college, and there has to be a path for them to be successful too. And the trade schools are one of the things that are, they pay really well. They have good journeyman programs, and people don't, it's always like, to be successful, you have to go to college, and that's not always the truth.
Right.
I went to college.
Yeah, I was going to say,
how successful you are.
I went to college, but my dad's a retired IBEW electrician, and
it's one of our sponsors. We want to big shout out to one of our IBEW 1547.
and so I definitely like I grew up around like going to the IBW training school in Fairbanks and for picnics and whatnot with the union, and definitely I'm familiar with how strong and effective training programs like that can be.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah.
We need more of those. I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm a big fan of labor traps and crates.
Oh no,
Absolutely.
big, so many friends of mine who who are working in plumbing, steam fitters or IBW or laborers, and they're doing really don't have huge student loans and they're making good money. So
Right.
I think we have some tapes ready. We're going to pull up southeast. Okay, show us what we're looking at, please. Lovely producers. You have to go to the top. Do we have the top?
48.
12.
We can't tell what that is. Is this that southeast? No, this is not the southeast.
The 12 dash something.
Well, you can see, so it's
21.
Bill Wilkowski's district.
Okay,
21.
let's look at that. Let's look at that. Somebody's holding it. Whose hand is it? Okay, so we got
So exciting.
Dunleavy,
Looks like
Dahlstrom ahead.
Lieutenant.
Oof.
Who's on the top? Whoever's on the top.
Dunleavy Dahlstrom.
No, is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You're right.
Can we go to the top of the? Do we have the top, or do we just have? They're just showing. Oh man, those scoundrels are only showing us the one they want to show us. Now this is, I think, southeast. I mean, this is all Ivan. It's all trending, right? It looks very similar. This is
Same trend. Yeah.
Glacier Valley. This is 4. That is the Andy Story, I think.
Yeah. So that's the Valley District of Juneau. So that's the more conservative district of Juneau.
This is Sarah Hannon's district.
Yeah.
So Murkowski, very, very, very low turnout compared to some of these Anchorage precincts. Murkowski again winning Chesbro, and then we have, how's that Gungerstein doing?
Yeah.
Only 3 votes.
I was thinking exactly the same.
He put his name in the she put her name on the ballot.
What's further down there? We're looking at this is the Valley. So no, Hannon's. This is downtown.
Wait.
This is downtown
Nick
Juneau.
Begich, 88. Palin, 97. Patola,
Patola
180.
80. So Patola's winning, and are you sure that's downtown? Let's go see who the reps are. So Dunleavy 137, tied with Walker at 137, Guerra 76. So this is Senate District B, Jesse Keel.
Yep, this is
Downtown.
Keel's running unopposed. He's one of the only senator running unopposed. There's 6 House reps running unopposed.
So that's downtown Juneau?
Well, it's 5 House reps and 1 other one. That's downtown Juneau, yeah.
Downtown Juneau.
Peltola, man, Palin, downtown Juneau.
She's not popular there, it looks like.
She got second.
No, did she get second?
Yeah, 97 to 91.
Oh, wow, that is interesting.
Now this Harmon guy hasn't done anything. And
He's got 91 votes.
do we have one more tape or no? Is that it? So Ivan, come on, the pollster. We have one more tape. I think we're seeing a trend here.
And what is that?
Murkowski's been ahead on every tape so far.
Yeah, no, the one thing that jumps out at me is that I would have expected Patricia Chesbro to get more of a kind of standard Democrat vote, like 15 to 20%, somewhere in that range.
Well, she's only raised, I think, like 30 grand.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, still, there's a D there, and they're going to be people that just vote party line kind of thing. But from what I was seeing there, she was getting less, and maybe people just made the calculus. There's no point, let's just vote for Lisa because
so those Democrat
she's gonna
votes
get into the final 2, so they're kind of going across. But she'll still make the final 4. We should call her up and congratulate her.
All right, guys, I just got a Valley tape. I'm gonna
send her a banner.
Yeah.
And
Denny, I mean, you're first time
Jeff
running. What do you? I mean, surprised by any of these, or you're out there talking to people at the door?
I'm not really surprised. I've been seeing a lot of Lisa Murkowski signs out there, and yeah, the strong Murkowski performance is not a super big surprise.
What does your district think about ranked choice voting? Was there any questions to you when you went door to door, like how do I vote, or is it confusing to voters?
I haven't really had anybody be particularly confused or anxious about it. You know, some people are kind of curious. You know, just because it's a new novel thing, kind of curious to see how it'll play out. But I haven't really heard any like concern of I don't understand what this is.
That's good.
And real quick, I got a text. you're pretty active on Twitter. Jim Matherly said you called him a pernicious mayor.
Oh my goodness.
Your thoughts? I mean, you have thoughts, but
Yeah, no,
that's all right. You're on Twitter a lot. I love your Twitter.
Feel free to apologize profusely.
I don't even remember the context. I'm like the large majority of my Twitter presence ends up being kind of responses or commentary on things, and so I'm sure that was a commentary on something.
Charisse pointed out to me something.
I'm gonna follow you.
No, I've got to look up pernicious.
Charisse pointed out he's good on Twitter, but she pointed out something that I said not very kind of mean several years ago.
Wait, whoa. Kind of mean?
Again, I had no memory of that.
Right.
And then I saw it and
exactly.
I go, oh yeah, that's my
Yeah,
Twitter.
It was really
100%.
I'm sorry. Here, we're having a great time.
I mean,
Pernicious.
that's all water in the bridge.
And just in terms of like Alaska being a small state, Jim Matherly is one that I grew up in Fairbanks and was working at the Princess Hotel when I was in college, and he was frequently a DJ at parties that I was.
He's still DJing. Yeah.
By the way, the elections website just crashed.
So I frequently worked with him when I was working in banquets.
He's known for being a DJ. And I don't know if he wants to come on right now. I mean, I think he has a Zoom link.
It would be great if he came on.
Yeah.
I sent it to him.
That's funny though that he would.
Yeah. He's obviously you're on his radar.
And if I were to guess the context, if I recall correctly, there was an ordinance that the Fairbanks was considering to essentially. A parallel ordinance to what we have here in Anchorage that makes LGBTQ equality.
Well, that was a big thing in Fairbanks a couple years ago.
And
right?
and if I recall correctly, he vetoed it. And I'm pretty sure that was, if I were to guess, that's probably what.
And that was that was actually in Fairbanks for Mather. That was a big issue with and he still won re-election, which I think a lot of folks watching kind of was so.
So it passed by the assembly, and then he vetoed it, and they didn't veto override though.
And then he was up for election.
I don't remember. I don't remember the details if they overrode or not. Yeah.
Well, Denny Wells, it's been great having you on. Really appreciate it. And candidate for District 15, Democrat against Rep. Tom McKay, the incumbent, and then is it Ibeck?
Mm-hmm.
Third guy. So congratulations on making it through the primary.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, I was knocking on doors just this evening, and a couple of people were saying, well, I already voted, and it was pretty easy to respond and say, well, it was a top 4 primary, so you can vote again in November.
And I'll see you 3 more times.
Exactly.
I'll be stopping by 3 more times to ask you to vote for me. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's good though. That's what you got to do. You got to do that door to door.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for putting your name in the hat. It's awesome.
Thanks again, Denny, and keep taking those pictures.
Okay, I will.
Appreciate that. Good
I'm
luck.
going to follow you on Twitter. So.
All right, sounds good.
One of the races folks are watching, so we'll see you in the next few months and in November.
Okay.
We'll be doing the same thing in November. So.
Okay, sounds good. I'll look forward to it.
So I'm not seeing any results yet. I mean, all I'm seeing is they're showing the. Yeah, you're good, Denny. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I'm just seeing this old 2022 special primary.
I can't even load the.
If you go to results.
No, I can't even load the website.
It crashed earlier, so the Division of Elections website. Now it's back up for me, but I'm still not showing any reason. I'm sure I'll start getting a barrage of texts when. Why is this? Just checking here real quick with this stream. I'm just gonna do something real quick here.
Are you gonna take
my computer. So here's my computer. We're showing the screeners. All I'm seeing is this is a 2022 special primary, and they said 8:45 to 9, and here we are at 9:24, and there's still no results up. Now we have the tapes because we provide that kind of level of coverage.
I mean, we could always take the tablecloth off for entertainment.
I've gotten several more texts. One from Shelley Hughes, who's a senator, who said this tablecloth is kind of hideous.
Well,
so I mean, at this point, it's become a joke.
Shall we be burning the tablecloth later?
I mean, it was like $49.99 at Bed Bath & Beyond.
You had a big day.
Here's this website. We're not seeing. We should probably try to get.
So it's crashed. Like I can't get on it at all.
Maybe some of our producers can contact the division. If anybody's watching who's in touch with, hold on, I'm getting a text from. I just got a link that said somebody sent me a link here. Tom Beggett sent me a link. Is this? What's going on, Jason? I'm just trying to see this link here. If this. Sorry, folks. We're trying to. There's a different. Why is it a different page?
I don't know.
Am I going to pull up this link here and see if this. Sorry, folks. We're just trying to work through this. It's a little bit frustrating here. Charisse, Ivan, tell us about your thoughts so far on all these tapes. Ivan, give us your thoughts about these tapes.
Give us what?
Your thoughts about these tapes so far, what we've been seeing.
That was, I don't think reasonably there's anything you can necessarily divine from kind of small, specific, precinct level, skewed samples like that, needed all added together to make sense of it. The only thing jumped out at me was the Democrat underperforming. I was trying to get a sense of whether it was a strong Republican district or a strong Democrat district by certain, like how Dunleavy was performing against Gara and Walker, but it just seemed to be all over the map. So,
okay, guys, I found the page.
So I'm interested to talk about the fact that Pat Chesbrough was not performing as the Democrat candidate, because so you have two Republican candidates. So it's interesting to me that she's underperforming where I thought she would be performing at a much higher level as the only Democrat candidate, though. I mean, you've got your party loyalists that would vote.
Downtown Juneau, one of the most strongly Democrat House districts in the state, and I don't recall that she was even doing very well there.
And that bodes well for Senator Murkowski if folks are trending towards her, both on the Republican side and the Democrat side are voting
We're going to bring up Calvin Troggy, independent representative from South Anchorage here. And Scott, if you want to pull up my computer, here's the Senate race again. Murkowski, Chewbacca, Chesbrough.
All the names spelled correctly.
And thank you, Ivan. Where's Paxson? Is he back there? Is he? That's Stutes.
Take a bow.
That was my.
This is my representative.
This is Calvin Troggy.
This is my representative.
We're gonna real quick, guys, bring up my computer because I finally found the page, and thanks to Tom Begich and some other folks for sending me this. I'm still seeing
nothing. There's no results.
It's showing all zeros. So if you want to pull up my computer, guys, we're gonna show you this when it comes up. But we're gonna. Yeah. So this is still we're showing all zeros.
Nothing.
Why is that showing? Hold on a second. Is that the special general? I thought I went to the regular primary. Primary, right?
Yeah, there's nothing.
We're all seeing zeros. No, that's not it. Where did it go?
So, Calvin.
Anyways, Calvin Troggy's here.
Thanks for being here.
Good to be here.
Thanks for visiting with us as Jeff is trying to figure out what's happening here.
We're trying to. I got talking to my people in my ear.
We're all waiting for the news.
I know. How's the election going? How's the campaigning going?
I think it's going really well. I mean, I enjoy campaigning, and it's a lot of work, and it's difficult putting yourself out there. But I mean, you know my story. I grew up in the district, so I
know your dad really well. Your dad was awesome.
Yes,
your dad is awesome.
My mom was very involved with the PTA.
Yeah,
in fact, lobbied the legislature for quite a bit of money for the local elementary school there. And so now I go door knocking, and I'm running into old classmates from elementary school and my school nurse and family friends, and of course the name's big in the fire community, so firefighters and everyone else, and it's just a lot of fun.
Public safety, yeah, you have run the gamut.
Yeah, so I enjoy the heck out of it, and it's going well, and again, a lot of hard work, but it helps when you see the support at the door, and it's some fun conversations.
I was hitting special primary. Tom Begich pointed out to me that I was one more down, so we're good on that.
Are you right there?
I'm there. We're not going to show it, but it's still zeros. Now, Calvin, you're in one of these races. We've talked to Louise Stutes. We've talked to Doug Massey. It's two of you. You and
head-to-head.
Jay, formerly Forrest McDonald. So you don't have to worry, again, about the rank. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations on
primary.
Getting on the general.
So, I mean, are you happy or, like, you know, what do you think about not having to navigate this ranked choice deal like a lot of other candidates in a lot of these other races?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit weird not having a competitive primary that I think most candidates have to worry about. I mean, this year it's just not really a factor, and that's a little odd, and I think a lot of voters feel like that's a little weird. It feels weird as a candidate to be facing that kind of situation, but at the same time, and I just did a podcast with a group recently on talking about ballot measure 2 and some of the impacts here. You look at other states and you see, I think candidates that people view as strong, centrist, reasonable candidates getting eliminated in these closed primaries where a very small portion of the electorate gets to decide who's going to be on that ballot. And what you're left with is two not very good options. And so, you know, while I think it's really weird that we're in this tundra primary where for most folks it doesn't matter that much, that's a better problem to have than really good people eliminated from Alaskan politics like we saw 2 years ago. I mean, I was really sad to see some of those folks go. We don't have that problem this year. So it's a mixed bag.
You were elected in 2020, first time. It was this whole deal again where it took a month to organize, and then you were part of that 21-member majority, which was kind of fraught with. I'm actually, to your credit to everybody for holding it together, because it got weird a couple times.
Every day is an adventure.
Well, I mean, how tough was that being in that 21-member majority? Like Charisse, you were in a 30-member. You were in a supermajority.
I was in a supermajority. Yeah, we had 27.
You were.
29.
People could just not show up, and because if they've lost one member who was sick or couldn't make it to Juneau, there's no quorum. This is like in the weeds of the.
Nobody got an excused absence. I'm assuming nobody
So I think
left.
it's hard in a bunch of ways. One, just exactly that way. You can't miss out on a vote if someone's absent. If someone wants to be in town for a family member's funeral or a medical issue,
school
you name
issue,
it.
child's birthday, anniversary.
There are times where, I mean, you have to. Please, we
The
need your vote.
sacrifice is
We
real,
cannot,
right?
we cannot be down a vote. You have to have your numbers and you have to stay together, and that's really difficult when people have very valid family life events. I mean, you're there for 5 months. Something's bound to happen. There's some important event that you want to be there for. So that's hard.
I gotta say, you were one of the ones who didn't leave too much.
I didn't.
A lot of people, they're gone. I mean, Thursday night, bam.
I'm
I'm not saying you. I'm saying some people. I'm not saying you know. I'm not saying.
One, there's COVID, so I mean, I think that creates a challenge, or it makes it easier to stay and be there to do the work. I mean, I think too, I'm there to do the work, and there's important work to be done.
You do work on the weekends, and you get paid for the weekends.
Well, and on COVID, so a lot of people travel back to do constituent events and other town halls, that sort of thing. Well, I was able to do town halls on Zoom, so I was able to stay there, be there for votes, not have to show up late on a Monday and rush onto the floor or anything else. I was able to be there, study, do the work, and if when I wanted to do when I wanted to do those community events or make it back for something like that, in most cases I could do Zoom or something else.
We were zooming into community council. I mean, there was community council Zooms. I mean, everything that you needed to do during COVID, it was readily available. But I think there's a lot of people that were in the legislature that were uncomfortable with Zoom, and that felt like, oh no, I'm uncomfortable with this, I need to be in person. But we all learned a lot during COVID, that electronic communication.
Also, it helps to be, admittedly, a younger legislator. So
I was going to say that, but I didn't want to insult Ivan.
No kids.
No kids yet.
It's really hard. I think we should pay him $150,000 to make it a full-time job.
It's very difficult, and I think we saw some folks realize just how difficult it is. But back to your original question about just how hard it is to be in a 21-person majority. So yeah, it's hard because you can't really take time off. You can't miss or you can't be there for family events and that sort of thing. It's also hard because when you have 21 people in your majority, there's a lot of committees to staff and to run, and you've got the majority of the seats on those.
And there's a lot of communication that needs to take place because you're not all the same party, and so you all have different things that you're pushing, and you have to find common ground, and that's the really difficult thing, is to find that common ground.
Communication was the key. It was about communication.
And getting rid of your ego.
Well, as best you could.
We got a gubernatorial candidate teed up, so we're going to bring him on, Christopher Kirk. But I want to thank you, Representative Schrage, for coming on.
Yeah,
congratulations on making it through the primary.
Yep.
Good to see you guys. Thank you.
There's two of you.
Good to meet you, Ivan. You too. Wonderful.
Appreciate that.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Have a good one.
And we have a lot of requests. We're going to pull up some more tapes here, maybe. Do you want to bring on Kirka and then do the tapes? We're getting a lot of requests because it's 9:30 in the Division of Elections. I mean, Ivan, no results yet. You know, what's they said 8:45 to 9.
I don't know why you. I mean,
you're a pollster. I mean,
I'm on predicted.
Ivan's
I'm for the numbers
Ivan's like,
there.
It's not my job. Christopher Kirka, Republican representative from Wasilla, gubernatorial candidate. How you doing?
Awesome. Thanks for having me on.
Now you're in a 10-way race. We had 3 of the kind of Dunleavy, Walker, Guerra on earlier, but there's a fight for the 4th spot, and I think we all kind of are wondering, is it going to be you and Paul Huper, your running mate, or Charlie Pierce and Edie Grunwald? So I guess
there's a big money bet at this table.
Me and Ivan have $20. I have you, by the way, so don't let me down.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your confidence. Yeah, we've traveled around the state. We've talked to a lot of voters. I think we may not have had as much money as some of the other the big campaigns, but I think everybody recognizes we've certainly been working harder than every other candidate in this race, and I can say that with total confidence just watching the other campaigns, and I've been incredibly humbled and impressed with the amount of outpouring of support among Alaskans and my team and their sacrifice It's been incredible, and we've picked up a lot of momentum in the last couple weeks. So we got a really good feeling going tonight.
So real quick, you were paired with David Eastman in your House district with redistricting. Was that a factor of why you decided to run for governor, or?
Yeah, that was one of the factors of looking at this and saying, you're not gonna you get involved in politics to fight for your constituents, and games are played, and when you look at the map, it was kind of pretty obvious that, I mean, sometimes people get paired together, it just happens, but the map didn't make sense unless you were trying to pair us together, so it was kind of obvious. But needless to say, the real reason I'm running is because of a deep-seated frustration among the conservatives that elected Mike Dunleavy, that we've been totally and utterly betrayed. And I could go through a whole bunch of issues. I know that's what we're here to talk about tonight. We're here to talk about the results.
Speaking of results, I hate to cut you off, and I don't mean to do this, but the results just came up. So if you don't mind, if we can either put you, have you back on in a bit. We want to go over these results. I'm sure you want to look too. So do you want to come back on?
I'll tell you what. Just tell me what they are, and we'll listen for a second.
You want to go through this live with?
Let's go through live.
Why not?
Guys, feed my program up while we're here. We're going to feed program to the. Oh, we have a PI. We have a picture-in-picture. We have such a great team of producers and directors and people here. So we're going to pull up my screen. This is so far, it looks like 171 of 402 precincts reporting. Okay, here we go. This is the U.S. Senate race, and it looks like Murkowski's actually, with less than half the precincts, she is winning by less than 1%.
Yeah, she has 38,549, and Kelly Chabaka has 38,311.
And Chesborough is way down there.
And Chesborough has 5,659, and coming in
Man,
third,
nobody had Kelly Buzz on their radar.
Well, and she's coming in fourth. So
Buzz Kelly.
Buzz Kelly.
Wait, is Buzz Kelly a man, or is it I don't even know what that is. Republican.
I think it's a male. I think it's Buzz Kelly, and he has 2,121.
I probably think he's an astronaut.
He might be.
Buzz Aldrin. So we're going to go down.
Hanke Lee, who was here singing to us earlier, has 109 votes.
Man, so that's interesting. Let's go down to the U.S. House primary. No, wait, Jenny, wait.
Yep, we have the
there we
go. U.S.
So we got Palin is winning.
Palin is winning by 1,000 votes.
Now again, guys, this is 171 precincts out of. This is less than half the precincts, so keep that in mind.
So first place is Mary Patola with 31,336.
And Palin's very I thought Mary was going to get 40%.
And Sarah Palin has 30,013 votes, and Nick Begich has 24,673.
Now, Ivan, it's important to say we don't know what precincts these are yet. Right. So this could be all Valley precincts at Fairbanks. This could be.
That's a big chunk of precincts.
We don't know. So these will change very likely. But let's go to the governors.
Tara Sweeney's in fourth place with 2,924.
Right. Yep. Okay. So let's go down to the governors. Now we got Christopher Kirka. Is he still on? Is he watching? We got Dunleavy is in first
place, and then Pierce Grunwald's in
Walker in
fourth.
Very close, yeah.
Yeah, Walker and Garen Cook are
Now you're in fifth, buddy, but it's only about less than about 3%. So I'm not giving up here on my $20 bet. So you're my horse. Again, this is 171 of 401 precincts, guys. Let's go to District A. So this is kind of no surprise. Bert Stedman's going to win that. This Sheldon guy's run before. Jesse Keel's unopposed. Congratulations on winning the election, Jesse.
Gary Stevens is.
This was one I was kind of curious about because it's 3 Republicans. Now, when this ranked choice thing happens, still Gary's got well over half the vote.
Yeah, he does.
So if this was ranked choice, Gary would just win.
Almost 60% of the vote.
And guys, we have Andrew Gray in studio, House candidate. We're going to get him on here in a second.
Well, this is an interesting race. When you go to Senate District D, you've got Tuckerman Babcock with 49, almost 50% of the vote, but Jesse Borkman's not far behind at 36, almost 37%.
More than I thought, yeah. More than I thought he would.
Very much so.
But still, if this was the case, Borkman's votes are going to, both Republicans are going to Tuckerman.
Look at that race in E.
Let's go to E here. Look at this. Wow.
Wow.
Holland, the incumbent right now, again, 8 to 15 precincts. Right. The incumbent, Roger Holland, who has actually raised very little money and hasn't really campaigned much, is in last place. Now, the Democrat, who I have a history with, who screwed me up 2 years ago when she wouldn't get out of the damn race like she was promised me she would. Remember that?
I do remember that.
I remember that too. But anyways.
Trust but verify.
Yeah. Wow, that's wild. Janice Kaufman, no surprise, conservative kind of South Anchorage District.
Yeah.
It's a heads up. Now this one, I knew LV was going to do well, but that's actually closer than I thought.
It's a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah,
LV Gray
55.
Jackson has 2,800 votes, and Marcus Sanders has.
Sanders has raised almost no money.
He's got 44% of the vote.
Ooh, look at
Almost
that next one.
45.
Look at this. Whoa, boy. Look at this sucker. Matt Claim and Mia Costello, neck and neck.
68 votes separate.
This is one of those heads up guys. Now, again, this is 7 of 13 precincts, so we need to keep in mind we're only getting about half the turnout right now for the precincts. We're going to. This is now Heather Herndon here. Part of her campaign strategy was there's too many, as she called it, Jew lawyers in the state. So she still got 36%.
Well,
she ran for mayor.
Forrest Dunbar looks like he's beating Garantar.
Wow, look at that. Satterfield, the Republican, 34%.
Yeah.
Dunbar, man, Garen's the incumbent rep in that district.
Yeah, but three Democrats. So
yeah.
So Satterfield's. The question on this ranked choice is going to be where do his votes go? Now, it's a primary, and it's only 5 of 10 precincts.
Right. That's not a lot reporting.
Bill
Wilkowski.
Bill, it's kind of.
Wow, 55-44.
More than I thought.
More than
because
I
this
thought
guy hasn't
too.
raised any money or campaigned much. Wow.
Wow. Kelly
Merrick.
Merrick. Kelly Merrick has 2,500 votes, so 53%.
If this was ranked choice, it'd be over right now.
It would be over.
Look at that, 8 of 13. Guys, can we do a picture-in-picture on the producers? I don't know. Scott's looking at me with a shake. He's shaking his head and looking very angry. Like, don't even ask me that.
Shelley Hughes is doing great.
Yeah,
She's Senate District M. Looks like she'll prevail.
Now this is fascinating, Wilson. Now this guy Wright Wilson had a 6-way primary 2 years ago, and Wright got second. Wilson won with the plurality. If this was ranked choice, where do these
those two
other votes go? That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Doug. Oh, there's our boy Doug Massey. He's your boy. Charisse, he's ahead of Shower.
I'm not shocked.
Ooh. You just see her face right now. She's giving me that very confident look.
I just feel like, I mean,
Shower's the incumbent.
Yeah, but Doug's been out there. His whole family's
Again,
been
folks,
out there.
this is 13 of 21 precincts, so we need to qualify all of this.
Yeah, this is all
These
just
are preliminary results,
very preliminary.
but they are a good kind of barometer.
If you remember, I was way ahead in my race, and then I lost horribly. So, no indication.
I do recall that.
No indication of what's happening here.
A lot of times, Von Imhoff, when I was, she was she was getting beat. She came back.
She came back.
Kawasaki, look at this, more than half the vote. I've never seen my phone have 27 texts like
so
numbers.
It's interesting. This Scott Kawasaki's race. He's only Mayor Matherly is only 200 votes behind Scott Kawasaki. I'm actually surprised by this because Scott's an incumbent, and I think people really like him in the district.
Someone just told me they think Buzz Kelly is getting votes because they think it's Kelly Chewbacca. Like they see Kelly.
How do you say that last name?
Chewbacca. Chewbacca.
Just checking.
If Andrews, are you mic'd up? Have a seat over there, buddy.
All right, keep on going.
Okay, so we have Senate District Q, Robert Myers.
Yeah, this guy. These guys are just not. They got it. Can I just get a big shout out to Scott Jensen, Jason Sear, Shirley Young, Trent McNeely, Allison Hovanek, Paxton Welber. We have a great team here, folks. Of just
they are amazing.
Doing amazing things behind the scenes. We have the credits. You'll see all that.
So Click Bishop's doing great. He's got 55% of the votes.
Yep. Now this guy ran against Kronk last time as like an independent Republican.
Look at District S.
Got a few. Oh my God!
Lyman, the first time Lyman Hoffman has been behind.
How did he get? It says 0 of 59.
I feel like we should snapshot this.
How's that possible? If it's 0, how does he get 1 vote?
I have to take a picture of this. I'm sorry.
That's weird.
I feel like I need to text Lyman and say, why are you losing? That's incredible.
Let's go down here to Ortiz. This is kind of not too unexpected. This guy's been campaigning a little bit. This Bynum guy, but I mean, again, if this was ranked choice. Ortiz would be 6 of 10 precincts, so we still have more precincts.
Four more precincts.
Him shoot. Now this is the open JKTC, Jonathan Christ Tompkins, who's not running. This guy's run before, but he hasn't raised much money.
How do you say his last name?
Scaffelstad.
Yeah, he's run before.
He's run a couple times, I think, but he hasn't raised any money.
Andy Story.
Andy Story, congrats. Home girl, you got it. 3 of 10 precincts, we're going to call it.
And Sarah Hannon, it looks like she's going to prevail.
Yeah, that's just, wow, it's 7 of 8. See, guys, look, that's almost all the. See, Juneau, they get their business done. What's 6 of 15? Maybe not.
So
exactly,
Louise Stutes, House District 5, is ahead of Benjamin Vincent.
Yeah.
By 100 and some votes.
3 of 12 precincts.
Very small.
We don't know where if those are all Kodiak or where they're coming from now.
So I was curious about House District 6 with Sarah Vance and Louis Flora, because Louis Flora used to work down in Juneau. He was a staffer to Paul Seaton.
And he's been really pumped up by the progressives. And
Right.
there was a picture that the Alaska Stalker posted of him, and I had several women tell me he looked either like a snack or man candy. I've heard those. Can we pull up that picture of Louis Flora real quick? District 6, because I've had so many women text me about it. You know this guy? He's quite good looking.
I worked with him down in Juneau.
I've had a lot of texts about him.
I've never thought of him as snack candy.
Check out 7.
A snack or man candy. I've heard
Man
both of those
candy.
things from Louis Flora. If we can maybe later we can pull that up.
I know him to be a very good legislative staffer. He's very kind.
This is
very
4
nice.
of 9 precincts, and we got Vance at 60%. So
Right.
that's pretty overwhelming.
Gillum going down.
Oh,
no,
Ron
this
Gillum.
one we should have talked about this earlier. Gillum hasn't done much, and he hasn't campaigned a lot, and he hasn't been getting back to the constituents from what I've been hearing. And this Ruffordge guy's raised a little bit of money, self-financed, and he's beating Gillum. Gillum's the guy who almost beat Babcock in 2018, or I'm sorry, almost beat Michicki
yeah.
in 2018. So
Can we just shout out to Ben Carpenter?
we're going to give Ben, with 7-11 precincts reporting, we're going to call for Ben Carpenter.
Congratulations,
Running unopposed.
Representative Carpenter. Laddie
This
Shaw.
is another one folks have been watching. Look at this, Laddie and David Schaff.
I'm really surprised about the
neck
Laddie
and neck.
Shaws. Yeah, that's interesting. But there's only.
Do we have
there's
Louis
four
Flora?
more-
Picture of Louis Flora?
4 more precincts and.
That's neck and neck, 5 of 9 precincts. And then we got Craig Johnson with exactly. Now, if this was ranked choice, he actually wouldn't win. Yeah, because you have to get 50 plus 1, right?
Right, but there's he's
3
got
of 6.
that's only half the precincts that are reported.
Now, you served with Craig a long time.
I did.
He ran against me and Natasha in 16 in the Senate primary. He didn't do much. He hasn't done much here, but people know him, right? So can he just walk in? Or?
He has name recognition. I think that, I mean, he served in the legislature 10 years.
Yeah. Andrew, we're going to get to you, I promise.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm learning.
Sorry.
We're going to get to you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think Craig has a really
He was
strong.
rules chair.
Yeah, he was rules chair.
Which means he kind of runs the show, right? What legislation
Absolutely,
goes
what
to
goes on the floor. And Sue Levi, she's ran a couple of times.
Now, this is actually very, very interesting. Julie Colombe, who's, by the way, a member of Landmine Book Club, one of the original members. And then Featherly, who's Chalista's corporate counsel. And then Ross Beeling, who's run many times. Now, look at the Republicans here. They're splitting up the vote. Now, what does ranked choice voting do there, Ivan?
Well, Beeling will go out and Coulomb will get over 50%. It's interesting because Beeling's run before, but he's kind of...
So, is Christopher Kirkestall online? Sorry, Chris. See, feel bad about that.
I wish Calvin was still here. We could tell him.
Calvin's got, with 5 of 6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, guys, this is the primary.
There's only one more precinct. I think we can.
No, I'm saying this is a lot more than some of the other ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow, interesting.
Hensley is
where
I live.
So there's only one more precinct to report in this district, and right now, Kathy.
But this is where we've got to start recognizing it. There's a whole bunch more votes coming. Kind of down the road.
Right.
Yeah, for the general, it's going to be higher. Right now, we're looking at 80. No, where's the turnout here? 18%.
18, yeah.
Very low. It's probably going to be
19%
upwards
in that district.
of 40 to 50% for the general.
So I wonder if these are the early absentee votes.
So what they said was they're counting early votes up until I think Thursday or Friday, and the absentees received by then. So any early votes that were cast today and yesterday aren't counted in this.
So,
and then absentees that didn't come in by.
The question then is, when it says 4 of 5, does that mean the 4 precincts have been completely counted up to
Thursday and early, and then today in person?
So none of today.
Today's are counted.
Okay.
And then the in-persons are counted up to I think Thursday. So if somebody voted early in person on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, we wouldn't see that reflected in this.
Okay.
Andrew's nodding his head. He knows he's a candidate.
He has
aware of the. Plus, they had a Division of Elections call last week I was part of, and
So Elise Galvin looks like she's ahead in District 14 with Nick Danger.
He hasn't raised much money, or he ran for mayor.
Congratulations.
With a name like that, how could you not at least try?
Nick Danger. Now, we had Denny on earlier.
Yep.
Now, we got Tom McKay here with now, in a ranked choice environment, now 5%, 1 of 6 precincts.
Right.
So look at that. It's 1 of 6. But, you know, in the ranked choice, these.
6 of 7 for 16, and it looks like
Jenny
Armstrong is leading Liz Vasquez by 130 votes.
6 of 7 precincts. Now, again, these aren't counting.
Look, you see, the 2 guys with the black silhouettes are coming in last.
And this Beck's guy only got
shadow candidate.
2.8%. Oh, Joel McKinney got 12. That's not nothing. Oh, this is one of the
yeah,
races, right?
Look at that. Yeah, that's interesting.
6 of 7, and we are at neck and neck.
It's a death match.
Andrew Gray's over here not even knowing what to say.
That is an 8-vote difference. That's incredible with Harriet Drummond and Zach Field.
This is going to be one of the races to watch for the general, because again, rank choice won't matter. It's just majority. Now we had Cliff Groen earlier.
How's he doing?
David's winning, but now these Dems are chopping up 56% of the vote.
Right.
So that's interesting.
Yeah,
but,
they have 56%, and he has
this is for
42%.
This is for. We got Andrew Gray on screen. Hey, Andrew Gray.
Hey.
He's a candidate District 20.
District 20. We're in District 20. Welcome to my district.
Wow.
This is your district.
This is my district.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks
My
for letting
pleasure.
us. Thanks for letting.
This is the Ivy Swanholz district, right?
Ivy
She's not
Swanholz.
running. There's
Correct,
4 of
but
you.
this was Andy Josephson's.
He only retained 1 precinct in the
Right.
new district, so we're almost to you. So we introduced you. Now Genevieve Mina is murdering it here, 4 of 5 with 77%.
Yeah,
Wow.
Genevieve's going to do well.
Another one of those ranked choice doesn't matter. Funds. Here we go. Andrew Gray.
It's 1 precinct reporting.
Oh, he's pointing that out.
Just 1.
1 of 5.
We're not going to talk about it, so more precincts report.
Now Paul Bauer ran against Ivy last time, and he
did.
was up initially, but then the absentees came in and she won.
He's a former assembly member. I
He is. He was 1 term.
Yeah, he's been elected before, so.
So he has a little bit of name recognition. So I bet you've been working hard though.
I've been working really hard. I've
door
done a
to
lot of
door.
doors.
He was knocking doors, and he came by. He was like, "Are you in your office?" He saw my license plate.
Yeah.
It said Speedo, and he's like, "I assume that's Landfield."
I was right, and I knocked.
And he came up.
I did.
So let's go to 21. Now Donna Mears was in studio. Forrest Wolf. 4 of 5.
Yeah.
He's right a little bit above Mears.
2% ahead.
Again, folks, this is the primary, so we're going to have a general. It's going to be ranked choice. What is this, Chirac? No, he's dropping out. She told us he's dropping out.
He's dropping out. So it's going to just be
that's
Donna Mears
nonpartisan.
and Forrest.
Where do those 4% go?
And then we've got House District 22 with Lisa Simpson, Stanley Wright, and Ted
Ashid. Now, this one is currently under indictment for election fraud.
That is
related to the Gabrielle Ledoux.
Just so you know, it's 4 out of 4 precincts. Also, I want to point that out.
4 out of 4, 12%. This is a lower turnout district.
Yeah, 12%.
This one's under indictment, but innocent until. I told her her campaign slogan should be innocent until proven guilty. Lisa Simpson, innocent until proven guilty.
House District 23, Jamie Allred looks like she's gonna.
Wow, Bronson got no money and hasn't campaigned at all, and he got, jeez.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Hey, if you win and she wins, I really want you guys to be sat next to each other.
I mean, I think we'd be okay.
No, I don't.
They would be fine. They would be fine. I'm going to tell you.
Want to make a bet on it, a $20 bet on it?
I feel like when you go down the legislature, you make friends with your the whole body. Everybody figures out, even if you are bashing on the floor, you are not in the lounge.
1,000%.
You're going to have a lounge muffin, and you're all going to be fine.
Someone just texted me, 0% reporting Lyman getting, the guy getting 1%, Lyman being Lyman. He's coming back.
I took a screenshot of that because I thought that was hilarious.
Weird. Okay, so 24, this is Dan Sadler, he's coming back.
Dan
Sharon
Sadler's
Jackson was in
coming
there for
back,
one term, but he's 4 of 7.
Congratulations, Dan.
Look at that, 4 of 7, 16%. The other one had 4 of 4, 12%. Just to give you an idea, these people in Eagle River, they vote.
Looks like Delena's going back. Congratulations, Delena.
Yeah, she's 4 of 7, but that's pretty, Kathy Tilton way up there, 80%.
Way up there.
2 of 7, but still, that's a big margin. Eastman, look at him. Everybody always says he's not going to win, and I say, you know what? This guy, he's got a following. Hi, Emma. Now these guys, even if they chop up, even if one of these goes to the other one, and if it's ranked 4 or 5, 15%, Eastman's still over half the vote.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean the Valley's going to be kind of a solid voting place, and this is just way low. So
I think Steve
now Steve Bernard, who was on here earlier complaining about election integrity.
He should relax a little bit.
He was complaining about election integrity, and he didn't vote for himself. Remember, his precinct didn't have the wrong precinct, wrong district.
I wonder who he voted for.
7 of 7.
This guy is winning with. I can't believe he's beating Jesse Sumner, who's on the borough assembly right now.
Right. That's.
Now Menard famously, I got to say this. Look, legend. He was recalled. It was 12 years ago. He was in the city council. He went to Sitka for AML. I don't know exactly what happened, but I believe the hotel room was set on fire and there was some urine.
So George Rauscher looks like he's doing very well.
Are those two things connected?
I was saying that good for him. I love that.
I mean, you know, we all do things, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, but he was recalled. I mean, he was legitimately recalled.
Oh, Kevin McCabe looks like he's doing well.
Dwell Holmes, who's a hardware store owner, who's kind of he was really mean to me one time when I met him many years ago. You know him?
I don't.
He was really mean to me.
Is it hardware? Where's the store?
It's a, yes, we would like one.
A cocktail?
Oh, I was trying to be low key. Literally, we have a sign that says.
I'm sorry.
Just show it. Just show it the camera. Just show the. Literally, we're trying to keep it low key. Can you?
Well, you put it up, and I would immediately read it, and I didn't think
We're on that camera. No, we're on over here. It's far right. Camera 6 or 2 or yeah, there it is. It's white. Oh, you're white balancing now. Anyways, thank you, Jason. Jason's here, guys. Flew in from Hawaii to be here.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
Let's move things along.
Okay, 32. It looks like Will
LeBon. You know what's really interesting about this is how people feel free to vote for who they want to vote for.
Right.
As opposed to.
I even love this open primary thing.
Yeah, I do.
Kelly Nash did a post where she said, you can either be a patriot or a traitor. Bart LeBon is not a patriot.
So
that's not very nice.
She's very conservative. That's
she's getting a good whooping now.
That didn't work. I'm gonna go with that.
It didn't work.
That didn't work.
We're at 2 of 4, so half
okay.
Will Stapp.
So we've got Will Stapp is leading.
He's kind of known up there. A friend of mine knows him. I assume he's going to win that one, but still, there's these 2 other guys.
Mike Prax, congratulations.
This guy got appointed. He got appointed by Dunleavy, and then he had no opponent in 2020, and he has no opponent. People in North Pole love Mike Prox.
He's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy.
He's a really nice
guy. And he's fun to hang out with. The older guy, but good time.
Old people are fun.
He'll go to the bar and have a drink with you and talk to you, and he's just a lot of fun. Just doesn't, love him. Now this one's interesting.
This one is very interesting.
Wow, Grier. Now this is a district that went 3 of 8 precincts that went for Trump. This new districts.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but there's only 3 of 8 reporting though, so
this
it
guy's
could
on the
change.
city council, I think, or
yep.
Is he city council or assembly? I don't
know
what they call it.
One of the 2.
He's elected.
That is.
And this guy Nate over here, he's yeah.
Wow. And here is the one that has more people.
Now this is the one race,
one
legislative race where somebody's getting eliminated. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be Karen Brown.
Are you sure?
I'm going to call that.
There is still one more precinct.
Now, Ashley Carrick used to work for Adam Wool. This is Adam Wool's seat. He's not running. He ran for the U.S. House. And then you got Tim Parker, who was really a lot of energy with him, but he not doing super well. But he was an NEA teacher. I think he was an NEA guy.
He was headed up the NEA.
And then Kevin McKinley's run a couple times against Wool, who's a Republican who owns a tattoo piercing shop and who told me the Republicans had a hard time coming along with a Republican who owns a tattoo piercing shop. I mean, obviously he's got 30% of them.
And then we have House District 36 with Mike Cronk. Congratulations.
Who's came in 2 years ago and he was rough start, but he's really, I've been very impressed with him.
Well, he got a very large moose during moose season.
We actually have a picture of him if we can tee it up later with a large
Bryce Edgman has the 1 vote.
Congratulations.
He's also, we're going to call for Bryce.
We're going to call
for Bryce unopposed. But no, but Cronk, I just want to say he's actually been real. I think if the Republicans do get a majority, he's going to be part of the
he seems like a reasonable, great basketball player.
Just a
good guy.
I like him a lot. So we got now this guy McCormick. I got to tell you, this is. I've run twice, 3 times, but I dropped out the 3rd time. It's been really hard. This dude, first time candidate, he's walking in to a seat. This is.
Conrad, congratulations.
CJ. What's her name? Why am I blanking on the name all of a sudden? Tiffany Zolkowski's seat. She's not running.
Right. Bethel.
Now people thought Bob Herron was going to run. People thought Mark Springer was going to run the mayor. They didn't run. This guy runs. He's 24. He's walking into a House seat.
And we're going to have to wait for Neil Foster's seat.
Now, interesting, this guy, Ivanov, came after Foster hard last time in the dividend. Beat him initially. Foster came back and won. But Foster has got religion on the dividend here in the last couple of years.
Well,
he's kind of become a full PFD.
Josiah, congratulations.
We're calling it for this one, too.
You have 1 vote.
1 vote.
Congratulations.
So I'm just going to do a quick refresh here, guys.
Now, isn't the 3-way, we haven't seen the special yet.
No,
Is
we
that
have
down
not.
at the bottom?
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Summary.
Nope.
Is this it?
Nope, it stops at House District 4.
Yeah, we saw
this is a new race. Here it is. There's no results yet.
None?
Look at this. Pull up the screen, guys. It's 10 o'clock, 10 p.m., and they still haven't showed us any results. They were going to show us the first round, right?
Did you want to call divisional elections?
There we go.
0.
Oh, 0, 0, 0.
I'm going to refresh it. I mean, are you guys seeing anything different? Sometimes. Whoa, I refreshed it.
Oh.
Whoa! I thought she was going to get 40. She got 37. Palin's in second. Wow. 207.
Just over half.
We have more precincts. We can go back and check some of those races. We have more precincts. It was 170 before,
Yeah.
right? So now, if this holds, these votes go to her, most of them. Now, does she? And she'll win.
Yep.
Which I predicted.
Well,
And everybody was really mean to me.
I mean, there's.
On Twitter.
So first off, there's still 200 precincts that need to report. So we don't know where those are.
It frustrates me the division won't tell us what precincts they've
But
turned in.
but just I mean that is
we
too
have-
close to call.
Yeah, we
for
have none
someone.
I'm not calling
from,
it.
None
Yeah.
in from rural.
I didn't call it.
Yeah, I think this will change.
Let's go back to the main screen, guys.
I have a text, Jeff, that says, "Will you tell Jeff to hush up so that you can get a word in edgewise?"
I got that text too.
Is that from Denali? Is that from your wife?
I got that same text. Actually, I've gotten a few of those texts. Ivan?
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Oh.
You better say something now.
I think Charisse gets the prize for the most obvious statement of the night that these results are going to change. We're halfway through the precincts. None of rural Alaska has come in. Peltola will get up to 40%. I'm interested in Palin beating Begich by 3 or 4 points or whatever it was, whether there's any rhyme or reason to that or whether she's just finished strong, and we'll see if things start to change. Remember, in the Pick One primary that we had June 11th, Palin got off to a hot start. She was up 33% after the first couple of reportings, ended up at 27.
Right, came down quite a bit. Yeah.
And so there's a lot of difference between the early vote, the in-person vote, the last-minute vote, and then, of course, there's the regional distribution, how much of the valley is in, and so on.
We
so
have 207.
to reiterate what Charisse says, it's going to change.
We have 207 precincts now. It's in District 22 of 5. Bauer was ahead. Now Andrew Gray, who's with us here, he's ahead by.
Oh!
Congratulations.
No, 205.
I'm making it to the general.
And actually, I want to thank James Brooks for
The
texting
money
me.
is going to flow.
James Brooks said there is a way to see what precincts. You look at the primary state house report to show what precincts. We have to go through them, I guess.
Right here,
so
results per precinct. Right
there is
here.
a way to show
Right
that.
here.
Thank you, James Brooks.
Yeah, there it is.
From the Beacon, Alaska Beacon. Yeah, someone else said let Ivan talk, and Charisse. Okay. Am I being too much?
I mean, this is your show. I mean.
No, it's our show.
We're just here to provide color.
Right. And the
Makes me sad.
And the tablecloth provides
Oh,
color. I feel like at some point.
How bad is it, Denny? You take pictures of houses, right? Is it bad?
It's all right.
I mean, all right's not that great.
He basically said
right?
it's really. He said
Like
it's
if
really
you
bad.
had a tamale and it's like, it's all right, but a tamale that's excellent. I mean, come on.
So with this refresh on these precincts, we're going to go back to the Murkowski race. With the refresh, now it's 207. Murkowski's at 42.6. If you guys want to pull up my screen, Chewbacca's at 40. I actually thought Chewbacca was going to be ahead. I really did. I mean, it's still only half the precincts.
Yeah. It was, I think, there's a thing here going on with the Ds just deciding to cut to the chase and vote for Lisa because that's what their vote is going to say in the end anyway. So,
yeah.
I'm telling you, this Buzz Kelly wasn't even on my radar.
Yeah.
I was thinking Gungerstein, this Sean Thorne, the Libertarian, or maybe Darden, even, or Hunky. Man, this Buzz Kelly is right now home like, oh my God, I'm going to be a big player in this deal, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to have a platform, and he will. And that's perfect. I think that's great. New
Let's check
voices,
Buzz
new
Kelly.
energy, all that good
Let's
stuff.
check the update of the U.S. House primary again. Now, we still got Palin at 32. Now, she's right. This is 207.
You see, this is indicative of Peltola's there with 34%, exactly the same precincts that have come in, yet in the pick 3, she's at 37%. So
Because all these people suck up.
This isn't the race to look at, except just to see who's in fourth. And of course Tara, but she's right in, so she's gonna.
No,
go.
she's in the primary here. This is the primary.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Of course, because this is the big one. Yeah.
Andrew, look, you've been very
patient.
Get to Andrew. You've been very active. I didn't know who you were until a year. No, I don't know. Less than a year ago.
A year ago.
You've been super active. We're going to pull up the. Let's wait till we get rid of that. We got the great producers here: Scott, Shirley, Trent, Jason, Allison, Paxson. We have a great team here, and then obviously Charisse and Ivan. And then I want to thank our sponsors again: the IBW 1547. GCI, and then ConocoPhillips, who have been generous to make these live streams possible. These things don't just come together themselves, guys. They don't just make themselves happen. There's a big team of people behind
a lot of
the
people
scenes
that are
here
helping,
that are being very, and also Aaron, this guy.
Thank you for making my water.
For being here. Appreciate that.
My brown water.
And Jason Sear came all the way from Hawaii, so really excited that he came down here to help us out. Now, Andrew, I didn't know you were really until the assembly, and you became a very vocal, kind of active member, public member, kind of
Correct. About stuff that was happening in this district. I mean, that's really what started that.
Now, did you the Ivy thing, she decided late not to run? Were you thinking of running? I mean, was it on your radar?
No, I thought about running. I didn't know I was going to be running now, but I had done some candidate trainings. I've been doing some homework, so to speak.
Thinking about contemplating it, right?
I was ready when the door opened,
yeah.
but no, I don't think anyone knew that was going to happen until when it happened. So it was there was a lot of surprise.
No, you actually, I got to say this, you caught me, and I'm proud of myself on being kind of on top of things. The Constitution says if you're taking what's the word, if you're making money, if you're making money from the state, you can't run for office. Now you're in the Guard. But there's actually an exemption in the Constitution.
Yeah, so you tried to call me on that.
No, I said, Andrew, I don't know, man. Like, you should check that, because I think it says position of profit. The Constitution says if you're working as a position of profit for the state or the federal government, you cannot run for office.
Right.
So I said, Andrew, hey, man.
But I mean,
I don't know, dude.
But did he do a Twitter announcement?
No, I texted him. No, I don't.
No, we were texting, and he was basically sending me screenshots of the Constitution and saying it's very clear that you can't run.
I was worried about you.
But I was able to send a screenshot back.
Correct.
Showing
military
that there is a
exemption.
carve-out.
There's a carve-out for the Guard.
For the Guard,
Which
yep.
you're a member of.
I'm a member of the Guard. Which does not support or endorse any candidates.
Well, thank you.
You have to say
thank
that.
you for running, and thank you for your service. It's a big deal.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So you've been hitting the doors?
I've been hitting the doors, and it's all one piece for me. Like you said, I really hit the assembly hard last year. It was about housing and homelessness. Door knocking in our, in our district, it's all about, that's the major concern, is the increased cost of housing, the rents flying sky high, the increased visible, people experiencing homelessness. And you've talked about it. You talk about it on your podcast all the time, Jeff. I mean, about being in this building and what you've seen.
Yeah, we have to get you on you have the East Anchorage Book Club.
I do have the East Anchorage Book Club. Thank you so much.
Which I listen to, and it's.
Thank you.
You're kind of getting
in
my territory there,
It's helped me so much. It's helped me so much. My podcast has helped me so much because, by interviewing so many historical figures, I feel like I've gotten a really good handle on Alaskan history and Alaskan issues. And that was all accident. I didn't know that interviewing those historical figures was preparing me for this moment, but it definitely has. Vic Fisher and Joe Josephson, Melanie Banky.
Andy Josephson's dad, who was a senator back in the day.
Joe Josephson was in the Senate when they legalized abortion.
And when they tried to impeach Sheffield.
He did. So he was, I talked to him about that because of your podcast talking about the Sheffield impeachment. And so he was very clear that he was not any sort of official, lawyer. It's just that he happened to be a lawyer. He was in the Senate. He was in the same party.
He ran the defense for Sheffield, right? Yeah.
But he would say that it was because he happened to be a lawyer who was a Democrat in the Senate at the time.
Right.
Like he was able to.
I just gotta say, I think if some governor gave his buddy a preferential contract on a building, that's what happened to Sheffield. I don't think anybody would give a shit.
Joe Josephson.
That guy almost got impeached.
He did because of
things have changed.
Yeah,
right?
things have changed. Building in Fairbanks, and the thing was that Joe Josephson, I was like, what was he impeached for? And he's like, huh. Like, I mean, it's not like something that just
He
pops
literally
up.
gave a campaign donor
a house.
a no bid deal on a building in
Right.
Fairbanks to labor. It's like, today, what happens in our, with our public officials?
It does, yeah.
Right.
You have procurement laws that protect you from doing that. That you have public dollars. You have to. I mean, there's a lot of ways that would never happen again.
But I'm just saying, even
Yeah.
if that did happen today, do you think they would?
Yeah.
The legislature would impeach someone?
Yes.
Really? You think
I
so?
don't know.
Yeah, I do. I think things like that just are. People would blow that up. And
People would blow it up for sure.
Yeah.
But I think, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the details about that building. I mean, but I can't. I am not an expert on the Sheffield impeachment.
Example, LAO downtown Anchorage.
Taj Mahal.
The LAO downtown Anchorage. Yes, I mean that was a big deal. I mean that. Yes, I believe it could happen.
But that didn't rise to Hawker didn't run. He didn't run, right, for re-election?
No, but it was a big deal. It was a big deal.
When they found the emails, it said back channel. That was.
All I was making a point was that yes, I believe it.
I always said they should have just bought the building. Walker, who was on here earlier, he didn't want to do it because it was so toxic. But after that whole thing went down, this is we're getting off track, but they should have just bought the damn building. They could have got it for pennies on. The APD got it. They got a great deal.
So yes, but yeah, I think there's government accountability that maybe is a lot better now than it was back then. But I don't remember the whole scandal of Sheffield. I do remember them trying to impeach.
What I was saying is things are so polarized now that whatever happens, if it's a Republican or a Democrat, their people are gonna go to the side. Doesn't matter what they did,
So what was interesting, and you talked about this, is that they brought in the people from Watergate to do that.
Lacavera was one of the main lawyers in Watergate.
Oh,
they brought Watergate lawyers up here.
They brought Watergate lawyers up
to
here
investigate the whole.
To help with the impeachment.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Josephson went out to dinner with the lawyers from Watergate. So that's which he talked about, Jeff, which is interesting. If he was the defense attorney, he was hanging out, and the wife of the Watergate lawyer asked Joe Josephson if there was any work up here for her husband.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, I got to say, one of the moments that I recall most, and I've been to many assembly meetings, and there was a mask mandates, and there was all these things, but one of the moments I recall most is it was a mask mandate discussion, and you told Jamie Allard you agreed with her. Remember?
Oh,
and
yeah,
she the way you said it,
that was a good one.
She thought you were going to come at her. But then you said, I agree with you. I think it was on the science of the masks or something.
So,
and then she didn't know what to do.
No. I mean, well, the time that I set up, that I agree with her was when she had written on her Facebook page for she'd gone to Mar-a-Lago for her birthday. She went to Mar-a-Lago for her birthday. And with Trump.
It was a Kelly.
It was a Kelly Tobacco fundraiser, but she went and she had written.
I thought about going and sneaking in, but I found out that the Secret Service would have been there, and it would have been a problem.
She had written on her Facebook page that she would take a bullet for President Donald Trump. That's what Jamie had written on her Facebook page. So I did. That was right after the trucker rally, and so I did talk in that testimony. I told her that the science did. I mean, Jeff, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble right now, but. The bottom line is that I felt like truckers riding in a cab by themselves.
No, you don't wear the mask.
I was like, yeah, Jamie, I agree with you on that. Like, probably the trucker in the cab by himself is fine.
It's probably safe.
Yeah.
There's nobody that you can.
But the point was, I was setting it up because I was going to talk about how I didn't think it was okay to.
Well, she was shocked
to say that Trump.
She thought you were going to come at her, and then you came and agreed with her.
Right.
So new update, and then also So do you have Buzz Kelly on the line, or do we have a website of Buzz Kelly? The producers are confusing me, but. 6%. Okay, we have. Hey, here we go, guys. Charisse, Buzz Kelly, who's probably going to make it to the 4th spot from the Senate race. America is the greatest country in the history of the world. We've overcome every enemy. We have outperformed every economy, and we have set the highest standard for freedom and opportunity. But right now, America is under attack. Socialists, militants, and wealthy little Hitlers. Oh. This is why we have our producers. Seek to divide our country and pull America down into a socialist cesspool. Scroll down. About 1913, we can't scroll down. Conservatives fell asleep behind This is a screenshot.
The wheel, that is the year.
1913 was when they passed the income tax in the
Right.
Federal Reserve. Oh my God.
I think a lot more people are going to start voting for him.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Did he say a Hitler militant? What did he say?
I don't know. That's crazy.
That's our 4th place guy, maybe.
Well, so the new results are out.
We have a new update. Let me
We have a
pull
new
this up here
update.
on my computer.
Shall we? What district are you?
224.
And can we start this time with the three-way? Yep. Before we go.
yes, Ivan.
Yeah, like we don't want to spend 20 minutes going through everything else and
That's
have to
good.
wait for the race that
The
actually
three-way,
gets
the
decided
three-way.
tonight.
Hold on.
That
let me pull
one,
pull
yes.
That up here. Summary. This is it. I was trying to be clever, like yes, Ivan will start
Right.
with the three-way. It was.
Here we go.
Make a joke. Didn't work. With the update, 224 out of 402. We have Peltola still 37%, Palin at 33, and Nick Begich at 29, right behind Palin.
So it looks like, well, that's only half, 55.
A little more than half, yeah, 224.
55%. We don't know where rural Alaska is.
How do I pull up that precinct deal?
So
Was that under?
I'm not sure where you can pull up the precinct, but I still feel like this is going to change quite a bit between now. I always feel like the rural districts come in later, and I think they're going to trend more for Nick Begich than they will for Sarah Palin. That's just my prediction.
So
that Nick will be second in most of those votes.
Tom Begich was telling me there's like 4 of 40 rural precincts.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I'm gonna text him
That's
back.
it?
He follows this stuff.
Okay, I was going to look up your race.
Oh, thank you.
I know how it is. It didn't change?
So
we haven't seen it yet. I mean, I haven't seen the new numbers.
Let's see here. What district?
20.
20.
Okay.
So Matt Chuckrow is going to come back in. He was here. We didn't get him on, but he's going to come back. He's saying Palin is
2 of 5. 2 of 5.
Chuckrow's saying Palin's locked in at this point.
45 to Andrew Gray, 43 to Paul Bauer.
Tom Begich
Up
saying
by
only
22 votes.
Tom Begich saying only Nome is in. This always happens. They don't. They
Right.
don't.
The rural precincts are really
don't
difficult
come in,
for the
and this
report.
This can change things a bit.
It actually changes things a lot.
2 of 28 in District 39. They're saying this is all for.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they have southeast and down the Aleutian chain too, because those votes change quite a bit too. I mean, if it's just central, road system votes, it's going to be a lot different when you add in the rest of the votes.
I think, though, the biggest, that is huge, but again, it's the early votes, particularly with Sarah. Remember, in the primary, what we talked about was that Sarah's voters are Sarah voters, and that was a mail ballot, and they were going to get, they got the thing in the mail, turned it around, sent it straight back in. So when we counted the early votes, Sarah was up a lot and then came back. So this time, you've not got 100% mail ballot, but
so my question is,
same kind of dynamic.
Special election versus the regular election, right? Like we haven't talked about those dynamics. So they're not much different, right? So Nick has 27%.
We're going to go back to the governor's race. I want
and
to show
Sarah
you.
Palin has 32%. So
They're laughing at me.
What?
Guys, look at this. Walker Drygas and Garrett Cook have basically become neck and neck with this new update.
Wow.
So I don't know what these rural precincts are going to do.
25 405 and 25 367.
I was at AFN
Wow.
4 years ago when Walker announced he wasn't running, and it was a huge gasp in the room. So I wonder if these are in fact rural precincts outstanding, which they are. How many of these votes go to Walker?
well, and you've got Pearson, Grenwald, and
between Walker Drygas and Gara Cook, it's 90% in each direction plus.
Right.
Okay, so you add them together, and they're just over 43%. So they're more than Dunleavy, but Dunleavy will get a little bit. So
for Dunleavy to win the
that will-
general, if it's Kirk or Pierce, he has to get more than half the vote on the second round.
But you look
he
at
has to be second on.
He has to be first, and then
second.
the person in fourth has to get him over the top because the third place person, if it's Garrett or Walker, they won't. Those votes won't go to him.
But this is actually, you look at the Cooker vote 4%, you look at the Pierce vote 7%. 90% of that's going to go to Dunleavy, and
That's
that
what
will
I
put him
think,
over
too.
50%.
That will put him over.
I'm not sure the Kirk voters would, because Kirk has been so hard
Where are
anti
they gonna
Dunleavy.
go?
Just bullet vote.
I don't know.
Drop off.
don't know. I think it's hard. I think it's hard.
I think the biggest problem with
There
the
isn't
ranked
going to be that. There isn't going to be that much.
Well, I mean, we'll see in
drop-off.
the House race, special general for the House, how much drop off there is. We'll have a good idea. But I think the biggest, and I'm not saying I'm against. I mean, I voted against it, but like the biggest problem with ranked choice is people have to go into the voting booth. Voters, instead of picking their favorite person, they have to go in there thinking about game theory, right? We don't want our vote. The average person isn't gaming things out with chaos theory and game theory.
I
Who do I
agree.
vote for second and third to get my guy to the first?
So many people get wrapped around the axle. Oh, do I leave this blank? Do I vote for this person?
Yep.
What is my third vote? What does it matter
What
if
does
I
it mean?
don't fill
This
the
creates
fourth in?
confusion for the
And they're
voters.
well, no, it's not confusion. It's just like all you have to do. Who's your first choice? Who's your second choice? Who's your third choice? It's like it's easy. Now,
I
when
agree with Ivan.
it's just like, give us your preference. Don't. But
You don't
people are
have to do
getting
the game
wrapped
theory.
around
You
the
don't think
axle.
voters are thinking, well, wait a minute, how do my votes impact the outcome?
I mean, I'm sure they think about it, but I think Ivan's right that you should just vote your first and your second choice as you think it.
I can guarantee you that
Guys, I have a high-level economist who just texted me and said they love game theory, and I think they agree with us.
I think that people that are going to vote for Sarah Palin or Kelly Chewbacca are thinking game theory.
Yes.
They are thinking game
Same
theory.
thing
I
with Nick
also
Begich and Sarah Palin.
I think that is going to happen with Les Guerra's group, right? They're thinking game theory, right? So I do believe game theory comes into play as much as I think that there's going to be, I think it'll be split. Game theory and people that just vote whatever they want to vote.
All right, guys,
I really
the producers
do.
are telling us we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
I want to go to the bathroom. I'm not sure we should say that on the camera, but
You should turn your
Well,
microphone off.
and I'm going to head out, Jeff. I want to thank you
Andrew,
so much
great,
for
thank you.
having
It was so
me.
nice to
It was
meet
really
you.
fun. And you
Yeah.
know, I want to have you on my podcast. You've invited me on yours. We should do it back and
I'll
forth.
be honest, I'll do it, but one time Grace Jang was on my podcast, and she's a former reporter. She was Bill Walker's press secretary and communications person. During the course of the podcast, she
took over.
flipped it over, and I said, fucking wait a minute.
She's so
Stop,
smart.
stop. It's my
I love
podcast.
that you did that.
Don't interview me, I'm interviewing you.
I can't wait to do a
I'll do
podcast.
it. Well, you're coming on the podcast.
I'm going to overtake
Ivan,
you, though.
I got to get Ivan on the podcast, too.
You should do
Only
it.
if you come on mine.
Oh,
Do you have a
I'll do it.
podcast?
I just told
I
Andrew
don't
I'd
have
do
a
it.
podcast. I'm on the radio.
Oh,
He's very
I
good.
knew that.
very
I listen
brave.
to you all the time.
I was, but then COVID happened.
Oh.
All right, guys, we're going to take, we try to do a break, and then they get this close-up of me.
Can we take this off? Can we take?
You
Yeah, we'll probably
you
use,
actually caught yourself drinking on the screen. You
All
looked
right,
at
we're-
the screen and went,
I
oh.
was trying to give GCI. Can we get the close-up there on camera? Whatever it is, 18. There's GCI. We love GCI. We love GCI. Guys, we want to take a quick break. We're going to come back here with more results and coverage. I really want to thank Charisse Millett, former representative, majority leader, and minority leader, and Ivan Moore, pollster, for being here, and Andrew Gray for being here, our most recent guest. We actually have another person who's coming in studio. It's a surprise guest from an East Anchorage district, and we're going to take a quick break. I want to thank our sponsors, the IBW 1547, GCI, ConocoPhillips. And I really want to thank our team. Guys, how's our team? I mean,
Team is amazing. Thank you, team.
we've done this before, and it's been tough. This big team makes it much better. So we'll be right back, folks. Check out these old vintage commercials.
We're going to take you to see Joe.
He knows what to do with people like you.
Any way you cut it. It's Joe Carey Salon in the Westside Center, Wasilla.
You ever been to Dallas? Through Walla Walla, Wichita, and Waco?
You're kidding.
No, I don't know you well enough to kid you. But to top it off, the hotel I got into, they gave me this for an air conditioner. All because I went for a cheap seat.
Well, so did I, but I went direct, all the way from Anchorage.
With who?
With said travel. I just told them where I wanted to go and when I wanted to get there, and they took care of everything. In fact, they even got me the jacuzzi I asked for. Next time, you better go to Witset.
What's it?
No, Witset Travel Service.
Come on, Vince.
Wimp.
You gonna go cry to mommy? Why?
Vincent, listen. To become different from what you are, you first must become aware of who you are.
Do you understand?
The Tiger and Dragon Club gained the confidence needed to face the challenges of life.
Do the little things on your airline work as well as they should? Before you get on an Alaska Airlines plane, we make sure everything is shipshape, inside and out.
This is Jim. Jim just bought a new telescope from Anchorage House of Hobbies. Now he's exploring the boundless galactic frontier. But wait, what strange new world has Jim discovered? For the finest selection of telescopes on this planet, see the folks at Anchorage House of Hobbies.
Wild, wild about Anchorage, nothing can change my mind. Wild, wild about Anchorage, it's a marvelous find. There's no place anywhere else that you could want to be. We're all together here singing in harmony. Oh, wild, wild. Wild, wild about Anchorage, wild about Anchorage.
Where are you taking me?
To the Dungeon of Doom!
At the Alaska State Fair.
When it comes to the care of Alaska's lawns and gardens, nobody knows more than Man Lizer, horticulturist, TV personality, and owner of the Alaska Greenhouses. And for controlling dandelions and other stubborn lawn weeds, Man recommends Ortho Weed Begone.
Ortho Weed Begone goes down and kills the roots of the plants. There's nothing more effective for killing weeds than Ortho Weed Begone.
Weed Begone is now on sale at the Alaska Greenhouses. Buy a quart at our sale price and receive a $1 rebate from Ortho. For all your garden needs, it's the Alaska Greenhouses in Muldoon.
And can I hear it one time for Fort James playing the bass? And how about for Alan Wicks on the drums? And Mr. Steve Nelson on the keys playing for you. My name's Justin Smith, and we got Doc Washington in the house, all the way here from Phoenix to sing for you. And stick around, folks, because we're playing all night.
Doesn't want to sing. He's not singing. My mic too? Okay, guys, we are back. I can't believe, I just want to say real quick, Charisse Millett, former representative, Ivan Moore, very thrilled you guys are here on the show.
We haven't done much.
We're just eating pizza. And
I'm just over here.
You guys are killing it. I mean, you guys are killing it. We have a great team as well. I want to thank our team of producers and directors and graphics and everything. It's been amazing. We're joined here in studio by Forrest Wolf, Republican candidate for District 21. Now, earlier we had Donna Mears on, your Democratic opponent. She told us this Ian Chirac character, he out.
Yeah, I saw that actually, and it's going to be interesting.
Hey, look. Couldn't even find a website of him or an online presence.
He saw this earlier and says, that's it, I'm out.
Didn't you, first of all, I want to say, Forrest, you're leading with 5 of 5 precincts. You're at 49.67%. Donna Mears 45.14%. This is the race, famously, that Liz Snyder won by 11 votes. Again, now, districts changed a bit.
Yep.
But you're a former born and raised Juneau.
Yep. Well, no, I was actually born in Anchorage, but raised in
Juneau.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, we've spent time in Hawaii. Your dad's got this
That's right. Yeah, we got
condo,
a nice condo
in the
there.
Big Island, which I love. but you, just real quick, you had some weird interaction with this Chirac's kind of uncle or grandfather.
It was
or
his
something?
nephew. It was his nephew.
It was way up.
Yeah, and I was at Los Margaritas having a dinner and watching the first game of the Stanley Cup Finals, and this kid sat down next to me. We just struck up a conversation and started
I thought it was
talking
his grandfather.
No, it was his nephew. Yeah. And so we struck up a conversation, and he was talking about why he wanted to go to Juneau and do some stuff down there. And I was like, all right, well, here, give me your number, and if you go down there, let me know, and I'll hook you up with some of my friends down there. And he said, yeah, my name is Blaine Sherrick, and I was like, do you happen to know someone named Ian?
It's Sherrick or Chirac?
I don't know. Maybe it's Chirac. I never actually got that.
Got that far.
Yeah, but he was like, oh yeah, that's my uncle. So it was every day I'm reminded of how small this state is.
So you've been a staffer a long time.
Yep.
Now, you were there when Charisse, you were.
Yeah, Forrest and I worked together.
That's right. Yeah, we worked together. I was working for Bob Lynn, and I've worked for a number of representatives over the years.
Bob Lynn was epic.
Bob was a funny guy. I always called him Grandpa Santa Claus because he had this big bushy white beard and these eyebrows that went for days, and had this
He'd
fall asleep
sometimes.
Yeah,
Well, there was kind of a little joke in the Judiciary Committee when we were on the Judiciary.
Yep.
Who would fall asleep first?
Him or
was it
Alex?
Max?
Grunberg.
Or Bob?
Max Grunberg. Max
it
the
was
Amender.
lovely. They were both really great humans.
No, they're all great people, and Bob has lived a pretty amazing life. He founded a city. He was an Air Force fighter jet pilot.
He has an amazing story.
Yeah, he's got a great backstory, and he was a truly amazing person, and may he rest in peace.
Like Compton or something.
He grew up in Compton.
Yeah,
and he was raised by a Hispanic family.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I think he flew the F-86.
He did.
Yeah,
he was like a fire.
He was the real deal, man.
Now, Forrest, for you to run for office, you had to quit your job in the legislature, which you were making a decent income.
Yeah, I was. I've been working there for a while and was making a decent wage, but I had to quit to go ahead and run. So I like to call myself fun employed at the moment. But I had some savings saved up, and it's allowed me to kind of carry on through. And I'm putting everything I can into the race. So.
Let's pull up the race real quick here. I'm gonna the Chirac. I don't know where he would go, but this is so close. If this, 5 of 5, right? If this was, it's 24%, so we're gonna have a much higher turnout. But this is representative of the district. Where do those votes go? And if those go, even if those all go to her,
still pretty close.
Wow.
Yeah. And this race was decided by 11 votes last time, and it looks like it could be shaping up for another close finish as well. So.
Full disclosure. Sorry.
I was just going to say that I've always been a big fan of keeping tabs of all the House districts and looking at party affiliation and how it breaks down in each district. And what you see is that when you have a big imbalance of Democrat voters to Republican voters, like in Bush districts and in downtown Anchorage and downtown Juneau and even downtown Fairbanks, the district is perpetually held by Democrats.
Sure.
And the first kind of dozen or 15 on the list going down will be reliably Democrat districts. Yours is the first one when you order them by Democrat strength down to Republican strength that you've got to win.
Yeah.
It's all D's above you.
Yeah.
So how do you do that? How do you approach the district when you know, you don't live in a Mat-Su district or you don't live in a reliably Republican district?
Well, you know, for me, it's just getting out and talking to folks at door to door. You know, I'm not like a super hyper partisan individual. I'm you know, much more moderate, and that's been effective for me so far. And obviously, that the results tonight kind of bear that out.
Yeah, I think so. I think people are moving more to a moderate candidate. Even in my district, like we used to be hyper Republican,
Sure.
and through my 10 years serving, it became more purple.
Yep.
Like I think we're seeing a lot of districts become purple rather than red or blue.
Yeah.
They're just really just.
How do you say that with what's going on everywhere else? You know, I mean, you got.
But there's pockets
national,
of districts, right?
You got national politics just driving this insane partisanship.
I believe there's anomalies within Anchorage, especially
Oh, sure.
in Anchorage, right? You look at my district, where Calvin's an independent, and he won. I think you look at Lance Pruitt's district, where
Right.
Liz Snyder won.
Yeah.
I think there is a push for some districts. I'm not talking about the hyper-partisan districts, but there are some districts that are really moving towards Matt Clayman's district, for example. It was traditionally a red district, but is now more of a purple district.
We're joined in studio by Matt Clayman. He'll be coming on next.
Yeah.
Very excited to have you on here, Matt Clayman.
But
he almost threw something at me. That's very loose.
No, but I'm just saying, like there are pockets of Anchorage
Oh,
that
boy,
are
We're being invaded.
We just real quick.
Congratulations, Matt
can we
Clayman.
go to GoPro camera 12? Just don't mess with the camera. But we got. Come
on in.
Sorry to cut you off there.
no
but
worries,
just real
man.
quick, we want to pull this.
You'll be here on.
Pull up my screen, guys. We got Matt Clayman with 25% winning by about. Not even a 0.5%. 38-13.
113
Wow,
votes.
36.99. Look at this, folks. We got some signs here. We got Joe and these great people and Lizzie and
I
Grace.
love the enthusiasm. Like this is what primary night should
This
be
is what
like.
we do. This is what we do here. This is what we do here. Get loud, get loose. Okay.
Who needs the Egan Center Election Central?
We did that in 2018.
We are here.
We did that, but you know it's so
This
much
is the
money
new
and
Election Central.
this is a new.
Right.
We get 80 people in here. It's gonna get weird.
No, it's going to be great.
But I mean seriously, this is the
gonna be
race.
hot.
We talked about that earlier with Bill Wilkowski. If
Right.
Clayman wins and if Kawasaki wins, that's 9 Democrats.
Right. It will
in
be
the
a
Senate.
totally different Senate. Yeah.
And even
No,
if
I
even if
agree.
he wins, and even if it's one of them wins, it's 8 Democrats.
Right.
But this is kind of this like, what do you call it, Ivan? A round one or a test?
A poll.
A dress rehearsal.
Dress
A
rehearsal.
dress rehearsal, yeah.
There you go.
And that's Forrest. You're going to have the same deal when this Chirac drops
Oh yeah,
off. If
yeah,
they-
yeah. A
if
lot
he
of work
does-
to do. You know, it's not over yet. It's going to be a contentious race. So.
You know what happens now?
What?
The weather gets different.
Yep.
It gets a little crappy outside, and you
Yeah.
are walking in the rain, in the sleet, in the snow.
Well, fortunately, growing
You
up
are
in June, I'm
walking
not.
on Halloween night, which
Yeah.
has always been my favorite night to go
Yeah,
door to
that's
door.
fun. Yeah.
Because they're like trick or treat. I'm like, I got a
Yeah,
treat
trick
for
or
you.
vote, please. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, guys, I just want to real quick. I feel very bad. He's been waiting a long time. We got Jeremy Bynum on here. We're going to bring you up, Jeremy. District, is that 3?
2 or 3.
District 1. 4. District 4. We're going to bring you up here. How you doing, Jeremy?
Doing well. District 1.
No, it's not.
Probably really small
Yeah, it is
writing
one.
on
It is. It is one.
I think it is
the
one.
candidate who's running in a race.
Yeah, it is
He's
one. It's
District 1.
against. This is the Dan Ortiz seat where he's actually he's always run as a petition. He's got signatures to appear on the ballot. Now there's this open primary. You're the Republican in the race. The Siobhan Megan, who's raised no money, and actually we have a silhouette of because we couldn't find any pictures of her on the internet. You're at 44.6. There it is on the screen. 44.6%. Dan Ortiz, the incumbent, 52%. So, I mean, in a ranked choice deal, higher turnout. You know, who knows? What do you think?
Well, I think that we've only been in this race for about just over 2 months. Wanted to get in there and have an opportunity to have some good ideas put out there and a conversation, and that's why I got into the race to begin with.
Now, real quick, Jeremy, you've largely self-funded your campaign. You're actually putting your own money into this thing.
That's correct.
So you're
Yep,
going for it.
I'm putting my own money into this campaign. Right now, I'm really involved in our community. I'm our utility manager currently here in Ketchikan. I'm on our borough assembly. I'm out there refereeing high school basketball games through the winter months, helping out the schools that way. I'm all in with our community, and I'm all in on this campaign to bring some fresh, energetic ideas to the legislature.
Well, I wanted to bring you on. I'm sorry about there's a lot going on here with the results, but look. I'm taking a cruise from. It was this crazy, weird deal from Holland, America. I'm going from Whittier to Vancouver in September. I'm stopping in Ketchikan. Will you do a podcast? I'll bring my equipment. Will you do a podcast with me?
Absolutely.
I've never been to Ketchikan. I wanted to fly one time from Juneau, and it was $1,000.
Well, we welcome you here to Ketchikan.
You live in one of the most beautiful cities in our
We're going to
state.
catch up with you in Ketchikan when I come down there, buddy. Jeremy Bynum in Republican Canada District 1. 44 right now with 8 of 10 precincts reporting 44.65% against Dan Ortiz. Hey, you're going to make it to the primary. Hey, you're going to make it through, buddy. You're going to make it through.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Congratulations.
We're going to work real hard. So thank you for that, and we look forward to coming to visit Ketchikan.
Thank you for calling in, Jeremy Bynum. Is it Bynum?
No problem.
Bynum, is that right?
Bynum.
Right,
Yeah.
I got it. I said Bynum. Love that. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. All right, so Forest Wolf, District 21. Look at me.
Yep. You got it. Hey, you got that one right.
4,
3, 2. No, oh, it's 1.
4, 3, 2,
You're like,
1.
I'm 1. You're like, no,
Did you
you're
guys see
not.
the Hunky Lee karaoke earlier? Did
No.
anybody?
Oh my God.
That was weird.
How is Hunky doing?
Oh, yeah,
not
how
great.
is Hunky
Not
doing?
great.
Oh dear.
Anyways, Forrest, I want to tell you, like, as longtime friends,
Yeah.
look, I'm really proud of you, man. You're
Thanks,
doing
man. I
something.
appreciate it. Yeah.
It's hard to run for office. It's hard to jump in and do it, and you're taking a lot of risk, and we'll see what happens here in the general. But I want to thank you for coming on.
Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Also,
Thanks for having me. Charisse as
I
well.
love the haircut.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, it's looking pretty good, isn't it?
It looks good. It looks really good.
Okay, Forrest, we're gonna have you exit stage
Sure.
left,
Stage
and then
left?
we're
All right.
gonna queue up. We got our team here back. Awesome team queuing up Matt Clayman, who's wow, that's that Matt Clayman race, huh?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like
Wow, and Matt's raised a lot of money. I mean,
tons of money.
I'll pull it up here. I have this little cool sheet. By the way, folks, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed to the Alaska Political Report, let me take that off for a second. If you want to know what's going on in Alaska and if you want to know what's happening in politics, you should actually subscribe to the Alaska Political Report. It's a great.
It's a great. Yeah.
Charisse subscribes, and actually Ivan subscribes.
Yeah.
I'm going to look him up real quick. Can you guys just real quick talk about how amazing the Alaska? If you feel if it's bad, tell me it's bad.
There's so much information in the political report. Like I can't miss it.
Do you ever open it and see your name in it?
Once in a while, not so much anymore. Now that we're friends again.
Yeah.
No, we're cool. We're
you
cool.
You have to give him money to stop him doing that.
No.
That's not accurate.
No, that's not true. no, I'm not gonna give him.
How do you? You guys just keep talking for a second here. I'm just going to pull this up.
So Denali's in Hawaii.
Yes.
And you're here, but you're
Yes.
going to Hawaii.
Hopefully.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're queuing up Clayman. So
We can still keep talking.
Yeah, no, I can't concentrate on two things at once. I only have one channel.
I love that Matt
no.
Clayman has his signs here.
Lizzie's.
Wait. You can
Looks great. Now, Matt,
No, your hair looks
you look great. You look great.
That's why I have a team when the hair isn't
Hi,
behaving.
So we're now here with Democratic candidate Matt Clayman.
Quiet at the back,
You literally
please.
brought in a whole team of. I mean, I love that. I love that. Love that.
I love it too.
Go. Look at that camera catching the studio.
Right.
That's the big camera.
That is a big camera.
Now, Matt, you've actually raised the first fundraising, the 30-day report. You raised more than anybody else running for the legislature.
Yes.
What's that about? I mean, damn.
People like you.
Well-
He's bought and paid for.
No, he's not. Just people like him.
No, I can tell you I'm not bought and paid for because if you look at all the people that have given, you can't figure out what they support or what they don't support. And really the only answer is they support good government and somebody that works hard.
Right.
How much have you raised? Can I ask? Is that a...
No, it's public. Yeah, no, well, I didn't catch a 7-day. You were over 100,000, right? I mean, before.
Oh, no, we were at 110. We were at
Because-
110 on the 30-day report, 136.
So you filed, you didn't indicate, and I asked you that in Juneau many times, are you going to run for the Senate? Nobody knew.
Right.
You waited till the last, you were running for either the House or the Senate.
Right.
You can run and not indicate, and then you jumped into the Senate race with you and Mia Costello.
Right.
At the end, but you ran before, you raised a lot of money.
Right.
And now you're in this, very high-profile Senate race where if you win, and if Scott Kawasaki wins, you're a Democrat. If Scott Kawasaki wins, or even if you win, right? That's 8 Democrats in the Senate. That could easily. The Senate's always one or two votes, maybe one vote. That could push a coalition, right? So.
Well, it could change the whole dynamics of the Senate, right? Any change.
Well,
more
anytime you
Democrats, right? Light of green, right?
Well,
Yeah.
she
Tuckerman
didn't run
Babcock's
as-
mother-
she didn't run
Tuckerman
as a
Babcock's
Democrat, but
mother-in-law.
she-
I mean, that was a necessity for Light of Green and the Republicans to remain.
Well, here's what I often am really struck by. On a national level, today there is one legislative body in the entire country that's run by a tripartisan majority, and that's the Alaska House. And there's only one state in which people even talk about a coalition in running for Senate or House. And people are saying to me, run for Senate because we want a Senate coalition. No one's saying a Democratic majority or Republican majority. They want a coalition majority.
That must have been a tough decision to make because you've been in your House district for how long now?
8 years.
Okay. And this is kind of, you knew it was going to be a tough race.
Right.
And you knew if you lose, that's bye-bye, I'm off to go back into the private sector again.
I'm going to go try to find you in Hawaii and we can go for a bike.
Did you know that Matt actually guides he guides like river trips in the Colorado River?
But the point I'm trying to make is that,
I knew that.
When politicians, and I use that term very nicely, get elected, they're not usually inclined to put that gravy train deal at risk, you know, by jumping into a different race, unless you really don't mind your political career ending. Not that I think it's going to end. I think it's just must have been a difficult decision because you're taking on a senator who's been there for a while and is a formidable opponent. And obviously you knew it was going to be close. And I just wonder what kind of calculus there was that went into that. I was just looking at numbers. Here's the deal.
Can we pull up the numbers here?
You
guys pull up the numbers on this. We got Matt Clayman ahead right at 50. Pull up my screen.
Those aren't the numbers that I was
not those
going to
numbers.
look at.
Do you want me to have Denali
No,
text him
no,
to
no,
stop
no,
talking?
it's fine.
Sorry.
I haven't finished, please.
were talking
You've
about
got
those
Turnagain above International Airport Road,
right?
Reliably D. Then you've got everything down below, all the way down to Ocean View, reliably R.
And now Bayshore.
And I'm familiar with the really very equal balance between the two. But Turnagain's a little bit bigger, 500 extra voters up there. And I wonder if it kind of went down to that level of actually looking at historical numbers. I don't want you to give up any secrets here, but did you have any kind of, I think we can do this, based on some kind of real analysis of how it was likely to break out?
Well, I mean, we looked at a lot of past election results, more recent, looked at trends over time. But you know, as Lisa, my wife, she said, well, one of the decisions you have to make is if you run for re-election to the House, you're probably going to have a little more time for river trips and backpacking and bicycling this summer. And if you run for the Senate,
right. You used to
then
bicycle with a guy, but
then
then
you
he
have
got
to,
busy and doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah, but
with
you
me
said,
anyway.
He said she said if you're going to run for Senate, you know, don't look for getting any backpacking and river trips in because you're going to be going you're going to be going door to door pretty much every day.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you've been in a powerful position in the current majority in the House. You could run for the House if you won, and the Democrats or the coalition stays together. You could be a leadership role, maybe the rules chair, whatever. When you go to the Senate, I mean, that's a risk, right? Like if the House for you is a good path to be kind of in a position of power. The Senate, though, depending on how things go, I mean, it's risky, but you went for it. So
you'll be a freshman in the Senate, and you have Bert Stedman and Gary Stevens and Lyman Hoffman and Bill Milikowski, right? Where do you fit in?
And the answer is I don't know.
Right.
But the goal is to get in the Senate and work with people.
I love that.
Exactly,
I'm ride or die.
Which is exactly what Charisse, when we served together, we didn't always agree, but boy, we got the work done.
We did. I mean, like I will say that there's a lot of people that I served with in the legislature that we always didn't agree on issues, but we found common ground and passed some really great legislation, right? Like it was not about whose name was on the bill. It was like, does this make sense? Yeah, it does. Like, let's figure out how to do it.
Right.
So
and
Ivan's like Pollyanna over here.
Your question, Ivan, is that as much as I could review data, I was trying to, but at some level, it's still you're going to. I knew I was going to a close race. And it was going to be all about ability to get support.
Like high risk, high reward.
Did you have to be persuaded?
I love that.
Because we've already talked about it earlier this evening that your race and Kawasaki's race are potentially number 8 and 9, and there's a big difference between even 8, but definitely 9, more than 7 in terms of getting a coalition put
yep.
together.
And
right?
there were a lot of people.
Were there
that-
people kind of saying, "Matt, you got to do this"?
There were a number of people from a range of different perspectives that spoke to me and asked me to step up and run.
Back
It
in
wasn't that was
February,
not
March, everybody was saying, "Is Matt going to run?" I mean, that was going
Yeah.
back till as soon as redistricting came out with these maps.
Also, you're going to miss the House so much if you get to the Senate.
Matt,
because
I would
No
never do this because I like you, but you can stay right there. But we have Lisa Murkowski on. Not going to bump you for anybody, but
No,
we are
I appreciate it.
You can stay right there, though.
I'm not going to take it personally.
We are
You
going to
can
bring.
ask her if she can do the Jerry Lewis announcers test.
Well, I actually wanted to ask you about that, and I will ask you about that after she's gone now. She's oh my word! Hey, there she is.
Yes,
Here I am. Hello, hello.
Hi,
Senator Murkowski.
Senator.
Good to see everyone. Happy primary night, Eve.
Happy celebration night, right? Like, congratulations. You're in the general.
Now you had 19 people. Were you worried?
Oh, you know, when you look at that whole list of 19 and you recognize that one of them is you, and you're looking at all the others, you're thinking, all right, I have actually really studied most of these candidates. What does this look like when somebody's looking at it for the first time? So glad to know we're on the other side of that primary, and we're moving forward with just 4 of us ready to go. We got some work to do between now and November, but we are red hot and rolling.
How much do you know about Buzz Kelly?
did you
Because
see
this
Buzz
person was not on
Kelly
my
coming?
radar.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, first off, you don't have to answer that.
I mean, you don't have to answer that, but like, this person was not on my radar for the 4th.
Senator Murkowski, you have been in so many different races. You've been in primaries, you've been in write-ins, you've been now in ranked choice. You have prevailed in every single one of those races. Like, I think at some point you're going to have to write a book because you're probably the only candidate in the United States that has weathered every single one of these election types.
Charisse,
I'm in awe.
I've got plenty to say, and it would, you know, hopefully one day it will be in a book, but I will tell you, I do not have enough time to write a book. I've had a pretty important day job for a while here, and
you do what Sarah Palin does and get someone else to write it.
No, who can write the story? It has to be you. I'm the one living it. Actually, I'm not the one living it. Alaskans are the ones living it because we've been doing this together. But the book's gonna be a long while coming because I'm gonna be working to make sure that I'm representing Alaska for another 6 years. So you're gonna have to hold off on the book until we get on the other side.
No. Right now, with 224 out of 402 precincts, so a little more than half the precincts, we don't know. I haven't looked at which ones yet, but you're in the lead by a margin. A lot of people thought because of this Trump thing and all of this, kind of energy that you might have not been in the lead. Right now, you're in the lead. What were your thoughts, and what do you think about being right now, at least with these 224 precincts, being in the lead?
Well, look, we're all looking at what is still outstanding. I understand that it's most of rural Alaska that is still out, several here in the Anchorage area, up in Fairbanks as well. So we don't ever make any predictions until everything is in. So there's more time for that. I think we're good with where we are. I really appreciate and am really grateful for all those who have provided their votes for me in this election, in this primary. But my focus throughout this, in recognizing that you have this open primary, we've really been treating this as though we're moving towards the general every single day. We've kind of worked back from the date of the general, and this is an important day. This is a big day. It's a hurdle that we want to have behind us. I think we have performed well, and the numbers are not closed out yet, but I'm very thankful for the support from Alaskans all over.
Well, Senator Murkowski, I know you're busy and it's a big night. You're watching this. We're all watching. So I want to thank you for coming on and taking the time. I know you're very busy, but it's top 4 ranked choice. We're going to be a lot of things happening here in the next few months in Alaska.
Moving forward fast.
And you're
Thank
busy, and you have a great team. So thanks for taking the time out tonight.
Great team.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thanks
Thank
for
you
the
so much,
reporting.
Senator Murkowski, for coming on. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. Well, that was a good get.
I mean, you're a pretty big deal.
For the show.
I feel like you're a big deal.
We got that one.
We got that one. I think you got all the top cameras.
We did get a lot. No, we did get. And I want to thank our team of. We got a great team of producers and people that are helping us with the show, and Charisse and Ivan, and we're back here with Matt Clayman.
I know.
Matt, can you just do this Jerry Lewis thing real quick? Because I tried to.
Oh my God.
It's actually for getting ready to go on air.
It's true.
It is.
But the first question is, have you actually taken the time to learn it? I mean, you become this talk radio or talk television personality, and
I've actually I've reviewed it. I haven't memorized it yet.
Can you teach him?
He did it on it's a Jerry Lewis. It's a famous, you know about this?
Mm-hmm.
It's a famous pattern of words to get ready to go on the air. And
Right.
he actually knows it. You want to put you on the spot. Do you want to do it? Or?
yeah, I can give it a shot. I may be a little rusty.
I always remember Don Oliver's tweezers.
So it's a way to count to 10.
Right.
And you start with 1 hen, 2 ducks, 3 squawking geese, 4 limerick oysters, 5 corpulent porpoises, 6 pairs of Don Alverso's tweezers, 7,000 Macedonians in full battle array, 8 brass monkeys from the ancient sacred crypts of Egypt, 9 sympathetic diabetic old men on roller skates with a marked propensity for procrastination and sloth, and 10 spherical, lyrical, diabolical denizens of the deep whose hall stalled are on the corner of the quay of the Quivery all at the same time.
Okay.
Now, for the folks watching, that is every sound in the English language, right?
Yes.
That thing encapsulates every sound in the English language. And
Again and faster.
Even with an English accent.
Yeah, right.
You want
that?
I
I want to see.
I can't wait for you to do that. That'd be so fun.
Is this?
It's
is
right
this
there.
The cheat?
That's the cheat. But I didn't look at the cheat.
If Ivan does it,
You're gonna have to do it.
he has that very soothing voice. Whenever we have you on, Ivan, because I get so many texts from mostly women saying it's a very soothing voice. That's what I hear a lot.
Can you talk in Seamus?
No, I'm good. No.
You should do
No.
Seamus's voice.
No,
Ivan, you used to have some kind of truth leprechaun
He does have a truth
who
leprechaun
would
voice.
attack Charisse, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like. a long time.
I couldn't remember who the truth leprechaun had attacked. If it was anything to do with me, it wouldn't have been Charisse. Because Charisse was
told me
always
the
one of
truth
my
leprechaun
favorites.
came after her.
It's okay. It was a long time ago. It was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
I
The
forgive him.
truth leprechaun
truth is
blew
I forgave
through
him.
Alaska politics in a
Well,
brief,
Representative Clayman, I want to thank you for coming on.
moment.
Thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here.
And it's been great hanging out with you and Juno. I see you around, and it's a good time. So
Yeah.
you got this big general, right?
Right.
2 people, no rank choice, because with 2 people it doesn't matter. So
Right.
if this is any indication, it's going to be a close one. So it's going to be one of the races we're all watching. Actually.
Right. And it's exactly what Senator Murkowski said. We keep pushing ahead.
I just love that you're like me. You're like ride or die.
Make the leap.
No, you're high risk, high reward. Go for the big one. That's ride or die. You know.
Yeah.
I love that.
Sometimes you got to go for it. That's true.
I'm saying go for the big one. So, Representative Clayman, thank you for coming on.
Great to be here.
We got Matt Shuckrow teed up, who's been on our show before. We're gonna switch the mics up. Matt Clayman, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate that.
Keep up the good work.
See you, Matt.
And if we have that, if we can go to camera 12, 13, 18, whatever it is, what are we calling that? The
High
GoPro
risk,
camera.
High reward. Is
Well,
that
he's
the-
ride or die. You go.
Ride or die.
Look, ride or die, or high risk, high reward is the way to go. Because if you always take the safe route, right, you're gonna have fun and it's gonna be fine, but it's gonna be not that
It's
exciting.
gonna be mellow and kind of boring, and you
Right?
gotta go all the way, right? All right, I'm gonna have another cocktail then.
Are we taking a break, or are we gonna
Well, it's 11:02.
The audience
So-
is leaving.
No, we actually have a great audience here.
Do we?
I'm going to refresh this, see if we have any more results. I do want to bring on Matt Shuckrow, though, to talk about
I do wanna
some
see
of these
that,
results. And then one of our great producers, Trent McNeely, has to leave, I believe, at 11:45. He's getting on an airplane tonight, as well as Scott Jensen is getting on an airplane in the morning to do work. Trent's going on vacation, but
This
Scott's
has been really
going to
fun.
work.
Thanks for having me.
No, you guys have been so good, as well as our team of
The
Jason
team
Sear,
has been amazing.
doing audio and helping with the guests. Shirley Young, who's directing. Scott Jensen is producing. We got Allison, who's co-producing
Kale
Hovannik.
Green's back there.
Don't mention him because
Oh.
you can mention him if you want. Kale, Can we mention you? She mentioned you. I told her.
I'm sorry, I mentioned you. You're
she-
right there. I apologize.
He's persona non grata. Anyways, and we got Paxton Welber, and we got. Did I miss anybody?
Aaron.
And Aaron over here, who's
Thank
been
you.
great.
Thank you,
But
honey.
great team. I mean, guys, putting this thing on is not like you don't just. We used to try it with a few of us, with me and Scott and one other person, or it was like hard. I mean, this is actually a really hard thing to do with the graphics and the images and the switching
Right.
and
Those have been
you know
fantastic.
everything and these commercials and all the guests and the
No,
audio.
Matt.
So let's go back to Matt. We got Matt Chuckrow here. Matt Chuckrow.
How you doing?
You've actually been on the show with Bill Wilikowski,
Yeah.
and you were with Ivan Moore once too, right?
Yeah, I said, hey, you got to switch it up next time.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
are gonna stop watching.
I said I'm not working with him again.
So what I want to know, Matt, you worked for Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, Representative Young. You ran Sullivan's campaign in 2020.
That's right.
What is going on with this House race? Because I thought Palin would get the second most votes, and a lot of people said, "Oh, I'm an idiot," and "Oh, no way, no." Right now, we're seeing that with only half the precincts reporting.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, there's a funny story that Don Young used to always say this. He goes, the Democrat can get 33% of the vote without even trying. And he used to tell this story that.
I've heard him say that.
Yeah, the story he would tell. He said, one day they ran on the 5 o'clock news. Don Young's going to run away with this thing. No one's going to file. And someone at the bar paid the $100, and he ran, never raised any money, and he still got 33% of the vote. So, like you, I've been saying
he paid the entry fee, right?
Someone else did, yeah. But like you, I've been saying for a long time that Mary Peltola would be able to get 38, maybe. A lot of people said maybe on the high end 40.
I thought 40.
Yeah. 40. So Al Gross had gotten 41% in 2020. Forrest Dunbar, when he ran against Don Young, had gotten 41%. So I wasn't surprised, or I'm not surprised to see Mary do what she's doing tonight. And my argument all along was it's going to be kind of a coin toss between Nick and Sarah, but Sarah had performed exceptionally well, and it was kind of this kind of a silent majority that's coming out and supporting her, and I think she's in the driver's seat. And
we've got 9 more precincts reporting. We're at 233 now. Can you guys tee up my screen?
It looks like Nick Begich is 4,000 votes behind
So
Sarah
Palin 32, Peltola 34, and Begich 27. This is
so now it's
233.
It's updated now. So Mary Peltola has 37.63.
Oh, you're looking at the.
I'm looking at the special election.
The special deal. I'm looking right now. I'm looking at the. I'll pull up the special. Sorry.
So Sarah Palin has 33 and Nick Begich has 22 or 29.22. So Mary Palin.
Here's a special.
Nick. So it looks like in the special election it'll be between Mary and Sarah Palin.
I really thought Mary was going to get about 40 to 42.
She
Matt, are you
will
surprised?
by the end of it.
She will, yeah.
So you think it's going to?
Well, we don't have rural Alaska.
We
know.
rural Alaska.
Right, we don't have rural Alaska.
But how many of these people are doing the Tara Sweeney deal? I mean, some have already. We see that.
Well,
so
not in this one.
1.37% are doing the write-in. So we don't know if they're
we-
all for Tara, but
We will. I think we'll see what happens. I mean, there's early votes that I voted today, in-person absentee. So like my ballot isn't out there. There's a lot of people who've done that. So here's the big question. I've talked to people. People say, "What's next?" We obviously have been talking about we don't certify this election until September 2nd.
Right.
Congress isn't back in session until September 13th. It's very likely.
And we're not going to see the retabulations until August 31st.
August 31st, and so everyone's going to be prognosticating, trying to figure out what is next. Everyone's going to be crunching numbers, as you guys are this evening, and trying to guess where do these ballots go? Are there bullet votes? Do people vote a second ballot? Did the Republican Party has been pushing, rank the red? There's been some mailers you guys have here on the table saying
don't
vote for
I'm getting a
Peltola.
text saying national media saying Kelly Tshibaka saying lots of people probably, this is a text I got earlier, meant to vote for Kelly when they voted for Buzz Kelly.
I don't think that's
This
true.
is a text I just got from somebody's.
I mean, Buzz,
Kelly.
I feel like
Buzz
that's
Kelly Tshibaka.
I feel like that's a very long stretch. Buzz Kelly and Kelly Tshibaka. I don't
So you're
believe
saying
that to be
you're saying if it
true.
was like Kelly Tshibaka and then like Buzz Chihuahua, that would be more confusing than Kelly
Well,
Kelly.
I feel like Buzz Kelly is a last name and Kelly Tshibaka is a first name. I just don't buy it.
I mean, look. I'll be honest. This person, it was Gungerstein or Hunky Lee or Darden. This person,
It comes out of nowhere.
Ivan, you polled this. Was this ever on your radar, Buzz Kelly?
No, but
hey, can you guys pull up the Hitler reference on the website, please?
Are we really going back to that?
No, yeah, we absolutely are going to go. Have you seen this, Matt?
It's
I've
awful.
not. I
It
think
is
I
awful.
jumped in on this conversation a little late in the game.
Shirley and Trent and Scott, just you got to see this beauty. I mean, this is a beauty. This guy's talking about Hitler and socialism. This guy's gonna be probably.
I don't think it's ever a beauty when people are talking.
We're
about
going to see
Hitler.
this on
A
some
beauty's
kind of
not necessarily a
comedian
good thing.
show, right? Some
America
talk
is the
show.
greatest country in the history. This
Oh
is
my
Buzz
gosh.
Kelly right now, the current 4th place finisher in the U.S. Senate race. We've overcome every enemy, blah, blah, blah. But right now, America is under attack. Socialists, militants, and wealthy little Hitlers seek to divide our country and pull America down into a socialist
I wonder who
cesspool.
who is he talking about? Who is the wealthy little Hitler? Or are all wealthy people little Hitlers?
That's a good
Or
question.
just-
I
don't know who he's referring to.
I feel like we should go back to the premise where people, you think, or someone texts you that people were thinking they were voting for Kelly Chewbacca when they were voting for, clearly it says Buzz.
Kelly Buzz.
I've
Kelly
never heard
Buzz.
of this person before until tonight. I saw that they were one of the
I
candidates.
would
but-
rather say that they thought he was Buzz,
All right,
the
so
guy
we-
who
we-
landed
we-
on the
we-
moon.
We have a tweeter from the ADN. I'm going to send this to our team.
Okay.
Kelly Chewbacca said after early results in Alaska's U.S. Senate primary came in that she suspected many of the votes cast for Buzz Kelly, currently in 4th place, were intended for her campaign. Her campaign slogan is Kelly for Alaska. I'm going to send this to our team. Stand by, folks. Let me just send this to our team. We can pull this.
Was Buzz Kelly talking in tongues?
You want to pull up the Kelly talking
No,
in tongues
I
video? We'll
don't.
pull it up. I'll
No,
pull it
I
up.
don't. I'm just saying.
You know,
I'm
it's possible.
curious. I'm just curious.
I mean, Matt, what have you ever heard of Buzz Kelly?
I have not. And look, I mean, I think people are going to say, who is this person? Why did they vote? And I think people are going to, they're going to look into this. And it's not an incredible stretch to say people may have not gotten their people correct. But
There's also Jeremy Keller.
Yeah.
And there's also Buzz Kelly with it.
Buzz Kelly and Kelly Chewbacca.
K-E-L-L-E-Y. I mean,
that's the
but
lock-in.
look. He also got 244. I don't know.
Kelly. No, Buzz Kelly. I'm telling you, when they saw Kelly on the goddamn ballot.
I mean, my point would be like, what does it really matter? I mean, at the end of the day, this was a preliminary round. You saw campaigns.
Well, because I was hoping Shoshana Gungerstein would go through.
Well, but campaigns only spent some may have only spent what they needed to get to advance. I mean, to be honest,
let's bring up the tweet. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're bringing up the. We have such a good team here. I got my earpiece. This is amazing. This is such a good show. We're producing so well.
I just can't believe that would be the nexus.
This is what she said. Look, Kelly Chewbacca. This is ADN. Kelly Chewbacca said after early results in Alaska's U.S. Senate primary came in, she respected many of the votes for Buzz Kelly, who we have no idea who this person. Obviously, thinks little Hitlers are taking over America. Currently in 4th place, were intended for her. Kelly for Alaska. By the way, Buzz Kelly is EY.
Okay, so just for like perspective, he got 2,744 votes. Okay, let's just put that.
Small amount of votes. Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so I mean, I'm just saying that even with that, she would still be neck and neck with Lisa Murkowski, even with his votes.
So Matt, did you? I thought Ivan. I'll ask Ivan first. I honestly thought Chewbacca, Murkowski would be in a distant a close second. I really did think that. Just because so many of my friends and people that are kind of accountants and not political people, they're voting for. They told me I'm voting for Kelly. Same thing with Bronson. A lot of folks said they're voting for. I said, okay, maybe he might win, Mayor Bronson, Dave Bronson. So, are you? Your poll. What do you think about this?
Well, I've mentioned Predict It already. It's the website where you can. It's the prediction website, and Lisa winning with the most votes before any results came in was like at 12 cents, and it's now gone up to 90. So you could have multiplied your money by
Ivan, you should have bet, baby. If you bet 1,000 right now, you'd have like
I didn't
$1,000.
factor in the Buzz Kelly thing. No, what I didn't factor in was the fact that Patricia Chesbrough only has got 6%.
And
that'll go up a little bit.
So I thought Pat
That's
Chesbrough
shocking
has raised very little money, but she's like the Democrats' choice, right? So have Democrats just said? What did you say, Ivan? They said they've skipped to the second. What did you say? You said you made. You said they've skipped ahead.
They almost
to the show.
Yeah, it's like let's vote for.
obvious.
A lot of them.
I think you said
don't get me wrong.
let's just go to the final.
Let's just go from first principles here. Lisa Murkowski's vote is strongly Democrat. when Patricia Chesborough gets eliminated, 90% of that vote goes to Lisa Murkowski.
So
In the
7,000
four-
votes will
right.
go towards.
So if Patricia Chesborough has underperformed, Lisa Murkowski has overperformed because they're basically pulling voters from the same pool.
But with these rule votes outstanding, these aren't going to Chewbacca, right?
No. No.
How about this? I'm going to go back, guys. Can you pull up my screen? Let's just go back to the governor's race because I haven't even looked at this yet. The governor's race, it's the same thing. Look at this. Garrett Cook and Walker Drygas neck and neck. I mean, like almost identical.
Right.
We're 25-6-16 and 25-6-64.
You know, and this is actually interesting. If you take Kirker's vote with 4% and Pierce's vote, 7%, that's 11. It's actually a really good night for Dunleavy.
It is a great
because
night
the
for
vast
Dunleavy.
Because those
majority
votes go to
now,
Big Mike, right?
But that's kind of early because I think a lot of the vote remaining is going
If this
to
are
be
outstanding
Democrat.
rule votes, going to probably Walker or Guerra.
Right. And so they will, and so they'll come down.
But here's the thing, you know, look, we when I ran the race in 2020, we worked hard to win rural votes. But at the end of the day, you can, you know, if you look at how Dunleavy performed
For Sullivan.
Well, yeah, but so in Sullivan, we really focused on rural Alaska. But if you go back and look at 2018 and how Dunleavy performed in rural Alaska, he got beat like 65-35 in rural Alaska. But it only really accounts for about, this is the four rural districts.
It's a much smaller population.
It really,
total, yeah.
so Dunleavy lost essentially, it was 65-35. Dunleavy ends up only losing those 4 districts by like 7,000 or 8,000 votes. So,
But does that stand true today?
well, that's the big question. So rural.
I feel like
Yeah.
he's done more for rural Alaska, obviously for
Yeah, so
public
I think
safety,
he actually
right?
performs better.
He performs
And
better.
therefore, you know, but again, I guess my underlying point is that rural Alaska is important, but when it comes to turnout, particularly in a primary like tonight,
Right.
it's going to be pretty
Anchorage,
low.
Fairbanks, Juneau, right?
Yeah,
Or
it's going to be
Valley.
the rail belt. I mean,
That
if
too.
you look at,
Rail
I
belt.
said this the other day, you know, in 2018, Dunleavy wins the election by about 29,000 votes. He actually outperforms the Mat-Su Valley, and he runs up the score, by 27,000 votes. So what it just says is there's areas like the Mat-Su Valley where you're outperforming your opponent 70-30,
Right.
you can run up the score. In the Kenai Peninsula, a lot of times Republicans perform 65-35. Anchorage is a 50-50 town. So, you know, Republicans can win on the rail belt. You know, another candidate really has to, you know, really have to count their votes in rural Alaska, Southeast, and other places.
There has to be targeting going on for someone else to prevail.
Going back to Buzz Kelly, though.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Just wanted to make the point that it doesn't make a blind bit of difference that he came forth or whether
it makes
anyone
a difference
else.
in the next 2.5 months of campaigning.
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's
makes
going to make a difference to him, but he's going to end up coming forth and he will get eliminated first, and presumably if his votes were actually intended for Kelly Chewbacca, then she'll get them in the general, won't she?
Right, but who knows where the rest of these votes will go, right? I don't know. I just think
I'm actually emailing the Division of Elections right now. I'm going to see if there's going to be any more results tonight. Don't show my screen.
Well, you know, what I was saying earlier in terms of, you know, I think this, you know, we're talking a lot about a Senate race that, you know, our 4 advanced, we knew the 3 and everyone was waiting for the third. What are we seeing in the governor's race? We're seeing, is it?
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
so. The governor's
let's do it live.
Yeah, the governor's race looks like Dunleavy has 42% of the vote, right? Guerra has
Pull up the screen.
21%. Walker Drygas has 21%, and leading, which is.
Is it Pierce?
It's Pierce and Grunwald.
I thought
7%.
Kirka, man. I bet Ivan Moore $20.
Can you
Well,
give him $20 now?
The polls have
I'm
kind of
gonna Venmo him or
the
something.
polls have kind of
Venmo
said
him.
the polls that I had seen
Because
had kind
Kirka
of
was
said-
all over the state, busting up Dominion machines with the bats.
So-
and he
but
was,
so
had his
was-
bus and Pierce wasn't doing a lot of campaigning actually.
But Edie Grunwald has name recognition. There's
She
a
ran for
lot-
lieutenant governor in
she does.
2018, right?
So it
she
looks
has
like
a
the top
following.
4 are going to be Dunleavy, Pierce, Cook, Guerra, and Walker, which is
Right.
kind of what I expected,
Me
what I said
too.
on our last show.
Yeah.
And you know,
You did say that.
and
You did say that.
these numbers kind of reflect what the polling is kind of saying, is that Kirka was always around 2% and not kind of a.
Hey, homeboy's at 4%, dude.
Well, then he outperformed the polls. And then Pierce, Grunwald is kind of right where people kind of said they'd be.
And again, let's qualify this: 233 out of 400, 58%. There's still, 62%.
So even if Kirka Hooper goes to Pierce and Grunwald, he is still sitting at 11%.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
mean, I
That's
think.
all he's sitting
Now,
at.
what about it? What about if this is in fact indicative? What about for the ranked choice for the, what about drop off? Like, what do the Garrett Cook or the Walker Dragus folks go to each other?
Yes.
How many Dunleavy people go to
Well, how many
Walker?
people?
Right? I mean, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I mean, look, I think we've always said, and the studies and kind of the science says that if there's a candidate that is built in a similar image of the person you want, you're willing to vote a second vote. But if they're not, I mean, that's how I took my ballot today. I was like, they're kind of aligned with that person, I'm willing to vote it. I left one blank just because they weren't kind of in the image.
So what about the advertisements that's been going out saying only vote one? Don't vote down. So vote one.
Well,
and we see a lot of that with the Sarah Palins, with Kelly
so
Tobacco.
some are saying rank the red, but then some are saying fuck them, pick one. Bullet vote.
Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff I've seen, again, the NRCC, so the Republican Congressional Committee, which is like the Republican campaign arm of Congress, they put out just saying don't rank Peltola. I think that there's been a lot of expenditures in this race. We'll see what happens in the next race, but generally I've been seeing people saying Republicans saying rank the red, vote down the ticket. No one has to do so, but generally people are kind of sticking to.
Hey, we want to real quick. Who are you? Matt Shuckrow.
Yeah.
Fathom Strategic Communications. We want to just.
Okay,
I've been told by my amazing team of producers to reintroduce you because some people are like, who is that? So, Matt Shuckrow, former Dunleavy press secretary.
That's right.
Former Dan Sullivan campaign manager.
Yeah, and then
former Don Young, Charisse, or not Charisse.
Former
sorry,
communications
Lisa Murkowski staff. Like, you've been around the block, right?
Worked for a lot of folks. It's been fun, and again, I'm most interested in what's happening. We're going to send a new congressperson back to D.C. They're going to get sworn in. They're going to get to occupy that great.
I also want to say you always invited me to the press conferences when you were
there you go.
press secretary, and I really
actually
I appreciate
at one
it.
point I think my emails were part of your case. And
I mean, let's just get weird. My case against Dunleavy on the press access, your emails inviting me for your first year were a huge part of our case.
Did you win?
We won. Yeah, in the federal court against
you helped
Judge
win.
Kindred.
No, I just invited him. I didn't help him win.
No, Judge Kindred ruled that I was. Anyways, but you're to be fair, you've always been very fair to me, and you were always.
Yeah,
I'm. That's a good guy.
I've invited.
He's always very fair to me.
Yeah. So. Anyways, I don't know if you guys saw today. There's some pictures floating around the internet. The closing the door of Congressman Young's office. They shut the lights. The walls are barren. Yeah. So Paula Conner, his scheduler.
So what's going to happen to his legendary? I've been there. I was there once.
Yeah.
Were you guys there? The legendary office with the
lot of
animals.
Stuff went to Lisa's office. She got the totem.
Well, so the folklore, and I think it's true, is that a member of Congress, when they retire, gets a one-time shipment of their office materials back to their home district. And we when I worked there, we kind of said, wow, this is going to be kind of crazy. How many pallets is that going to be? Who knows? So I think a lot of it's coming home. I think the intention is to do some sort of temporary storage and then ultimately display some of that stuff. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of history, and
so much.
I mean, his congressional pins ever since he was sworn in were all throughout the office. So interesting, whoever's sworn in will get to occupy that office for about 6 weeks or so, and then the architect of the Capitol will send them down to the bowels of the Capitol,
down to the basement.
and they'll start moving. There'll be a lottery to see who gets that space. That's the best, largest office.
So basically,
in
that office. That Don Young office was such an amazing office.
It was amazing.
That's almost like a senator office.
So,
now the new one's going to get some tiny base.
Like small office down the.
In Juneau, Charisse, what happens when some new people come in who are in the minority? They get the
transportation office.
The horrible office on the first floor,
office.
the ground floor that nobody wants to.
Yeah. So it'll also be interesting. They go. I said this earlier. I said on September 3rd. I mean, they're probably making their flight arrangements, they're making their housing arrangements, they're flying down there, they're hiring staff, they're getting into their office. They got to get their committee assignments. The Republican leadership has kind of said we've reserved space on Don Young's two committees, the House Transportation and House Resources committees. It'll be likely they take that position. and it's meetings. There's going to be there's only 2 weeks scheduled in September and a potential schedule for October, which I don't think is going to happen.
Nope.
So they're going to roar, they're going to take some photo ops, they're going to get sworn in, a couple votes.
There'll be nothing
committee
for them
assignments,
to legislate.
and then they'll come back. You know, there's some votes. There's like the Respect for Marriage Act vote that's going to happen, likely get punted back over there. We'll see what happens, but there's some things. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance.
A lot of photo ops.
Yeah, photo ops. And
then
look,
you're
the
back
one
home.
thing is, if Sarah goes down there and she makes nice with McCarthy and Scalise, she can get the support of the party. She can be a good asset.
What I've said from the beginning is, if Sarah wins,
yeah,
she will be the most famous person in the Congress, right?
One of, yeah.
Now she can use that as a.
I mean, in terms of name recognition, she'll be.
Come on,
one
she'll
of
be the most famous person.
One of, yeah. I mean,
who's more?
I mean, in it, like, you know, everyone knows Mitt Romney. I think a lot of people I mean, there
Okay,
are.
I'll say the House.
Nancy Pelosi.
One of the most.
There are
top five in the U.S. House, top three.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she
My
will
point
have
is,
one of the top.
out of
names.
430, what is it? 435 reps, right? If she gets in there and she uses it for the good, she can direct amazing good things because that's so much power. Or she,
there's no question.
Or she goes crazy.
She could magnify
Right?
the messaging on energy.
It could go both ways.
Yeah,
It's 50-50, right? Honestly, it's but like because when she gets in there, like with Ken McCarty, the leader, and all these, they're gonna want her they're gonna want her support, and they'll ask. Look, we're 3 electoral votes, no one gives a shit, right? But like Ted Stevens before Don Young, because people knew they got us that they got us that money and they got us that.
But Don
access.
Young had clout.
Yeah, and well, and look,
I mean,
it does.
She could if she's in there, she could, or if she's like kooky and Marjorie Taylor
I
Greene
know
or
Don Young
Lauren
had
Boebert.
relationships with people on the other side, and
Yeah.
like that was what was so important for Alaska is that he could channel things in bills that were not Republican bills, they were Democrat bills. He could get them passed.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
could
you have to understand.
Writers on.
You
He
go
could
down to
do
Congress, and
whatever he
there's stuff
wanted.
people like. Alaska has an exceptionally great highway transportation funding
Right.
formula. We get
Right.
more per capita than anywhere else, and that's a legacy of Ted Stevens. There's a ton of things like that Republicans, Democrats want to strip out.
Magnuson Stevens, and the fisheries. How about that?
There's that. There's all sorts of things that you have to defend every year,
Right.
and it takes relationships. And to be honest, most of the people, I had a lot of friends who work in Congress still, and they'd be like, we literally don't want to deal with Don Young just being, berating us and bullying us. I mean, I mean, to be
God
honest,
bless
it was
him,
when it
though,
came
I
to
mean.
Alaska, he would say, don't mess with my state. And most people said, like, it's not worth my time to fight him on Alaska. I'll just let him have it. So, I mean, in some ways, we need a voice that's strong, someone that can do Alaska's strong bidding, negotiating, work across the aisle, get things done. I think that's what's important. So, anyways, this is going to be very fascinating. As someone who spent 10 years back there, I'm curious to see what happens, who we send. It's
All
going
right.
to be a short term, and yeah.
Guys, I'll be honest. I want to go 1 to 7 more hours. I'm told by my crew,
yeah,
2 of whom have to be on a plane. Scott, there he is. Scott Jensen has to be on a plane.
Can we just bring your crew out here? Can they just come out?
Can we
and,
get the
like-
crew out here? I
Can
mean,
get
we
the
have a
crew out?
credit. We have a credits reel, but like, guys,
I know,
look,
but
we're
come
finishing up.
on.
I don't think we're gonna get any more updates.
This is
Can
amazing.
we get the crew out here? I mean,
This
can
is-
you guys?
Literally, this has been amazing.
Is it gonna be hard to come out here and switch the show if the
No,
person switching the
they
show
should
is
just
not?
stand here and we should
Look,
just-
look.
I need to stand up.
Scott Jensen, my business partner in this place, Trent McNeely. Trent, you guys have been awesome. Shirley Young, Jason Sear came all the way from fucking Hawaii.
Allison.
On this baby. Paxton Welber graphics, Allison O'Bannon co-producing. We have just done. I think we murdered this.
It was great. It was
I really do.
great.
You know, you guys done a great job. Guys, a lot of former TV.
Thank you, guys.
Scott and Shirley and Trent and
Allison.
and Jason, former TV. Were you on TV?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Really? So a lot of former TV people here, and and obviously Charisse and Ivan. You guys it's been great. I mean, I just love this that we can
Thanks
do
for
this
letting
thing.
us talk.
And
Once in a while.
I got like 3 texts about that.
No, you were great.
And I mean, to be honest, like I kind of joked, like we could just use iPhones because really nobody else is doing this. I mean, we used to have a big Election Central type event, and
But this is it. This is all that was
Forrest
covered
Wolfson
tonight.
studio and Aaron Griffin. Hey, buddy, there he is.
And Aaron Jepson.
There he is, and great team. And obviously, I have to thank our sponsors, right?
Right. Thank your sponsors.
IBW. Can we get the camera? Is that 2? I don't even know what the cameras are called.
Right
I mean,
here,
there's
right
like
here.
so many cameras. We want to thank our sponsors. The
GCI.
team came out, so they can't switch the cameras.
GCI. Well, I was doing it for this camera.
There it is. So we want to thank I have to thank our sponsors. GCI. There she is, Charisse, right there. Love that. GCI, IBW 1547, Conoco Phillips. Ivan Moore from Alaska Survey Research. Charisse Millett, former representative, 10 years in the minority leader, majority leader. And Matt Chuckra over here, who's, look, you came in at the end. You gave a lot of analysis, and I love that. I mean, you've been very.
I'll come on earlier next time.
You've been great about coming on the show, and I love that. So again, I want to thank our whole team. It's been great, guys. We're doing this for the general. We're going to come in hot. It's going to be weird because we're not going to even know the results for 2 weeks.
Right.
But on a lot of the races, we will know on the 2 people races. So, guys, great night. I think we killed this. I really think we murdered this.
Cheers, you guys. Good job.
Good job, guys.
Thank you guys so much.
Matt.
Clear mics.